think it's a doom and gloom. We always look forward to the future. I believe, at the post-COVID-19, there will be a lot of opportunities. No doubt there might be some businesses will be perpetually gone, but we also see there's a lot of new opportunities, for everyone, including those, who are in the localization industry in moving forward. Okay, now what I can see that there's immediate opportunities that at this post-COVID-19 or during this COVID-19 to help government to translate, to localize some of this web apps content. Now, a few days ago, I've gone in to see some of the website, the portal. Primarily, a lot of information are still in English. I think we'll see there's a need in the future to translate most of this information in the different languages. So I believe that, that's a lot of opportunities for RSP, some of us actually can tap on to work with the government to localize some of this information. Well, we will see the increased technology used to shorten the time or push out this information, communication data. There will be, for those who might be doing a software development, there will be a lot more open API services that can connect to the government to integrate some information together. Okay, so I think looking in the longer term of Southeast Asia, just to share with you some of the potential, what we call a digital markets, the internet economy, we will see there will be, a big growth potential Southeast Asia. These are the GDP of the economy will expected to grow tremendously. From by 2025, we're expecting about 240 billion from 72 billion in 2018. Now, some of the services you might need to take, you might need to focus on some localization needs as well. It's definitely will be dominated by the e-commerce. I think some of you have seen that e-commerce is really picking up, in Southeast Asia, having AliExpress, Alibaba in Tencent, Jingdong. We have a Lazada, it's a really fragmented market we have seen. We see the huge needs for localizations. Well, we also see, in other words, the use of the MT post-editing services. We see that perhaps there's a way to go in localize some of these services, online services that we've seen. We've seen, there will be big demand on the online entertainment, the gaming, the subtitling. We have Netflix in US, we have iFlix in Southeast Asia. A lot of, some of these need to be localized. Of course, we have a ride-hailing apps like Gojek and Grab in Southeast Asia. So all this will have a lot of needs for the localization. So these are the potential, the markets, the Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Thailand. These are the potential, in terms of the domestic market. All of this will require some sort of localization. Okay, now let me just share with you the last few slides about what we've been doing, working on in the last 2 years. As we zoom into examining the use of the MT in some of the Southeast Asian languages, that's primarily our core, what we are doing right now. Let's share with you some of the pros and cons of the use of the MT. I believe there might be the people are skeptical about using some of this technology. Some in our group might be more ready to tap on some of these services, use of MT. But I think by and large that I felt that there's a need to educate, the use of the MT at this point in time, so that we are able to actually make best use of the MT. Now, some of these points, I don't think it's new to some of you. Just to reiterate, what's the pros and cons. The use of MT, no doubt, high speeds really is the key thing about the MT. It's good for those who have a budget constraint, limited budgets, to do localizations. That's probably the most cost-effective options, the use of MT to translate some of the content. Okay, the most suitable contents, as we done a lot of actually evaluation right now, I think the use of MT are very useful for some combination data like emails, translating emails, and the WhatsApp, the web chat, and some of the news or social media content as well. Well, they're also good for some of the user-generated contents, the UGC, and some of the internal documents for references as well. Well, the flip sides of use of MT, inconsistence of the MT outputs in terms of quality, it's really much depend on the project complexity, the nature of contents that we'll be using. Another thing we look at it will be if you try to use the MT to translate some of your brand messages, that's not the way to use the best use of MT. Probably that you need to consider the other options, right? Now, definitely the use of MT alone is definitely not going to be same as professional translation quality. Right, so these are the, that's how we understand, some of the MT, how we can best use the MT. In terms of post editing, probably the options is better from the MT alone if you're looking for more accurate, more fluencies and clarity in terms of translation quality. If you need to translate, some contents are more culturally sensitive, the MTPE will be the better option. Higher productivity as compared to human translation. It's more cost efficient than the human translation, as a charge that we have done some study that in general average cost of human translation is it's a higher than the post editing rate. So
yeah. I'm very sorry for interrupting you again. We have to wrap up. Just maybe last 30 seconds.
Yes.
To share some takeaways.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Right. This is the what we see. The flip side will be it's closer, more costlier than the machine translation alone. It may be close, but not something that we able to get close to the human translation quality in moving forward. So just to share you last two slides about what are the gaps we see, the needs and challenges in terms of technology. We are still very much into the infancy stage in terms of the technology in Southeast Asia. Still a lot of work needs to be done. Not technology needed, but we see there's a great potential as we moving to we see the potential growth of the digital markets. Now, for post editing, we have done a lot of work in terms of understanding the post editing. In moving forward, still a lot of work need to be done to fine tuning, improving some of the post editing criteria. We need to collaborate with some of the university education institution, improving our evaluation framework, trying to understand a little bit more linguistic challenge of some of these Southeast Asia languages. Well, as I say, we're very much into at the beginning. It's still a long way to reach, what we expect to move into, like as a mature, like in the European market. So this is the work that we have done. So I think to summarize, there's a lot of opportunities. There's no doubt that we are struggling deal with the COVID-19, but let's look forward to be post COVID-19. Maybe the MT, the MTP is probably one of the alternate or some of the processes the LSP should consider as we see the businesses are cutting down in terms of the localization budgets. Probably there's some things that they will consider to how we actually were able to shape the localization industry in South Asia, right? So I think I come to the end, Max, about my presentations.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. And as we say, per aspera ad astra, we wish you success with, promoting your services to the audience, to the global audience. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to go through the questions. So we will share the questions with you so you can answer, and then we will reply back to our attendees. And this is a message for our attendees, guys. Don't think that we reject your questions. All of them will be answered. We just technically cannot answer all of them. The time is limited. right? So don't worry, you will get your answers. Just you will need to wait for a bit of time. Jan, thank you very much. So
Right. Thank you. My pleasure. Thanks.
yeah, it was a pleasure for us too. Um, Guys, you're making the record. Right now we have 1,000 unique attendees so far, and it's just how many? 2 hours and a bit more left. Sorry, two 2 hours and a bit more gone, and we have around 10 hours left. So it's great. We're very happy about it, and we're now going to turn on the poll. Please share your opinion. It's important for us, and we're making a pause for 2 minutes, and we'll get back to you with Julio Leal and his great topic. How do we call it? The world is not stopping; it's just taking a break. So we're taking a break for 2 minutes, and we'll get back to you. Folks, we're ready to present the next speaker. Julio Leal has been the head of localization at the Cena Corporation since 2010. Before joining Cena, he worked at SAP as EMEA localization manager, fluent in Spanish, English, and German. Julio holds an MA in translation and interpreting studies from the University of Granada in Spain. He also holds executive certificates in web globalization management and global marketing. Hola Julio, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, buenos días.
Sorry, my Spanish is finished on this.
It's good.
Yeah, I had a couple of Spanish-speaking classmates when I was studying in China. So how are you doing?
Well, considering the circumstances, I'm not doing bad. So how are yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm good. Yeah. So all of us are almost in the same circumstances now. So
Yeah.
okay. So guys, just reminding you that you have this Q&A tab to answer your questions while Julio will be presenting, and feel free to share your opinion and feedback in chat. We're checking this. Thank you very much for staying with us. Julio, now I'm giving the virtual mic to you, so
Thank
you
you.
can share the screen.
Okay, thank you. Hello?
Yes. Is
Okay.
everything fine?
Yes. Let me share screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool. Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you everyone for joining in this session today. Thank you, Smarka, for organizing such a wonderful event today. I think you just said we have 1,000 attendees worldwide, so that's huge. So thanks again for organizing this. Um, I know we are all living special days, so I wanted to, create a presentation to send some positive vibes to the audience. We don't really know when this is going to end, but at least there is some positive news out there that we can use for, create some positivism. Um, I am based in southern Spain. We are actually about to enter our 7th week of confinement until now. So it's tough. I know some countries are also in the same situation. So let's try to make the best of it and stay positive. So the agenda for my presentation is very, very easy. I'm going to talk about some facts and preliminary ideas about the whole pandemic situation and how I see it. Then I want to go into the industries winning and losing in the current situation, and I'm going to be focusing on industries in which the localization industry might be more engaged. Then I'll be talking about the situation within Cena, how we are managing the whole operational model, how I see the localization industry and things that they could do for weathering the storm, and then some final slides to positive vibes and see if we can create some silver lining across the whole situation. So I'm fully aware that Sienna is not a well-known company, probably across the audience. We are a networking systems, services, and software company. We have 1,500 customers across the globe. We have around 7,000 employees in more than 35 countries. Um, when people ask me what we do as a company, the way I usually put it to make it very simple is, um, when you connect to 4G or 5G networks using your smartphone, you are obviously using your operator's network. But the company providing the network, the equipment, and the infrastructure to make that happen is probably Sienna. So obviously, we are a B2B business. We serve large corporations. I want to make this clear because obviously our localization strategy and our marketing strategy are based on this fact that we are a B2B business serving large enterprises. So just to give you a very quick idea of a global footprint, almost half of our business comes from North America, the US and Canada. We serve operators, we serve government organizations, we serve universities. In Latin America, we also have big operators like Telmex, Telefonica, Vivo. In Asia, big customers like NTT Docomo or Rakuten or Tata. And finally, in Europe, companies that you probably are all very familiar with, like Orange or Vodafone, British Telecom, etc. So this can give you an idea of how we base our localization strategy and how we base our marketing strategy. So needless to say, we are in the middle of a huge crisis across all continents, across all industries. But I think that as in all previous crises, we could use this opportunity to use this crisis to take a step back and maybe rethink the way that we do things in order to improve where we should be improving, in order to make things different, and make a fresh new start for many of the things we do in our day-to-day. So needless to say, the growth forecast for all economies is downgrading. Some economies will suffer most than others. Uh, if you can see here, China will only see 1% reduction in growth this year. The US will also, see a small impact according to the forecast. But other economies like, Italy, Spain, or even Japan will suffer the most. Just recently, the International Monetary Fund predicted that the Italian and Spanish economies will contract by 8 to 9%. So that's huge, obviously, for a national economy. And the same applies to the stock market. Since the outbreak, we saw huge declines in the prices across all industries. No one seems to know when this is going to end. This crisis in the markets also comes with a crisis in the oil market, with prices just hitting lows that we've never seen before. So, it's a crisis of many crises, and no one really is able to predict when this is going to end. So actually, we've seen a lot of, economies in the media initially saying that the economy will recover in V shape, meaning that we will fall sharply, but the recover will also be extremely quick. Obviously, this is not be the case, and everyone seems to agree that that was very optimistic. Then we move into an U-shaped recovery, meaning we would have some time for recovery, and then everything would be back to normal kind of quickly. Now everyone seems to agree that that's not the option anymore. The most pessimistic said that there would be no recovery at all. It would be just an L shape. Hopefully, they are totally wrong. And now more and more people seem to agree with the idea of the Nike shape recovery, meaning it's a huge decline, but things will get back to normal. And the dates that the governments and the companies are managing is the end of 2021, next year. Maybe that's very optimistic considering the circumstances, but we all know that this is temporary, and as soon as we have a vaccine in place, things will change rapidly. Again, as in all crises, not all industries and sectors are affected alike. Those industries and sectors involving physical contact or travel do have a high exposure to the whole situation, and their businesses will suffer. Um, Other sectors like the metals or technology hardware, they have a moderate exposure. And for these industries, probably when factories can get back to normal and the supply chains are normalized, they will see their business going back to normal. We also have sectors with low exposure or positive exposure, actually, like pharmaceuticals or telecommunication companies, which they are seeing and increasing their business, actually, or the retailers. I'll discuss that a little bit later, but obviously, given that we are all confined indoors and given that we only have um, the opportunity to spend our money in-house, that means that retailers with a solid presence on the web will make huge profits out of this situation. We are all confined indoors. So obviously one of our main activities is consuming media. However, the way that we consume media is different across different generations. Um, that's I'm going to give you 4 examples here for Generation Z, which are those aged between 16 and 23 years old, approximately. Obviously, they are more interested in online video gaming. That's where they spend most of the time when they have media. In contrast, Generation X, under which I am myself, 38 to 56 years old, we seem to have a more balanced way of consuming media. Obviously, broadcast TV and online TV streaming are still huge, but we seem to be more across different channels. Millennials, when analyzing the data, to me, it was clear that probably this generation, with ages between 24 and 37, they have the most balanced way of consuming media. And actually, it was funny to see that this is the only generation with a significant usage of podcasts. Other generations do not use podcasts at all, or they just have very low percentage of usage. And baby boomers, those aged between 57 and 64 years old, they are just doing, things as they used to be in the past, just regular TV, typical TV, and that's the way they consume media. Why is this information important? Because you as a marketer or as a localization professional, now that you know that all your audience is indoors, you need to know which channels to use to target your audience. So obviously, depending on the age or generation your target audience belongs to, you will have to use one channel or others. So I mean, this tool and this information for marketers is extremely relevant and important. Um, we are confined. We still can spend our money on some things, but here we can see how people are spending their money these days. So obviously, all activities related to travel, like airlines, going to the movies, or buying fitness apparel, that's gone. People are just spending their money on food, supermarkets. They go to the grocery store. They do a lot of video streaming. They play online with friends and family, etc. So obviously, we have two different spectrums of how people are spending their money. In this graphic, you can see which items or which elements are on the rise in the e-commerce sector, and which products are in decline. So huge increase of globes, or all items related to food. Again, the toilet paper seems to be on the rise again, almost 200% of toilet paper sales. And in contrast, and unfortunately, all items related to travel, like luggage or briefcases or sport apparel, on decline for obvious reasons. And the truth is that we are in a shifting environment. Who would have said now that people demonizing the plastic sector 2 3 months ago because they were destroying the planet, everyone was against them, and now 2 3 months later they are now kind of the savers of the world, because given that many health products and equipment is made out of plastic. So this is all changing very rapidly, and industries like that were very healthy months ago are now on the opposite side of the spectrum. And this can happen on any sector. Just let's look, for instance, at the commercial real estate. We work, actually solid company. I think they were about to go public last year. They are commercial real estate. They rent office space to companies. But now that, given that companies are moving all their employees to work from home, we've seen a kind of chain of paradigms, and looks like the way that we interact with employees now is no longer in the office, it's using online conferencing tools. And as a result of that, we all know the increase that we've seen in the stock price for companies like Zoom. As you can see here in the chart, price almost doubled since the outbreak. So this brings up another question: is this the end of office work as we know it? I'm aware that many companies were very reluctant to let people or let their employees work from home. However, now more and more companies are seeing that maybe it was not such a bad an idea, and maybe after all these security measures are lifted, maybe more companies will embrace home office, which will reduce the demand for office space. And who knows, maybe that's a sector totally in decline, or maybe we will use office differently. So there are so many open questions out there based on the way that we are interacting now. uh, as in all crises, we have big losers and big winners. As I said earlier in my presentation, I want to focus in on certain industries and industries in which the localization industry is more engaged or might be more exposed. And I think that the first sector that comes to mind is the travel industry. Unfortunately, this industry has been hit really hard. We have more than 100 countries around the world with travel restrictions to their nationals. you cannot go in or out of the country, and no one really knows when this is going to end. We see governments postponing the quarantine status, over and over again, and no one really knows when, we will be able to resume travel. As a consequence of that, the number of daily flights has, dramatically dropped, almost, half of it, or in a huge percentage. And airlines are in serious trouble. We all know that most airplanes are parked in airports. No one really knows when, they will be able to resume flights. Um, just yesterday or the day before yesterday on the media, they were discussing if, if we resume travel, will that be with security measures, meaning that we will need to sell, or we will need to reduce the capacity of the airplanes by 60%. Obviously, that would imply that, if the airlines need to reduce seats by 60%, maybe the ticket prices will, go up 60%, because obviously that's not sustainable from an economic point of view. So a lot of question marks in the travel industry. And not only airlines, many companies associated with the industry, like Booking.com or TripAdvisors, are also seeing declines in the users, in the users they have on the web or on their apps. In both cases, you can see 40%, almost 50%. And obviously, we don't know when people will be able to travel again, and there are so many uncertainties out there that obviously no one is really making plans for the near future. Another industry in big crisis, we read it in the news every day, is the automotive industry. Factories are stopped. The supply chain is in suffering a lot of challenges. I think that this week some German factories have reopened their supply chain. Not all of them, because they don't have still all the materials. And even if they are able to resume production in their factories, no one really knows what the demand for those cars will be. We are entering a full recession globally, so obviously buying a new car is not something that will be on top of the consumers when this is all over. They will have more other priorities. That will mean maybe more layoffs for the automotive industry. No one really knows. Some recent research for the automotive sector, even in the best case scenario, meaning that we will have a fast recovery, economies like China will suffer dramatically from this supply chain shortage for materials in the cars. But in order to have in order to have losers, we have to have winners. So we already discussed the rise of Zoom as a preferred application for conferencing with colleagues, or with family, or with friends. Most of us who work from home and also have kids, they also know, Google Classroom. It's a way to teach kids remotely, and all these apps, meaning online streaming, are on the rise, because that's the way that people have to interact with peers. I was discussing earlier the rise of the e-commerce in general across all regions, and here I just want to put a very quick example of Italy, which is probably the so far, unfortunately, the country that has been hit the hardest by the pandemic. This shows the e-commerce sales in Italy from the outbreak till very recent days. And actually, I think that Italy went into lockdown on the 21st of March, and you can see that very same day the sales in the e-commerce sector almost double. Obviously, they have some ups and downs, but there is an upward trend in the e-commerce. This means that solid businesses with a solid localization strategy, with solid websites, might be in a better position to weather the storm and be able to capture many of these sales in the e-commerce sector. I think that the localization industry, it's in a good situation to serve the winners of the situation. We know that Netflix and HBO, they are adding new users every month. I think Netflix announced in a recent press release that they have added 16 million new users worldwide. That's huge. HBO the same. They are adding new content, new series, new films that obviously they need to be translated. As a result of that, we also are aware of the fact that due to the huge demand in traffic, Netflix was pressed to reduce the quality of their streaming services by 25% in order not to collapse the internet in Europe. And also in Spain, I know some countries have a dubbing culture for films and series, and because of the situation of the lockdown situation in Spain, many series and films were only offered in a subtitled version, given that the dubbing studios were totally locked down and the dubbing professionals could not do their duties. So we see, a little bit of both situation here. Um, in one of my previous slides, we saw the influence on how the younger generations are using online gaming. Big platforms like Twitch for online gaming, they are they are seeing weekly increases of 17% in web traffic. The same for one of their main competitors, Mixer. Uh, Weekly increases of 90%. So we all are fully aware that the gaming industry is huge for localization. So we are seeing a huge increase in these industries, and obviously this could mean a huge increase for those localization companies serving this industry. Um, Now I want to quickly talk about how we at Siena were able to cope with the whole situation since the confinement. Luckily enough, at Siena, a huge percentage of employees work from home, and the whole setup that we have it's fully remote. So in my team, for instance, we have been working remotely since day one. So obviously, we have not seen any disruption of service, or we have not seen any changes in the way we operate since the outbreak. And the localization strategy is based on two main pillars. We have a very good, solid set of tools, and by tools I mean a content management system serving the entire organization. The localization team is involved in the whole process, so we know all the content that it's being produced, that it's coming from the different teams. We are kept in the loop, so we know what content is going to be landing in our supply, in our operations, well in advance, so we can prepare. We also have a translation management system fully connected to the CMS. So once things are fully developed and all the content is ready to be used, we know what languages we need to use, we need to translate into, and that goes into the translation management system. And then my team takes it from there. We also use analytics tools. Obviously, you can have very good tools out there, but if you don't know the results of your strategy, you don't really know if you are doing well or not. So we use these analytic tools to change things, to maybe make some tweaks to our strategy along the way. Maybe we can add content, we remove content, we add more languages, we reduce languages, depending on what the data are telling us. But obviously, behind good tools, we need to have a good set of people, right? So without them, there's no way that the good tools can work. So at Siena, we have a dedicated team of resources fully dedicated to localization. We work with SLVs and MLVs, depending on the language, the type of content, etc. We do not stick to one single thing, just because we've seen that some circumstances might be better for one approach and one for others. We work with professional agencies to help us with, multimedia content, e-learning, desktop publishing, so a full array of services out there. And to me, what it is probably the most important pillar here is the freelancers. We've been using freelancers since day one. Um, I'm a full supporter of the freelancers. I think they do a great job, especially at Siena. They are responsible for the quality of all our translations. They are considered part of the company, and and I think that having a good set of freelancers helps everything else work, because you can have very good content management system, you can have very good agencies, but if you don't have good linguist behind all that, nothing really works. So I think that's critical. And now my final slides are about to send some positive vibes out there. Call it coincidence or not, but we all know that some governments manage the situation better than others. And as I said, maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's not, but the governments which have been proven to manage the whole situation way better are headed by women. So hoping this is a change in paradigm and we can see more women in the top positions of government, maybe for the next pandemic, especially for New Zealand and Taiwan. I think those were clear examples of that situation. Um, Another silver line, more positive news. Maybe this is the new start for a greener world. The European Green Deal was signed last year with very, optimistic ideas of how we should transition to the greener economy. But given that we are now in the middle of this pandemic, politicians from all different parties, intellectuals, they are pushing the European institutions to use this Green Deal as the most significant way of exiting the situation we have right now. So maybe we are expecting to see a lot of money being invested in green energies, green mobility. Who knows? Maybe this is a sector for the future. I'm hoping it is actually. We've all seen the news. We've all seen the images, the significant reduction of pollution levels across major cities in the world. I think the city of Milan is one of the most shocking examples. And I think that yesterday or the day before yesterday, the city of Milan announced that once this is all over, they're going to be announcing greener policies for mobility. They are not expecting the cities to be so crowded. We've all seen the news of Venice. The water is totally clean. So that's why I'm staying positive. We are seeing the result of not the pollution that we are creating to the world, and maybe we are start using things differently. So don't lose hope, as this lady here. I think that it's important that we keep spirits up, and that we stay positive for the future. Thank you so much.
Very good timing, Julio. Thank you very much. And kudos from female attendees of ours. It was such an unexpected piece of information. Thank you for bringing this in. I haven't, look at this from this angle. But yeah, I heard from some people that patriarchy world will be replaced by matriarchy world soon. So maybe it's one of the signs. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Let's stay. I mean, I'm not gonna say that it should be just all women, but I think we should be supporting that idea, and they have proven to be way better than women, at least in this situation.
Or at least we have something to learn, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have questions from our attendees. Let's start with these. And yeah, we have even question from our YouTube visitors. So, Julio, do you think AI technology will end the translation industry? If yes, when? What are your recommendations to translators, editors, or LSP managers working in the industry?
Well, that's a very good idea. I mean, I don't think we will ever replace human translators. Um, and there will always be work for human translators. It's true that artificial intelligence is huge. They are becoming smarter and smarter every day. Obviously, I don't have a date when there could be a major outbreak of artificial intelligence, but we are seeing that. Um, I'm a total supporter of machine translation, for instance, just because we have so much content out there that we need just rapidly translated, that we need these kind of technologies to deal with a huge amount of content that we have. But from my perspective, at least, 80% of my work is marketing, and honestly, there's no way that I can give marketing content to a machine, and not, at least not right now, because things wouldn't work the same. I understand that content like documentation or help can benefit from this kind of technology, but I don't think that all different types of content are a good fit for this type of technology. So that's my view, at least, on this.
Yeah, so all of us now producing content, and the volumes are growing and growing. So we will definitely need more people to be involved into translation. Even some people now, I know that in touristic industry, they are now translating posts in Instagram and Facebook and also in Twitter. So have people to translate tweets. Imagine how machine will translate tweets of Trump.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true. So yeah, I think there will be enough space for everyone, for technologies and humans. And as I said, I'm a big supporter of freelance human translators, and I will keep it that way, at least for now.
Cool. So let's take a look at the second question. What are the main things to consider when looking for freelance translators?
Well, that's a good question. Um, this is a conversation that I had with many colleagues and friends in the industry. Um, One of the things that I look into when I'm looking for freelancers is if they are specialized or not. Um, in my opinion, I don't think that it helps that you serve yourself as a translator in a good array of topics. Okay, you cannot be good at one and extremely good at others. I think that you need to specialize on certain fields in order to be good as a translator in that field. On the other hand, I understand that many translators tell me that, hey, if I just specialize in this field, I might be losing jobs, or it will be very hard for me to ramp up and get customers. Yeah, that's true. That's the other side of the equation. But I think that once you specialize in one field, I think that you will have, a solid portfolio of customers serving for that industry. All my freelancers have been working in the team for almost 10 years. Um, and believe it or not, that this is what I call, honestly, this the lawyer what the fuck, because when you actually go to a lawyer, you don't go to enter the firm and say, hey, lawyer, what's your best rate for serving my case? No, you are actually asked for the rate. To me, it's the same. I think we should just treat translators as other professionals in other industries and say, hey, what's your rate? Respect those rates. And honestly, a well-paid translator will always be fully engaged with your company. So I think that's the best way to hire translators. Obviously, we see huge demand for reducing prices, etc. But I think that for me as a marketer and a localizer, having good translators is way more important than reducing costs at this point, because translating cheap for marketing and not selling but saving money just for the sake of it doesn't make any sense. So I think that for translators specializing in very specific fields might benefit more than just having a full array of fields for translation.
Thank you for such a detailed answer. And we have another one. What analytics tools do you use and what for?
Um, for marketing, we use well-known tools in the industry in order to analyze the visitors we have, where they go when they go to our websites, if our emails are open or not, if they click on the CTAs that we have on our emails. So we also do A/B testing, meaning that we can send the same email with two different offers just to see which offer is working better than other. Um, so obviously, translating and not analyzing the data of those translations will not make you better. Okay, so I think that every time that you get budget for translation, you are you are supposed to make very good use of that translation budget. And I think that, by analyzing the data, it makes you a good, it makes you better in terms of how you use your budget for translation. So I think that those tools are well known for everyone, but I think that everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Great. So we have more questions. Guys, we still have time, so you can write your questions here. How do you manage project communication with multiple freelancers, especially in multilingual projects?
Through the translation management system. So once the content, it can be, I don't know, marketing, could be multimedia, it can be a video. Once that content is completed in English, that moves into a translation management system, and from that point onwards, it's distributed across the different actors in the workflow. So we have translators, we have translation agencies, we have vendors doing different stuff, and everything is centralized through the translation management system. Um, and all the communications are within the system. Um, in 10 years, I think we've had two translation management systems, just because obviously not all TMS might be a good fit for you. So obviously, it's also very important that you make sure that the capacities and the requirements in your localization team can be adapted in that TMS. And I don't think there is a one size fits all for TMS. So it's very important that you scrutinize very well what kind of TMS are you ready to onboard.
Okay. We have, yeah, everybody is saying thank you. Very well structured and insightful presentation. Julio, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And yeah, a couple of more questions. Do you reckon the language industry would be a worth industry to invest in the next 5 years, and why?
Can you say that again?
Do you reckon the language industry would be a worth industry to invest in the next 5 years, and why?
Yes, I totally support that idea. There will always be content, either from one industry or another. There will always be content, and um, some industries might die, or some industry might suffer from the whole situation, but we are seeing other industries just rise in because of the situation. I think there is always opportunity, and if the localization industry is able to quickly identify those industries, there is always room for investment in the localization industry. So I think that, fortunately for us, the localization industry is a good position. Obviously now it's no one really knows. We've received uh, many surveys lately from research firms, just to see how we are planning to use our budget along the year now with all these uncertainties. And honestly, we don't really know how we're going to manage the situation until we have a clear idea of when the confinement will end, when we'll be able to travel. But I think that, given that we know that once we have a vaccine in place, this will pretty much over. I think this gives us a temporary horizon on the planning for our budget. So totally yes, I think it's worth investing now and in 5 years' time.
Cool. So once again, thank you very much. It was an amazing presentation made by Julio Liel, and thank you for the detailed answers. I hope that our attendees are more than satisfied. We wish you success, and yeah, keep in touch, and stay tuned with our conference. We have more speakers to come.
Okay, thank you for hosting me.
You're welcome. So guys, as you know, we have 4 tracks in our today's conference. They are business, technology, collaboration, and outlook. And the next speech will be in business track, made by Richard Engels. And the topic is modern translation pipeline starts at the end user. So we will run a poll now. So my colleagues will help with that. So you can share your opinion, please. And once again, welcome your friends, welcome your colleagues to join us. Let's make another record for today. And you can join our LinkedIn workspace to answer your questions, to ask your questions, to share your thoughts. to discuss the topics with speakers. Okay, thank you for being so active. Thank you for supporting us. We'll get back in just, I guess, 2 minutes. So take your time. Okay, I hope you had enough time to take another cup of coffee or tea. And now I'm going to introduce the next speaker. So here we are, Rickard Engels is a founder and director of Xilio. He started the company in 2004 and led the company to become an international organization with over 40 employees. Xilio has developed a powerful content integration platform as a service for content integration projects. Gartner awarded it Cool Vendor in 2017. With this technology and its content migration services, Xilio helps organizations worldwide to free their content and get the most value out of it, regardless of where it resides. We help enterprises working in the localization and translation industry to solve the connectivity and automation challenges they are facing, Rickard said. Hello, Rickard. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Very pleased to be here.
You're welcome. How's it going?
Good, very good. Very interesting so far. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, so you're also checking these messages in chat, and the previous presenter was so good in timing, so you have several minutes extra.
Perfect.
Cool. So are you ready to share the screen and start the presentation?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, cool. So just a remind to the attendees, guys, ask your questions in this QA tab and join our Slack workspace. So, Rickard, giving the mic to you.
Thank you very much. I like an interactive kind of. I always like the interactiveness of a webinar. So if there are any questions, please fire them off, and I will try to include them during the presentation. So you don't need to wait with all the questions until the end. They can also come during the presentation itself.
Are you allowing me to interrupt you?
Yes, if you think there's a really good question which is related to the topic that I'm talking about, absolutely do though. Yeah.
I will do my best.
Okay, perfect. So we are relatively new to the localization industry. So let me give you a little bit of background where Xido comes from and what our role is in the localization industry. We started in 2004, 16 years ago, as a migration services company. So we did primarily migrations into Tridion, migrations into Adobe, migrations into Sitecore, etc. Then and we used basically our own software to do that, but we only used it as a services engagement. So we never really sold software. We just provided migration services. Now, then in 2010, we started with with kind of the partner program, and we had partners like Capgemini use our software to do their migrations, and which of course widened the spread a lot. Then in 2017, we saw that the ability for enterprises to migrate everything to, let's say, SharePoint, or migrate everything to Adobe, or migrate everything to Sitecore was nearly impossible. And from a program point of view, from a technical point of view, from a business point of view, it is incredibly complicated with so many content sources around and so many different use cases to migrate everything to a single platform. So we started with the development of our Unified Content API. And basically what the Unified Content API is, it's an interoperability platform between content management systems, which would allow enterprises to migrate what they want and to leave behind what they do not want to migrate. So let's say you have a very specific site in WordPress, but you are trying to consolidate everything into Adobe. Then it might be smarter to leave that single website in WordPress behind, but that you still use some of the publication and the analytics, etc., of the Adobe platform. So that was the initial goal of the development of the Unified Content API. Now, then Gartner thought it was very cool, so they awarded us Cool Vendor in 2017, and we started to offer the software to other software vendors, so that they could integrate our interoperability platform in their offering. And one of the first we approached was SDL, but I actually did not approach SDL. I reached out to Tridion. And because I thought that this content interoperability software as part of the Tridion product would be a really good use case. And Tridion said, thank you very much. That sounds very interesting, but we're not going to use it for Tridion yet. Spoiler alert, now they actually also do. And so now it's also used in Tridion. But we are going to use it for translations. And I said, okay, that's fine. And so they used it for translations because at the end of the day, it's all about connectors basically, and the ability to do certain things in those connectors. We didn't really look into the localization industry a lot more, but then in 2018 we did a deeper look into the localization industry, and we found that there's a huge opportunity for an integration platform. Basically, what we saw was there was a lot of, let's say, custom built connectors, a lot of, let's say, old technology. So we decided to offer our connector platform more for the localization industry, and we partnered up with Amplexor, Capital, Lilt, etc. But still, it was a technical partnership where these relatively large LSPs with their own technology used our connector platform under the hood to offer their connectors. And then in late 2019, we released the Localization Hub, because the Localization Hub has kind of the main difference between the underlying connectors and the Localization Hub is that the Localization Hub doesn't require technical expertise, and it's really a specific translation middleware that allows you to send content from any content management system to any translation provider, whether that machine translation, whether that is terminology management, whether that's a TMS, or whether that is directly to an LSP. So the localization hub is basically the middleware on top of that connector platform. And right now we released 2 days ago, actually, it's very exciting news. We released a market space, and with the marketplace, we really want to provide an ecosystem approach so that any translation technology can reuse all our connectors, and the integrated technologies also become interoperable with each other. So that's a very cool, new, exciting, exciting initiative, and I'm very pleased to inform the audience here about it. And I welcome you to check it out. Now, let's go further on what the modern translation, and then a little bit, actually, a little bit more about the self-promotion. So the clients that we serve, we are based in the Netherlands, but we've always served a lot of international clients because of our specific migration expertise. So there are big clients like Moody's in the States and Coles and the Financial Conduct Authority, and but also smaller clients, of course, where there's not such a so it doesn't need to be that complicated. But the primary but most clients of ours have a relatively complicated content landscape and really profit from the fact that they can automate certain things. Now let's get back to the presentation at hand. My statement is we live in an ecosystem economy. But if we and as I still consider myself an outsider, I still consider myself more from the digital marketing world than from the translation world, because of course we're in the digital marketing for 16 years. We still do those migrations, and we're only in the translation world for about 3 years. I want to take you on a little bit of a journey. What happened in the digital marketing industry from a software point of view? Now, from 1990 to 2010, it was all enterprise suites. It was all Oracle, IBM, and basically it was enterprise suites, relationship sales. The slogan, of course, was nobody gets fired for hiring IBM, and that is how sales was done. Yeah? So it was basically give me a big check, and I solve all your problems. Then in 2010, with the rise of the internet, it was much more important that things became open, so it became platforms. And sales was mostly driven by solution engineers. So you needed to do a pilot, and you needed to show that your solution could be integrated into the architecture of the enterprise. Then in 2015, with the rise of the cloud, it really became API first. It really became a developer sales where developers were trying the product, and it was of course still the business that was deciding, but the developer had the right to say no. So it really became a developer product because, of course, in the marketing world, everything needed to be integrated with each other. And if a developer could not integrate it, if it was not API first, it was kind of pointless. And the rise of the API has led to the existence of ecosystems. Right now, we're in the age of ecosystem sales. So my point is here that in the localization industry, nearly every event, the rise of machine translation is the predominant factor to actually talk about. And what I'm saying is machine translation is just an acceleration of the existing process. It's the same process, just done faster. Of course, a lot faster and has massive impact, but in fact, it's the same process. What really is changing and will change the localization industry is cloud, because cloud favors API first and open. And cloud triggered the start and possibility of ecosystems. And that changes business models. And that has a much bigger impact. Now, if I then look back at the translation ecosystem, then I think we can all agree that translation is still mainly driven by relationship sales. And as a result of the relationship sales driven model, it is also offering enterprise suites. If you look at it, and the problem is then, and the following problem kind of it looks, of course, it all depends on your point of view, but because the top 1 till 5 in the world all offer enterprise suites, they all offer everything. It's all, in my view, not the best technology, because of course, if you offer everything, it can never be really good. But it is seen as the road to success. So the top 6 till 30 are following that path. So in essence, the translation technology is still in 1990 to 2010. It still has the road to go to platforms, to API first, to ecosystems. And I think that has to change. That has to change, because there are more things happening in the world. If you take a system like SharePoint, now I have done migrations. We have done migrations for the last 15 years, and so we know all these content management systems inside out. I can tell you that Office 365 that everybody is using has absolutely not a single line of code, or maybe a little bit of line, but hardly anything to do in the core architecture compared to SharePoint 2013. Nothing. Nothing. SharePoint 2013 is an evolution from SharePoint 10. From SharePoint 2010 is an evolution from SharePoint 2007. Is an evolution of SharePoint 2003. Is an evolution of Microsoft Content Management Server 2002. It's all an evolution built on the same code base. Office 365 is rebuilt from scratch. What I'm saying is that if you want to build an API first cloud solution, all top enterprise application vendors have rebuilt their application framework, or their application, their products from the ground up. And that is why it is capable to deal with an API first ecosystem. And that is why, because it's made for the cloud. Now, I don't want to judge the current translation technology too much, but putting 1995 technology on someone else's hardware and call it cloud is not what is meant with cloud. It is really just old technology with a little bit of shiny features on top of it, deployed on someone else's hardware. You can approach it through the cloud, but it is not API first. It is still, so all the top 90% of the top 10 enterprise application vendors have rebuilt their technology stack from scratch. So this is the biggest difficulty that the incumbent technology players have, and where the new players have a huge advantage. Because new players, of course, by default, have used the latest technology to build their application. And we do not have to worry about old clients, etc., that we still need to support them. So it is incredibly difficult, but there's such a different way of building products now than it was in the past, that it has a massive impact. That's why they started all 8 to 9 years ago with the rebuild of their application framework. Now there's a second.
Sorry for interrupting you. I believe there are two good questions to answer at the moment. The question from Raul. Hi, Richard. Can you please explain the application of your product services for us in simple words? We usually receive requests from customers to translate an app, WordPress, e-commerce platform in a number of languages. With your technology, can we easily do it?
We are focused on content management systems. So GitHub, GitLab, e-commerce systems like Magento, CMS systems like Sitecore and Adobe, file management systems like Nuxeo and SharePoint. That is our forte. We could do software as well, but it is not the best for that.
Okay, good. And there is also a question from Enzo. Can you develop the concept of ecosystem sale?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you develop the concept of ecosystem sale?
Yes, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, I will come back to what an ecosystem actually is in I think 3 or 4 slides.
Great. Okay, so let's move forward.
So why is API first so important? Because without API first, things are not interoperable and information cannot be exchanged. And I was at a Gartner conference in November in 2019, so a couple of months ago, and there were 7,000 CIOs in the room. And Gartner told the 7,000 CIOs, reject any non-API first solution, no matter the price. He said, you have to simply renewing software, which is not API first, hit you in the face. So it might take a little bit of extra money now. It might be painful to say goodbye to your old buddies, but you must not renew non-API first technology. Now, I think the localization industry is quite lucky that it hasn't reached board level approval yet. But of course, this board level imperative can also go down in the organization. So it is incredibly important to have API first technology. It is not something that is simply assessed by just a technology organization. No, it is really incredibly important. I cannot stress it enough and enough. The Gartner, of course, as you know, is the CEO kind of is the CEO whisperer. So so these people listen to what Gartner has to say there. Now, if you take these trends and you look at what the current translation technology landscape looks in the, this is of course not for all translation technology. Of course, there's also a lot of new ones, but I'm talking kind of in general. In general, there are kind of two ways to solve automation within the localization industry at the moment. You either get a spaghetti solution with all kind of like custom integrations between each other. So you kind of glue the solution together and everything is kind of custom. Now, from 2018 to 2020, we sold connectors as an OEM offering to the language industry. So I have had the privilege of having under the hood look in almost like, I think 40 LSPs. I can tell you, it is spaghetti. It's a custom spaghetti. So this is one piece of the solution, or the other alternative solution is a vendor lock-in. So you buy everything from a top layer, and then of course it might be automated, but you're completely locked in and you cannot really leave or adjust. It's just like, this is the box and you need to deal with that box. It might be more automated than the spaghetti, but of course it comes at a price, and the price is that you're no longer flexible and that you're dependent at the mercy of the large provider. Now, what is modern API-powered digital ecosystem? What is really an ecosystem? And I think this was actually 3 slides. So a modern API-powered digital ecosystem has 3 characteristics, 3 main characteristics. It is the main one is it is easy to work with. So for developers from any party, they can integrate with your solution very easily. Good documentation, self-service, easy to discover, etc. So it's very easy for a developer to work with. The second part, which is also incredibly important, it offers new business channels for all providers. So if you have a translation, if you have an ecosystem in the translation world, the actual new business channels might not be that obvious, but any ecosystem creates new business channels. And I actually see it in front of our eyes, because we launched the marketplace, but we had a soft launch already a couple of months earlier, where we integrated already a couple of translation technologies, and new opportunities arise where in context review is combined with a cut tool, etc. So there are new business opportunities where you modernize the whole technology stack. So as part of a modern cloud ecosystem, the second main characteristics is it offers new business channels for every party in the ecosystem. And the third value equation, what is essential about an ecosystem, is that it gives access to unique data and content. Because by combining different data sources, there will be new insights for the end user, which is of course the enterprise client, and more access to unique data, more customers, etc. So it basically triggers new insights and new automation because of that API-powered ecosystem. So the 3 characteristics, that's how the sales is built. Easy to work with for a developer, new business channels for all providers, and new and unique insights for the enterprise client. Now, if I then go back to the situation, or actually go back to the topic of the discussion, which is like a modern translation pipeline starts at the end user. This is another observation from us that I see actually time and time again. If we sell a migration, we always talk directly to the digital marketeer or we talk to the IT department. If a translation is sold, even though the end user is the marketeer, in 99% of the time, it is actually the LSP selling to the localization department. And if it's not the localization department, it's global procurement. So how it works in kind of reality is that the marketeer comes up with their requirements. There's an RFP, and the RFP goes from the localization department to several translation providers, and the translation providers are then offering that, are then basically answering the RFI and hoping to win. Now, and with that relationship sales driven model, or with a price sensitive driven sales because of also because of the global procurement, the marketeer is actually never really included in any discussion. So automation is more like a tick box to win, and instead of that, it is used as a key enabler to drive the translation process. Now, and that has resulted, because of the ignorance of the marketeer, that has resulted that kind of the best case scenario for a marketeer is that he or she has to do 10 clicks to upload content for translation. So the common best use case is kind of a plugin within the CMS, and then within the plugin, which is usually very clumsy, he or she can do like 10 clicks, and then the content ends up at the localization department. Localization department forwards it to the LSP, etc., etc. So then the process actually starts. That's the best use. That's the best case. Best case is 10 clicks. And very often, there is actually not. There's actually not even a plugin, and content needs to be uploaded into a portal, or it needs to be sent by email. I once spoke to a client, to a localization department, and I asked him if there was any need for automation, and he said, "No, we have everything automated." I said, "Can you be more specific?" And he said, like, "Yeah, and I mean, I just receive the content, and then I pass the content to my LSP, or I pass my content to my internal LSP, and once the content is translated, I publish it back into the portal, and the end client can actually download it there." I said, "Oh, but how about the automation for the end user? How do you receive the content?" "No, the end user uploads the content into a portal, enters 12 metadata fields, and then when the content is translated, they can copy paste it back into their own system." I mean, that is automation between the localization department and the translation provider, but that is not automation for the marketeer. Or another example, which I think is actually the strangest. There's a big car producer that has 20,000 websites, and the only way to get content translated for them is to send a Word file. Because the only format the LSP understands is a Word file. I mean, that is not automation. That is not having the end user in mind. So, and within most enterprises, it is still the end user that has most budget, and that is still a key influencer. And of course, we are seeing this over and over again. So I would say it can be a lot better. It can be a lot better. I think that 10 clicks is absolutely not easy at all. Easy, in my view, is 0 clicks. Absolutely 0 clicks. That is easy, because it is nowadays very easy to determine the automation rules, etc. So in my view, what is modern, and what is a modern translation pipeline that starts at the marketeer? The roles between the marketeer and the localization department are basically as follows. The marketeer discusses with the localization department the translation requirements. The localization department sets up the automation rules as a one-click activity. Basically, what this means is that based on content type or based on folder hierarchy, you determine when it needs to be automated, and in which quality, and in which languages, and the required turnaround time. And then you just monitor if there is new content or that the existing content has changed. So you deploy the automation rules once, and that's it. You don't need to do anything, or the marketeer doesn't need to do anything afterwards. If there's something changes, the marketeer would simply inform the localization department, and the localization department simply deploys a new automation rule. But it's all rule-based automation with 0 clicks. You deploy it once and you're done. Now, what does the localization department then do? They provide, of course, invisible translation for all their end clients, for all their end users within the organization. And they then take the project scheduling, the content automation, and they simply select the right provider based on content type, turnaround time, and quality requirements. And what they can do is they can try new innovations to optimize the process. And and then the translation provider, of course, what happens in this scenario? They simply receive the content, and actually, this is a little bit of marketing then, because of the marketplace. Within the marketplace, you can actually offer your services at the marketplace, which then acts as an innovation, of course, for the localization department. And so this is where the localization department can basically browse for additional innovative services. And of course, for the translation providers, it offers the ability to offer this type of automation to their clients. So there's no need to develop your own connectors. You would simply offer the automation through the localization hub at your clients. I see quite some questions, and this was my last slide. So I would like to go to the questions.
Great, very good timing. Thank you, Richard.
You're welcome.
And thank you for providing real examples from your practice. It's very appreciated. And also for your enthusiasm in pushing this automation. It's helping all of us. There are a lot of work that we can focus on since these manual things are automated. So yeah, let's take a look at the question from Doug Stroke. It's a bit long message here, but it looks interesting. So would you like me to read this, or you see it by itself?
No, I don't see it, but maybe I can try if I can see it as well, because I don't see it right now.
Okay, yeah, it's in chat.
Oh, I see it. Is it in okay, well, hold on, maybe I can see it.
Yeah, so let me know if you want me to read this, or you will read it yourself.
Oh yeah. Can you please explain the application of your product service for us in simple words? We usually receive requests from customers to translate an app WordPress e-commerce platform in different languages.
We've already answered that one. No, we've already answered that one.
Okay.
So here it is. Let me read it. At GLTAC, we have an API and are tightly integrated with MemoQ, but the clients struggle with their own internal processes that are barriers to true integration. Source content errors also prevent more automation. In a perfect world, yes, 0 clicks is an admirable goal. Always exceptions in automated processes that break the process. How does the platform handle that?
Yes, very, very good question. So the main thing from an architectural point of view between the current way connectors are working and the way we have developed the connectors is we have decoupled basically the actual connector from the translation technology. And so it is split. There's no direct connection between MemoQ and connectors. No, we have connectors, then we have middleware. That's where the content resides. That's where the content ends up. And then you have entry and access points to integrate with MemoQ or with any other custom solution that you have. And we have three ways to integrate your translation technology into the localization hub. So as a result of that, there is no problem that certain information needs to go to MemoQ or something like that. That is all possible because it is decoupled. So you have basically an entry point, and that entry point you connect with your MemoQ instance. That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question: how do you deal with exceptions? That's a very, very good question. The reason why connectors break, why custom connectors break, is because they're built as a one-off assignment. I have seen every connector that has been developed by, as I said, 40 LSPs. I can tell you, it's not software. It's custom code. It's custom code. It's not supposed to last. There's no automation in it. They built a connector in 5 days, 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, whatever. We built an application framework. And to be honest, there is one top player that has also the same quality connector. So it's not only us, but it's about how much emphasis as an LSP do you put on your connectors. If you think you can build it in like 10 days and you worry that it breaks afterwards, you already started on the wrong foot. We have 27 connectors. We have not built a connector under 1300 hours. I would have wished we can do it faster, but any productized connector that we deploy takes 1300 hours. Now, because it has taken 1300 hours, we made the abstraction on the metadata level, which means that if there are exceptions handled, it is probably actually already taken care of because of the different layers of integration. So that is the technical answer. I hope it's not too technical, but it's just kind of business logic. If you build a TMS tool, you do not have the product capacity to spend 1300 hours on a connector development. You simply do not have the time because you sell a TMS, you don't sell a connector. So when you have a connector, you simply send a consultant quickly to the client, deploy something, hack something together, put it on your website and say, I have a connector. And then you worry why it breaks two years later or 2 months later, or why it cannot handle the exception. Because of course it's not been designed like that. Now, so that's the technical part of the answer. And now on the functional side, how you deal with it, it is you do not assume you can automate everything. What you try to automate is that you try to automate as much as possible, but within the localization hub, you actually have access to all the systems anyway that are visible through a very easy to use interface. So if there's an exception needed, you simply navigate and select that content and send that for translation. So you cannot exclude exceptions. You just, what you have to do is you have to provide a framework that the localization department can quickly implement that exception in the same fashion.
Very detailed. Thank you very much. By the way, guys, we are recording the entire conference, so you will be able to listen to Rickard answers carefully later. And we are going next. If you allow me, I have one small question from my side. Any plans to make a connector to SmartCat?
Yes, actually, it's already in the works.
Nice. So we can announce it.
It is already in the works, and yes, no, SmartCat is already in the works. It's a fantastic tool and will offer a lot more automation possibilities that were unseen before. I mean, I think that SmartCat will be probably one of the proof points of an ecosystem model. Because by combining Lockup with SmartCat, we can probably offer more automation that was seen now.
Rickard, thank you very much. Guys, it was not planned, so it's just the question came from my head. And thank you for this answer, Rickard. Let's take a look at another question from David. What if the marketer works in Excel spreadsheets, Word docs, and not any CMS? Marketing department in my company loves preparing contents in Excel spreadsheets.
Yeah, that's fine. So we have actually all connectors as well to file storage systems like SharePoint or Dropbox or Box or even network drive. So you can include it in that. It follows the same principle. It's just files and content that is stored somewhere. So in the beginning of the webinar, there was a question like, what kind of content do you translate? And I said like, we're not the best in software applications. But it needs to be some kind of content repository where there is a structure around the content. So a content repository is a simple box folder or a network folder, or it can be a more complicated system like a content management system. For us, it is still kind of a file stored somewhere, either an HTML file, PDF file, Word file, Excel file, that needs to be retrieved and that needs to be sent for translation through an automated process.
Great. So, folks, any more questions to Rickard? A fascinating insight. Thank you. Came back. It might have been my okay. Some issues with the sound. On okay, David is saying thank you for the answer. Looks like yeah, we are good. No questions so far. Then let's wrap up. Rickard, thank you very much for this insightful presentation and very good timing. We appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you again, and stay tuned, and let's wait for the next attendees and speakers and panel discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Okay, so we are now ready to turn on the next poll. Guys, please tell us your opinion about the speech that you have heard. Here you are. Good. So I will give you 1 minute to vote. Many positive feedback. Thank you very much. Okay, so folks, reminding you about our Slack workspace, where you can ask your questions and talk to the speakers and share your thoughts and opinions. So it's bit.ly/log from home. Welcome, and we would like to see more of you there. Yeah, so we have an intensive networking happening here right now. Don't miss it. So guys, we have reached 1,000 attendees, unique attendees, and yeah, let's make another record. Let's have 10,000. Oh, sorry, 10,000, 2,000 attendees here on the conference. We have many people registered, and let's engage more new people. So share the information about the conference in LinkedIn, engaging you again. Use your Facebook, and yeah, let's have more people listening to these amazing speeches and speakers. So guys, so we are going to prepare for the second panel discussion, which will be moderating by Anne-Marie, and we'll get back to you soon. So take your time. You have around 10 minutes to make another cup of coffee or tea, and I'm going to prepare my matcha. Thank you. Talk to you soon. Hello again. Folks, I hope you had enough time to have a small break. And I'm going to introduce our next moderator of the second panel discussion today, Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, are you with us? Can you hear me well?
I can hear you very well. I just need to start my video.
Good. Long time no see. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. Considering the craziness going around us, I'm still doing very well. Thank you.
Yeah, Stay positive always. Okay, so I think that our panelists are joining us right now, right? Okay,
I
we see
hope so
Christoph
too.
joined. Yes. Hello, Christoph.
Hi there.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Good answer. Okay, more people. Cecilia, hello.
Hello.
Yes. Guys, so we're waiting for Diego. Oh, Diego is here.
I am.
Ooh.
Yes, and
Yes, I am. Hello.
hello, Diego. And Katya. Yeah, great. So all the panelists are here with us. Anne-Marie, I'm giving the virtual mic to you, so you can start the second panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Max. I hope all our listeners and participants are well and safe, and that you can care for your nearest and dearest in a safe manner, regardless of what that might entail. We live in a crazy world for sure, and the world has been impacted in different ways. And this panel is about talking a little bit about the challenges and opportunities that we see now in these times of COVID-19. In case you don't know me, my name is Anne-Marie Colliander-Lind. I'm the owner of Increase. It's a management consulting company based in Sweden that assists companies in the language industry, primarily in the growth and development strategies. Some of you might also recognize me from the conference circus, as I'm deeply involved in LocWorld, and also the NTIF, Nordic Translation and Interpretation Forum. As you can imagine, the ladder of my business line is severely impacted by the situation that we currently have. But despite that, I'm busier than ever. And that's one of the things that I think we can bring up in our panel today. How is that? How is that happening? That business might decrease, but we are all super busy. I have 4 distinguished panelists from the European language industry here with me today, and I will start by introducing them in how I see them from my left. I don't know how you see them, but I'm going to start with Krzysztof Sadunovsky, Chris for short, makes things easier. Owner of Somalingua Technologies based in beautiful Krakow, Poland. Hello, Chris, how are you?
Hi, Anne-Marie, thanks. I'm doing okay. I hope you are all okay, and thank you for hosting me.
Can you tell me a little bit about your company in very short words?
Yes, so we're a medium-sized multilingual data management company originally from Poland. We provide localization services, managed services, and data services, serving our customers in across 4 verticals: IT, e-commerce, e-learning, and life sciences, out of 9 offices, and we're about 250 people with a run rate revenue of about $25 million.
Thank you, Chris. Second panelist, somewhat closer to me geographically, Cecilia Enbeck, owner of Translator Scandinavia in Stockholm, Sweden. How are you today, Cecilia?
I'm fine. It's a lovely spring day here in Stockholm, at least. So I've been out. I don't have any socks on for the first time, which is fantastic.
Tell us a little bit about your company.
We are, I would also say, a mid-sized Swedish LSP, but we're much smaller than Chris. So we have about 3 million euros in revenues and employ 15 people. We have 1 office in Stockholm. Our customer base is mainly, or is half for translation companies, and half for their end clients. And we also do have a lot of diversification in our offering. So we do life science, we do marketing, we do e-commerce, we do whatever our clients want us to do. A lot of educational or editorial materials.
Very well. Third panelist here, Diego Creseri from Italy. And I'm sorry to say that I don't know which city you are based on, but I know your company is Creative Words. How are you today, Diego?
I'm pretty fine, thank you very much. We are based in Genoa, by the way. Yeah, and I'm actually in the office today.
So you had a commute today?
I had to commute today, yes. I had to. I was forced. And yeah, we are Creative Words. We are a very small translation company based in Italy, 1.2 million euros in revenue. We do localization. We do a lot of machine translation post-editing, which is what I always talk about. And in different industries, e-commerce, IT, and many others. And we do other services as well. We don't do interpreting for now.
Are you also a hybrid company, meaning that you serve both end clients as well as MLVs, like
well,
Cecilia?
I would say that probably 80% of our business comes from MLVs and 20% from end customers.
Okay, thank you very much, Diego. And Katja, how are you today? You are the owner.
Can you hear me well?
We can hear you very well. You are the owner of Delingua, based in Helsinki, Finland, Katja Virtanen. And please tell us a little bit about your company.
Yes. So hello, everybody. Greetings from Helsinki. So Delingua is a mid-sized company, but actually it's well, one of the largest in Finland. Really, this is a small country and a small LSPs as well. And we have a revenue of around 5 million euro. And we only serve end customers in translations, interpreting, and a little bit of language training. And I'm also here in the office right now. We have an open space office, and I'm here with 2 colleagues. The rest of the people are working from home. And in this open space, we are basically, sitting really socially distancing from one another.
Very well. Thank you very much, all 4 of you, for joining us today. Thank you, SmartCat, for giving us this opportunity to tell the world a little bit about our situations.
You're welcome. Our pleasure.
So I wanted to start with a little statement. I mean, we had a conversation, me and the panelists last week, discussing what we wanted to get out of this panel. And we have all seen the surveys going around from different research companies in our space. We see predictions, high and low, but most of them shows that the LSPs suffer. But when we discussed that, you didn't feel the same. So why don't you shed some light over the current situation in your respective companies? Would you like to start, Katja?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's because of what we focus on, but we haven't seen yet so much difference. Little bit slower days, some drop in orders, but actually, especially in the beginning, we did a lot of crisis communication. We have also had interpreters in the press conferences of the government. So basically, first there was a lot of work. It actually reminded us a little bit of the GDPR times. So it was good. So what we don't know is where this is all heading, how long this is going to last, and what's going to be there in September. But basically, our biggest problem at the moment is that we have charged that around 20% of our customers, because we only work with end customers, and our end customers are in marketing and in private sector, basically. So they are laid off temporarily. So that's a bit of a problem, because when your customers are not there, they don't bring you orders. But we want to keep good contact with them, and try to keep those customers so that once they will be back, they will come back to us.
Diego, Italy was hit first, I would say, here, at least in Europe. How is the situation for you? We have a little bit of a longer perspective of the actual crisis.
As Katja said, some of our customers are closed at the moment, so they're not really working. And we had actually some customers which diminished their volumes towards us, really, especially travel companies. I mean, the MLVs work with travel companies, I would say, and a couple of other clients as well. Other than that, we haven't seen any decrease, any huge decrease. I think we are in line with last year's last quarter. So it's pretty good. I would say, of course, I wanted to grow badly, but we are not growing that much as I wanted to. I think we are stable, which is, I think, very good compared to other industries or other companies I know of in the language industry. So it's quite positive. I also don't know where it's heading, but I'm positive it will end very soon.
Mm-hmm.
I can say.
Cecilia, what is the situation in Sweden?
It's varied. It depends on if you're an interpreting company, you have lost quite a lot because there are no community interpreting, especially because that's a big thing in Sweden. For us as the company, we still have not had we've seen that people are not ordering that much. The phone isn't ringing anymore, but it doesn't matter because it's here by me at the office switchboard. We have seen we've received a few new clients, and but we have not lost any jobs as far as we can see. I think though that what they are ordering are, as Katja said, are more crisis related information. That's what we are seeing, a lot of that. It's like the GDPR 2 years ago. And I'm not sure how we should interpret the situation. So we are sort of sitting calm in our boat at the moment and not doing anything, just monitoring very closely what is happening. And also, of course, seeing what our customers give, the information they give. But yeah, it's hard to know where things are going. But I talked to the media localization companies in Sweden that do subtitling, and they are busier than ever because they have a lot of more, what do you call them, that when you sign news text, for, where you type text news texts, for instance, and also when a lot of series coming, people spend more time looking at videos and they want to have them subtitled, so they are quite busy. The interpreting companies, as I said, they have lost, but they have not. It had gained. I talked to one of the companies, and they started last week. It was up again. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Chris, in Poland, how does it look like in Poland when it comes to your company at Sumalingua, and what do you know about your peers in the country?
Yes, so I don't want to be this optimistic. I think the industry will suffer a delayed ignition effect because I think that's the nature of our services. They're rather pre-booked. I think the billings in Q1 have been booked prior to COVID mainly, unless you're an interpreting company or you're mainly in conferences and things like that. But I think we also had a very good quarter. We have our numbers are public. We've posted 35% year-on-year growth, which is good for us, especially given the 2 acquisitions we've closed in December. But I don't want to be optimistic. I think I would rather brace for impact and be positively surprised. I think that will be the nature, and I think that pattern is also similar to other larger LSPs. We've seen RWS, TransPerfect posting. We saw SDL's comment to their financial statements or financial results. I think that pattern is somehow repeated there. So we're also lucky to be in the, what I would say, COVID, good verticals, I would say, IT, life sciences, e-learning. We virtually do no interpreting. We also work with blue chip customers, rather larger programs. So not so much a long tail of smaller accounts. Most of our revenue, almost 60% of our revenue is in the US. I think we do 6-7% of revenue in Poland, a significant chunk in Scandinavia, but only e-commerce, or mainly e-commerce as well. So I think we're on the safe side, but again, I would wait till the end of Q2 and see where the industry is heading and what the habits of the buyers will be in May, June, July to actually judge the effect.
Yeah, but that's the same thing I think we see everywhere, that you can't do any things now, and it's also guessing. Of course, educated guesses depending on where you come from, but of course it's challenging for us all, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, what I forgot to say is that we work with many communication agencies, and I find that some companies are taking the time to revamp their website, for instance, and this is getting us much work in the moment.
Mm. And Katja, any comment from you? I mean, I know you have a diverse set of language services spanning all the way from translation to interpretation. Have you seen a shift in the balance of the revenue, where it's coming from?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, we all know that on-site interpreting is basically called off. But like I said, then there are press conferences where we can help. But really, I know that a lot of migration meetings, court hearings, they've been cancelled. So a lot of interpreting is basically gone, or at least on hold. But in translation, I think like my company does a lot of investor relations, for example, and that comes from the legislation. So basically, those will be done anyways. So maybe bigger projects will be put on hold, but I don't think they will be cancelled necessarily. So I think it's actually, for us, it's pretty much business as usual. But I know from other LSPs that I've spoken to that, for example, those LSPs in Finland that have larger contracts with EU, for example, they have suffered in that sense at least. And then, of course, those that have only interpreting, for example, those have suffered. I don't know really well if they're doing, if they have managed to organize the remote interpreting, instead of the on-site interpreting. But yeah, it varies depending on your focus.
Yes. So to the audience, I had decided to try and take questions during the panel conversation instead of waiting until we exhausted our own experiences. So I will jump in with the question that we have received from, and excuse me if I don't pronounce your name correctly, Burso Demirers from Heliocode Translations. Asking the panelists, in this case you, Katja, involved in the interpretation sector, has any of you started receiving any remote interpretation requests, and have you tried marketing remote interpretation in the last months? I really wonder about the client's approach to remote interpretation in different countries as a general opinion and as a means to see this sector's future a little bit. And I know from Sweden that, I mean, governments typically move very slowly. It's not, they cannot shift overnight. They have contracts in place already for one type of interpreting. So in that sector, things move very slowly. Have you any other insights, Katja, to share with Burso?
Yeah, well, the thing is that what happened with customers is that because we do a lot of conference interpreting, like large conferences and seminars, and it's really interesting because in those, usually the customers, they don't want to use remote interpreting. They don't trust it, they're not used to it, they don't like it, whatever. And also the interpreters are not so keen on using remote interpreting. But what happened now is that obviously everybody's forced either to cancel the meeting, the conference, or you start looking at these new possibilities. And I can see in both customers and in interpreters, all of a sudden there is a huge interest in remote interpreting. But of course, for customers, that's not so, they can't organize it that quickly. They don't know the systems. But of course, we have also looked into that. And I know, Anne-Marie, you're going to ask us later if there's anything we could have done to prepare for this. I can say we could have probably done more marketing for remote interpreting. We haven't done that, but however, we are coping now, and I know we have already solutions ready for that. And I also know from customer side that some of the, for example, annual meetings, they've all cancelled. Also because the legislation said that you can't have meetings like this. But those annual meetings of listed companies that were canceled, actually now a lot of them are back to our calendars. And instead of maybe remote interpreting tools, what they do is that they have like an empty room where they only have the company people, and the shareholders are not there, they are remotely, and so they have only the company people and the interpreters there in the booth. So that's not strictly said, that's not remote interpreting really, because the interpreters are there, they are not sitting remotely. But at least they are approaching RSI.
It's an adjustment to the
Yes.
situation.
Yes.
One question for you, Cecilia, I'll just jump in with that one as well. It's from Noelia Garasevich. I know she's based in Sweden. She's asking, have you seen a change and the government adapting their messages and communication to more languages or not yet? Do you think there will be an increase in assignments ordered to adapt Swedish communication to an increasingly multicultural Sweden? Thanks, from a translator based in Sweden, as you can imagine.
And I would say to Noella that I hope so, but I don't know, because we do very little governmental information, so we don't have that type of conflicts. But I know that people it's been a frustration among quite a lot of language people saying that why aren't there some coordination between how they communicate? Why are they sharing links to pages that are not working and sharing information to maybe another language that's not relevant for this kind of thing? But I hope you're right. I would love to see a more diverse Sweden with more multilingual communication, especially for the immigration languages. And why not take this opportunity of doing it now during this time? I hope so, but we have not seen in my business that much higher demand for translations into the other languages. Some into Arabic, but that's mainly Arabic.
Yeah, and there I know that this is also a lot of volunteer work going on,
Absolutely.
at least in
Absolutely.
Sweden, which is absolutely amazing that the community steps up and help, but it's also something that sometimes we probably wish that they turned into professional translation agency instead of outsourcing that to people without the skills.
And we've also noticed, especially in the Stockholm region, where there is a large group north of Stockholm that has full of immigrants, and they have the information have not reached them about this in their own languages. So it's a disaster, I would say, a human catastrophe for them to not be able to find the information needed, and also to be sick and not understanding what's happening and don't know when to get the right treatment because of language problems. So it's
and they might not even be allowed to have an interpreter in place.
No.
For you, Christoph, I have a question that is related to sales, and I do know that you have quite a large sales team in your company. How do you approach direct business with the current climate? How do you sell? Do you sell?
Yes, we continue all our sales initiatives. We have not stopped. Probably targeting, marketing, I would say. Sales are not so affected. I would say marketing is slightly affected because we've reshifted communication. Some of it we've stopped as we saw there's just a little point in targeting certain groups of companies or verticals at the moment. So sales are rather, like I said, the nature of our business, mainly based on periodical RFQs, larger RFQs. So these are, if they're postponed, we just can't submit an RFQ, but it's rather a longer cycle anyway. So all our sales initiatives are ongoing. We barely do any cold calling and ad hoc business. But yeah, there is certainly a focus on our existing customers and making sure we even over communicate with them and try to forecast and predict their pipeline of projects and these larger programs. It's as we're quite dependent on them. It is important to understand where our customers are going. We do track what we call a lost revenue or postponed revenue. So we have a tracker of all projects that were somehow affected by COVID. We do track their value, and we want to follow up and see where they end up. Some of them will be reinitiated. This week, we've actually seen first project that got unfrozen. It was a project by one of our largest customers in the US that was put on hold a few weeks ago, and now they've decided to reopen this initiative. We've placed 2 resources to manage it. So yeah.
Very good. You mentioned something here really important, and that is, I mean, you even do more. And this is an impression that I have, that in these times, we tend to need to do more for less. I mean, this is not only in business, but it's also for our neighbors, for people around us. When we go to the supermarket, we need to put that extra effort into things, and it doesn't have to be less monetary value or more monetary value, but we have to over deliver. Do you agree with that? Diego, how do you see that?
Well, of course, everybody is experiencing longer working hours, even if some volume has stopped. So I fully agree that we need to do more. We do more account management. We talk about more with customers, with freelancers, with vendors. So it's indeed a busy period, even if some volumes have dropped. We are doing a lot of more than before. So from one side, you fear that you might lose some revenue, but I wish I could hire more people, other than like stay as we are. So it's difficult. It's very busy. It's true. Yeah.
Cecilia, do you agree? Do you do more for less?
Yes, we work a lot. So and I also think you have to go that extra mile to get the job or to make the customer happy. But it's also easier when we had our pre-chats. It's also easier to contact people. It's also easier to get to contact them and say, you always start with, how are you? Are you well? And that sort of personal note gives a lot of extra thoughts at the moment. And I think it builds relationship, and something good can come out of that as well.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that we work more, but for the moment being, we don't work for less. I mean, we have not received any decrease in price from customers, just a couple of them. I think it would have happened in any case.
Yeah. I'm going to come back to the price pressure in a little bit. We have a question here from Gaetan, 6 continents in France. Are you considering taking the opportunity of your team being less busy to either diversify your services, train your team to new technologies, MT automation, etc., or new marketing sales strategy techniques, or ask the team members to change their role within your company? How do you reorganize and prepare for the future and potential upcoming peak? It was a long question, but I think very relevant to the topic. Any ideas? How about you, Katja? Are you looking into new services or reallocating your team members to become or learn new skills to become something that they are not already?
Yeah, well, of course, I mean, there are always development plans. And of course, we have those. Nothing has changed, because when you are a company that all the time things are going on, we are all the time developing ourselves. So we are not all of a sudden in a new situation, really. Those development plans are still there. Whether we have now time to carry them out, that's a different question, because we really are busy. But maybe what I wanted to say something to what you were talking about earlier about I believe positive vibes come out of concrete measures, really. So you have to do more, but it's not about really the quantity that you bombard your customers with emails and marketing and send them out newsletters about remote working tips and stuff like that everybody's doing. The thing is that how do you really stand out? And another thing is also, how do you build trust? What Cecilia says. So now it's really about quality of doing things, because when you have less time and less possibilities, then you have to concentrate on the quality. But and this also actually applies to Gaetan's question. That was a long question with a lot of measures. So basically now it's not the time in my opinion, to do all kinds of things and get involved in all kinds of activities and development plans, but really think, what is it that you can do to get you out of this crisis even stronger? What will help you to be stronger after this is over? And how can you build trust during this time? That's what I think.
Yeah, because we all want to be there. We want
Yeah.
to stay alive. I mean, it's stay healthy and stay alive. That's what we want to do.
Yeah.
And we want to keep our people as well, and the freelance community and the partners and the clients, of course. So we need to be there for each other.
Yeah, that was one of the questions that I wanted to ask you. I mean, how do we secure the talent, that the talent will still be there? I mean, if business goes down, if volumes go down, because I listened to another presentation yesterday, and out of, I think it was almost 1,300 freelancers, 46% reported that they had a loss in revenue, and a significant loss in revenue and in volumes. So how can we secure that this talent will still be around when the peak comes? Because it will come. I'm convinced of that. And this relates both to internal staff and your vendors and freelancers.
Yeah, for if I can start then with, for freelancers, we've decided that we should do we should do a spread. We should sort of see where we put our eggs, and we should distribute them, and not just to put everything on the same vendor that we always do, because out of its practical reasons, but we want to have them all there when we go back. So maybe one gets a little bit less, but it's more evenly distributed. And it's the same with the staff in-house. We try to distribute because some work like hell still, and they have so much to do. But then when someone else has a little less, then just say, what can you do in the time that you're not fully occupied? How can you help your colleagues? Can you do TM maintenance? Can you do checking whatever things that needs to be done for your clients? Can you do checkups with vendors, whatever? So be creative.
Chris, do you agree, or do you have a different approach?
Well, I would say that first of all, it's very difficult to predict nowadays. So I would really focus on what is really important rather than planning and strategizing on futuristic ideas, because we just don't know. I think the shanty town will not be rebuilt the same way, So I think that's really difficult to predict. But I also think that we really have to be careful, because everybody will remember how we reacted these days. So I think these trade-offs, like letting people go or some cuts that we need to take, we just have to be very mindful and cautious about this, because people will remember. On the other hand, I think it's one of these times that I'm just in awe of how ingenious and creative mankind is. I mean, we're literally, we've completed initiatives that we couldn't complete for 3 years. We've completed them in 2 weeks, right? Or we now have huge factories and IT companies run out of kitchens, right? And where huge universities going e-learning, stuff that they couldn't achieve in years. So I'm just in awe of how this situation is reinventing us, and I think the world will be very different. It will be better, I think. Doing more with less, frugality, one of the principles of innovation that's so close to me. I think that's the way to go.
I will shoot another question at you, Chris, since you are at it. Monier Sydney is asking, well, it's for everyone, but I think I'll start with you. Don't you think this crisis is an opportunity for the AI and automation system rather than human being?
Absolutely, I absolutely think so. And we see some of the large corporations putting more money than ever into 2 initiatives. One of them is climate change. I'm really impressed by BP, for example. BP have doubled their commitment to fighting the climate change. These times, they've actually reduced some of their folks' salaries and froze all hikes, and yet they've doubled their commitment to climate change. So I think that's impressive. And I also think AI and technology automation in general. I don't think, like I said, I don't think all these folks who've been sent home will return to work, because I think AI will replace some of these labor heavy jobs faster than ever. We see Samsung putting $25 billion into a new automation fund, one of our largest customers as well. We're closely following this initiative, so I think that's amazing. And I would also, we've seen these surveys that, you know, this industry or this vertical will be affected more. I think we're all gladly not infected by the virus, but we're all affected by the virus. And I think these verticals or industries that will come out stronger, it's not really vertical specific. I would say it's company specific. We've seen the Kodaks and the Nokias going out of business virtually overnight. And it wasn't related to any virus. So now obviously that stimulus is a little bit from the outside, but I think these the companies who can reinvent themselves, who can automate, who can be creative, I think, be it from the automotive industry, you know, or marketing or conference industry, very affected by the outcome of COVID, doesn't matter. They will come out stronger. We'll see some new leaders coming out at the other side of the tunnel.
Thank you very much, Chris. That's very wise. Yeah. I wanted to ask you then the question that Katja already a little bit mentioned already. If there's anything in your companies, any developments, investments, precautions that you have done in the past that you can really now sense paid off. And I'm thinking about you, Diego, because you said initially that you do a lot of machine translation and post editing, which is closely related to the previous question. Is there anything that you have done that make you stand stronger right
Actually,
now?
no. There are many things that I wish I had done, but no. For instance, we were not ready really for remote working, which sounds really basic, but we were not ready because this is something I had in mind for long, but I didn't implement anything. We did it overnight, basically, even before there was the lockdown in Italy, but we were not ready for that. Machine translation and automation has been in my vision since the start of my company, so we were ready for that. We do a lot of that, but it was not planned, any part of any contingency plan at all. So I would say remote working, and I wish I was more prepared for that, because I don't think it's really true that it's like working from the office. It's not for us. It's not. I'm not talking only about technical issues. I think you need to get used to it, and I wish we were used to it before this crisis. This is why we're thinking of going back to the office very soon.
How about you, Cecilia?
We talked about this this morning, actually, my partner Carolina and me, and we said that the best thing that we did was actually getting ISO certified 2 years ago. ISO 9001, that is, because we had thought about not the COVID crisis, but we've had done a lot of things in crisis management and crisis predictions and checking out possibilities and opportunities and potential threats and everything like that. So we were, I mean, at the time we didn't think it was necessary, but now seeing how prepared we got out of it, we're very happy we did it, actually. So that was our best thing, I think.
But you do have to update the instructions on where to meet if there's a fire, right?
Yes. Because it's not relevant anymore.
Have you encountered any other problems apart from that with your whole team working remotely?
Yeah, maybe that we can't reach everyone. I mean, we have chat discussions with the people over via Teams, and we also have a cyber coffee break, a cyber fika every morning. But not everyone is interested in joining that. So I actually have a few people that have not been visible since 9th of March. So, which is a bit sad. I mean, I chat with them, but I have not seen them, which is, so I really like the camera. I really like to see what they're doing, but they are not. So that's something I wish maybe we could have had that type of thing in our crisis management plan or whatever it's called, that we should have had a structure for online meetings, but we don't. So we are actually taking out that at the moment. So.
And I know you mentioned to me several weeks ago that you also made an initiative that your staff members could bring whatever equipment they wanted from, I mean, not everything, but I mean, anything that could ease your working position.
Yeah. And did they do it? And did they do it? No.
Okay. You gave them the opportunity at least.
Yes.
And I think that was a very smart move, because what we don't want now is that people come back with like pains and tennis elbows and.
No, but I actually asked a few days ago, just also sort of preparatory for this talk, that what they most missed, and it was the desks that they can, what do you call them, the rising desks, that they can, the stand-up desks. So that's actually what they're most missing.
How about you, Katja?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to come back to what Chris said and to your question about automation, which was a while back. But it's difficult to ask for a floor here. But anyways, I mean, we all know that, over the 3 recessions that have occurred in the past 30 years, we know that pace of automation has increased in each or after each. And we all know that, anywhere you go now, you see new inventions. It's like really the time for new inventions. But one thing that I haven't heard today, maybe I wasn't listening to all sessions earlier, but I think what we're going to see is like a huge reappreciation and revival of human interaction, because there is such thing as too much technology. So if we have platforms, automation, technology everywhere, people are really going to need that personalized service. And I think those who will be winners out of all this are those who combine it best.
And this is very much aligned with what Sarah Maria said in a very early presentation this morning, very good one. She was talking about that the relationship building is so important. And this might be, I mean, you all represent translation interpreting companies of a certain size. You're not the biggest, you're not the smallest, you're somewhere there in the middle. And the companies that can build the strongest relationships are the one that probably will stand stronger when we come out on the other side, because you have put a lot of effort. And maybe we'll come back to that again, that we have to do more to deliver and to overproof our importance in the relationships.
Yeah, I think I'm really saying, sorry, go.
No,
yeah, go.
No, please.
That's the problem. Yeah, I just wanted to reinforce that I think that there is even a niche for those companies that are not so technological, because that's, with so much technology, the more there is, the more, humans are needed. I believe that's just my prediction.
Mm.
Yeah, and also some of the clients aren't ready for all this automation either. So they are happy with emails and sending files and stuff like that. So don't forget those clients.
That's a very important remark, Cecilia. We actually have a question on that note.
Okay.
Mario Chavez is asking, amidst the talk about automation, do you see niches of old-fashioned manual translation or localization not so heavily dependent on the latest technologies? Because I work in one of those niches.
Yes. And I think that you can do whatever you want with automation, of course, but I mean, yeah, we help everyone. I assume that's for us all. I mean, but it depends on also how your company looks like. I mean, we're not the really techie one. We have all the solutions that you can have, and we can do all the techie stuff. But I mean, my staff can do everything, which I assume everyone can. So.
I just want to talk a little bit to the audience again. I hope you will be patient with the fact that we cannot answer all the questions. We have currently 552 listeners and plenty of questions coming in. So I'm trying to find the most relevant one. So if I miss any, we will be able to answer these questions afterwards. We do have a question from Françoise Bajon. in France, Lyon, if I'm not mistaken. She writes, I believe that like in other crises before, translation will not be over affected. Companies that are already international will continue as they will not want to lose this chunk of revenue. And when domestic market slows down, companies will look for increased revenue abroad. Do you share this approach or opinion?
I do share it, Jean-François, I do share it completely. I can see that many companies are thinking about going in foreign countries, opening other markets in order to have differentiation of risks. There's a lot going on in that direction, I think. So absolutely, and market communication for that I just saw a comment with my name. I was distracted. Sorry for that. There's a lot of efforts for internationalization and these kind of things. Companies are looking about in order to differentiate risks. Yeah.
How about you, Chris? Any comments on that?
I think going back to the previous question, I think human will always want to buy from human, and we will want to talk to humans. So I think it will be some sort of a hybrid solution. I think we'll use our lives will be augmented. It's not that they will be replaced. We will not enter the super AI era where everything is AI. We will be augmented to a larger extent. I'm already one of these guys who cannot find the way to my office without using a Google map, right, on my smartphone. So I think we'll just go towards, but I'm still driving the car, right? I'm still the brain. And I think that will just be emphasized, and those who think that we'll all stay at home and continue, I think they're mistaken. As far as our industry is concerned, it is borderless by nature. So I think, and to a large extent, localization is a must-have service, right? Like I said, my company provides other services like data services, and data services mainly data collection, data annotation. We've invested close to $10 million last year into a data collection company in Canada. I think this is booming. I mean, most of our revenue growth is now driven by the demand for data collection, data annotation. Obviously, a lot of these in-field projects get postponed and affected by COVID, but remote collections are just voice-first interaction tools. All the Siris and Bixbys and the like are just booming. So I think, and it is borderless by nature. Many languages, people will want to communicate. People do want to communicate human with human. It is augmented. I think it's not that one is replacing the other. So, and hi, Francois.
Thank you very much, Chris. So why don't we bring the elephant into the room here? I don't know if any of you listened into the panel this morning. It was a great panel, and it was with representatives from Asian companies and language services providers. And Grant Straker was one of them, and he said that he assumed small LSPs will sooner or later run into cash constraints and might stop paying their freelancers. Do we have any comments on price pressure, where the forces are coming from, and should we or should we not push that pressure, potential pressure, down the food chain? Or maybe I should rephrase the question to make it easier for you. Have you experienced any price pressure as of now due to COVID-19? Katja, why don't you start?
No, we haven't. We think some companies will go down that road. Probably those companies that have like large procurement units, those will probably go down that road. But I still come back to my trust and personal human approach. I believe customers will be willing to pay for that service. They want the technology, they want the AI, they want the automation, but they want a trustworthy human approach partner who they can, really rely on. And I think that is what we have done previously. We have aimed to get those customers, and I think we are going to continue that. I think it's really, some companies, they think of the near-term survival thing and they accept those discounts, or customers want discounts, and on the other hand, some LSPs give them discounts because they think of the near-term survival only. But if you want to keep the steady cash flow, keep your customers, improve your service, don't lower your prices. Right?
Diego, you work a lot for MLVs, and I recently got information about a Scandinavian-based MLV reducing their prices. At least it sounded as if it was only temporarily. But have you any experiences from your customers? Are they putting that pressure onto you?
Well, actually, no. I mean, some of our customers have asked us to lower the minimum fees, maybe for COVID-related projects. But this is the direction the market would have taken in any case. I'm talking about the minimum fee being lifted. Some is trying to do that. Usually what we do is we try to work on the processes rather than asking for a rate reduction with our freelancers. We don't do that. So yeah, we try to work more with the in-house staff because we need to keep them busy, our linguists, but we don't put the pressure on rates to our freelancers. We don't do that. I have to say that we didn't get so many requests, other than really specific requests for specific projects. We didn't get many requests to lower our rates, I would say. I'm lucky maybe, but I have good customers probably.
That's good to have good customers. Cecilia or Chris, any comments? Any experience from price pressuring?
I've had, I would say it's one direct and two masked price reductions. So because they say it's something else, but actually it's a price reduction, and they all say it's due to the COVID crisis. And I think that's bullshit, because it doesn't matter that we get paid less for doing the same type of service. So no, we will not accept it. And because, yeah, I'm saying that now, but I think also that as you said before, that it's not, if you start to lower your prices, you will never get them back again. So I don't think it's possible for us to be the same type of company if we start to accept all the discounts.
Very well said. I see many comments here that they applaud your answer, Cecilia. We also have a direct question which is related to price from Jeff Weiser. When should you be willing to lower prices, and when should you hold firm? Maybe that's a more question in general. What do you think, Chris?
I think we're all in this together, and I think these types, it is okay to say that we have a problem, and it is okay to talk to our partners, including vendors, including, again, the nature of our industry, multiple, and the very many freelancers that we work with. And I think as long as we communicate and are transparent about this, it is okay to talk to them. I think it's the way we handle it. It's like I said, everybody will remember the way we reacted to the situation. So these trade-offs, we do have to be very careful about them. I think it is okay to ask your partners if we're suffering, we have a problem here, be very transparent, can you help us? It is rather that we all suffer a bit than that somebody has to suffer a lot. So it is okay to talk to them about this. It is not okay to impose anything. Like we've seen these, I don't want to drop names, but we've seen one particular example in the industry which went viral by imposing rate cuts in a very not done kind of a way, dismissive. So I wouldn't do this. I think we did talk to our largest providers. We did talk to them about a voluntary temporary cut in the rates. We said that, okay, if you help us these times, we will compensate in Q3 and Q4 by what is really important to them, that is early payment. So I think, and some of them have agreed, some of them have not agreed, and it's okay. And all companies are taking different measures. As far as our client base is concerned, we have not seen price reductions per se. mainly, we mainly work on MSAs with larger customers. So that is not that easy to change. Although we did have a number of customers asking for late payments, temporary late payments. So we've just recently, this week, I've spoken with a large German customer whom we've prolonged the payment days from 30 days to 45 days. Initially, they asked for 120 days. But we did have a discussion with them about this and convinced them that 45 should be okay for the two of us. So I think that's the right way to approach this. But I think it's, again, case by case, very specific. I would rather not give advice. It's more about experience sharing these days rather than giving advice, because it's just very difficult to predict and be very taking case by case, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris, because it's also actually being open, taking the responsibility you can, and then also try to be open to your vendors or to your partners or to your clients, whoever it is. I mean, you need to, as we've talked about before, it's all about trust.
And I think it's these times it is about, cash over profits, right? So companies are fueled by cash, and if you run out of cash, the vendors that they won't get anything if you go out of business soon. So I think it's about thinking about this and putting cash over profits and making sure you manage your cash flow very well, which might be challenging for the smaller companies who do not have a lot of cash buffer, who don't have the force to controlling and finance and admin teams to manage this, who don't have enough relationships with the banks. I think it might be a challenge for them. It is and it's something that we're also here to help with. I think it is our responsibility to give back to the industry that is so fragmented and made out of very small companies. I think that the larger LSPs like ourselves, we now have the duty and obligation to actually help others.
Very well said, Chris. I was so happy. I saw a tweet last week. It was not from someone in the US. It was someone from the UK, a fellow industry peer. And he said, since we have not yet any problems with our cash flow, we are actually paying all our freelancers earlier than what is stated on the invoice. And that was very nice to read. Any other comments of, well, I had one of my clients actually said that this situation has given them an opportunity to separate the wheat from the chaff. I think that was more related to employees, that some excel and some maybe fall a little bit behind. But is this also an opportunity to do that with our customers? Katja?
I think so, yeah. I mean, but that's something that we should think all the time. Are the customers profitable for you or not? Then it doesn't make sense to keep them, if it's not profitable business.
There was also a direct question here for you, Katja, from Monica Sidney again. I read your article about the Marketing Trends 2020 published on January 15th of this year on LinkedIn.
All right.
Do you confirm this prediction? Well, you have an audience, you have some fans. Do you confirm this prediction, or would you add up a new main dot afterwards?
Did this person mention one prediction in particular, because there were many?
No.
No.
Do you confirm this prediction?
Yeah, but those marketing trends that I wrote about, I think I can't remember the exact ones that they were, but I would probably add first of all, the trust thing and personal approach. I think that's important. I think that will be even more important. But then the other thing that we actually spoke about in our pre-meeting, pre-panel, was that I think you all know, this is happening probably also in your countries, that there are strong campaigns about support your local, this kind of nationalistic approach. I don't want to talk about nationalism, but we see it everywhere. It's a fact. Help the small, support your local. So now this goes out to all smaller companies. Have you thought about, this? using this yourselves, because it very easily when we have constraints and when we have problems, we start involving ourselves in maybe trying to find solutions. How do I spend my time? Should I learn something new? But why don't you just come out as yourself, as a small company, human approach. You are a local company, you are doing well, you would like to continue your service, your company. So probably the customers, if you are genuine, they will want to help you. And we all know that big companies, this is not against big companies, but we all know that those companies, they use the slogan on their website and everywhere, like we are the largest service provider in Finland or in Europe or in America or wherever. So this is the time for the small companies. This is the momentum for them, actually, I believe.
And I actually went down to the local bakery that I have in my own little neighborhood here. And I said, I'm so pleasantly surprised by all the cars that are on your driveway. And I said, well, we have doubled.
Yes, exactly.
Our sale of pastries and cookies, whilst the big cafe in the city center, they closed shop.
So
because here, when people work from home,
for cafes and bakeries, it can also apply for LSPs. And I really think at the moment local is trendy. Offshoring is not trendy. I'm sorry, but I feel that way. Just need to be
we have only 3 minutes left of our time. I see Max is in the picture now, trying to signal that we need to wrap up. But we have so many interesting questions, and we will try to answer them in the chat. One that is close to my heart and Cecilia's is what plans for conferencing events? Is NTIF going to happen? And we will have to say, we don't know, but we are preparing. We're hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. So we will have a solution in place one way or the other. Might be a hybrid, who knows? I've asked all my panelists to think about some words of wisdom so that we can summarize this panel conversation on a positive note. Diego, what's your words of wisdom?
Say some words
to our audience.
I guess. I really think, I'm optimistic always, but I really think it's going to end. I think in Q4 we'll see a recovery from all of this. So stay strong, I would say. It's going to end.
Cecilia.
Yeah, I must say that thank you, Gaetan, for helping me seeing this already a year ago, but constant change is the new normal.
Chris?
But I would say it's Teachers Appreciation Day every day, and remember how complex and interdependent we are, and manage your cash flow well.
And how about you, Katja?
Yes, I would say also that I believe actually our industry will rebound from this because we are a strong, resilient industry as a whole. Globalization will continue. There's still going to be work for us. Obviously, some will hurt more than the others. Those that do not have a strong balance sheet or good cash flow, obviously that should have been done already earlier. Now it's maybe too late. But anyways, I think to end in a positive note, I think if you haven't now taken technology, automation on board, do that now, and then combine it with human approach, and I think you will rise like a phoenix.
Wonderful. So. I would like to thank you all for putting in all the time to prepare for this panel. My last words would be that if we live as if there is no tomorrow, there will be no tomorrow. So I think we have to be brave enough to have a forward-thinking approach so that we will stay strong when all this is over. So again, thank you, SmartCat, for hosting us. And I think we're just on time.
These were amazing words. Thank you very much. Krzysztof, Cecilia, Diego, Katja, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mari, thank you for moderating this panel discussion and taking care of questions as well. So, yep, looking forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, and now it's time for me to introduce Brian Monpetit, my colleague, Product Marketing Manager at SmartCat and Head of Sales. Brian will be hosting this conference going forward. And it was a great pleasure for me to be with you guys today. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thanks, Max. I appreciate that. From what I've seen, everyone has given you raving reviews. They loved you. So thank you very much for passing it over. I know you wanted to get to work. The guy never stops. So thank you very much. You have a good one.
Brian, I will just take 1 minute of yours. Please. Want to share with guys the Slack workspace that we have prepared to communicate with our speakers and with everybody, finding new partners. So I'm going to share my screen now.
All right.
Okay,
that's a good reminder.
Yeah, Log from Home. Here we have several channels where you can communicate, exchange your opinions, best practices. You're welcome to join it. bit.ly/logfromhome. Okay, so giving it back to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, well, if you're just joining now, welcome. If you've been on for the presentations, I hope you've been enjoying them. Again, thank you, Max, for hosting the first portion of the Lock from Home event. It's been great. I've been watching the live stream. I've hopped on and watched it from here. It's fantastic. So as Max said, I'm Brian Mopetsi, head of sales and product marketing at SmartCat. I'm honored and very happy to be here to carry out the rest of the event. And basically want to introduce the next speaker, who will be coming up in a few minutes, Stella Paris, who is the head of language services at Translators Without Borders. I'm sure we'll start getting some intros to her, in the sense that she's been in the industry for I think 20 years now, varying roles, having what I think worked as a freelance translator, in-house translator, vendor manager. She's worked in marketing. I think she's pretty much done it all, to be quite honest. She's worked for, I think, top global 100 companies around the world, and now she's basically on the Italian chapter of Women in Localization as part of a member of the management team, and I think she's also on the leadership team of the Translators Without Borders. So I'd like to welcome her, and I'm sure we'll have some. She'll pop in one brief moment. There we are. She's coming in now. So again, I'm going to be handing this off to Stella in a brief second. Warm welcome to everybody from Saint-Cyboire, Quebec, South Shore of Montreal, where we have beautiful blue skies, -1 degree. So I see that Stella's hopped on. Can you hear me, Stella?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Fantastic. Thank you for hopping on. I appreciate you doing this. And we're going to have a great topic, which is communicating COVID, the key role of language in countering misinformation, which misinformation is huge these days. So I really want to thank you for bringing this forward and talking about it. I'm sure it's going to be excellent. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brian. And quite an introduction. Thank you. I hope the presentation is going to live up to the expectations now. Just want to check that you can see the opening slide okay, that I've got it set right.
We see don't necessarily see it just yet in terms of sharing your screen.
Yeah, no, I'm getting some yes answers, so I take that's.
Okay.
I think that's good. Okay.
Great.
All right then. So I will kick this off. And first of all, I just want to thank you, Brian, and everyone at SmartCat for inviting Translators Without Borders to participate in this unique event. And considering the extraordinary global situation we're now experiencing, the idea of having a virtual conference dedicated to the language services industry seems incredibly appropriate, given our strategic role and responsibility. So never before has the language service industry been so well placed to help mitigate a global crisis on this scale. During this presentation, I hope I'm going to show you how our combined skills and efforts are going to be instrumental in helping control the spread of COVID-19 by ensuring that everyone around the world can receive critical fact-checked information in a language and format they understand. So to kick things off, I'm going to start out with a couple of quotes, not from me. Let's see if I can advance the slide. Okay. So way back when in February, which was just 2 months ago, but it seems like a lifetime ago, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, he came out and said that we're not just fighting an epidemic, we're fighting an infodemic. And I think it was already very apparent that something special was happening. It really highlighted that the COVID-19 pandemic was being accompanied by another disease, so an infodemic that is just as dangerous and spreading even faster than the virus itself. And then the significance of this phenomenon was echoed just last week by the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, who reconfirmed that solving the infodemic is going to be key to slowing the spread of the virus. So what is an infodemic? The term, it's a relatively new term. It was coined back in 2003 during the SARS outbreak. And it was described by the new Oxford American Dictionary as being a surfeit of information about a problem that is viewed as being a detriment to its solution. And what is misinformation? Because we've all been hearing an awful lot about misinformation and probably receiving a lot of misinformation, at least I have. Misinformation, it refers to false or inaccurate information that is spread by a user who may well believe that the content is true, either through a lack of understanding or because of their own insecurities, or perhaps because of their own fears and anxieties, and also because of biases, personal biases and belief systems. Disinformation, on the other hand, it refers to information that has been created intentionally to harm or disrupt individuals and groups. So that's the kind of content that may claim to come from respectable media or government sources, and it's what is often referred to as fake news. So the reason why misinformation has been spreading so easily and quickly and readily during this infodemic is partly due just to the massive increase in social media penetration across the globe in recent years, but it's also due to the fact that people are hungry for information. In the lack of knowledge of what this virus is, rumors are so much more powerful when they are the only source of information that people have. And another characteristic of misinformation is that rumors that trigger strong emotions are more likely to become clickbait and to be shared, adding further fuel to the fire. And we don't need to go very far to understand the dangers of misinformation. This is just a couple of examples from the past few weeks, both related to the COVID-19 outbreak. 27 people killed by alcohol poisoning in Iran, trying to protect themselves from coronavirus. And likewise in Nigeria, poisoning from the drug chloroquine, which had been purported to be a possible treatment for COVID-19. So how do we cure an infodemic? It's apparent that accessible fact-checked information in a language and format people can understand is the key to halting the infodemic. So basically, accessible fact-checked information is to the infodemic what lockdown and physical distancing is to the pandemic. It's the only way we have of slowing this down. And how do we go about curing an infodemic? So, while the science world races to find and test medical treatments and vaccines, the best chance we have is to focus on the cure of the infodemic. Just like a virus, the first thing we need to do is to identify the symptoms. In this case, the main symptom is a proliferation of misinformation. By diagnosing the symptoms, we can work to identify the gaps in understanding and the lack of information that is leading to the spread of false information. And finally, we can work to treat the disease by disseminating clear and reliable information in local languages that people can understand. So over the past 2 months, TWB has been working to cure this infodemic with a whole range of partners and together with our community, a massive collaborative effort. And we've been focusing on the following key areas. First of all, language data and mapping. I'm going to show you a little bit more about this on the next slide. Social media monitoring, developing language resources, translation, of course, and last but by no means least, dissemination. So let's start off with identifying the symptoms with our language data and mapping. So on the screen, you can see that we have a dynamic map, and this is available on our website. And it pulls data from various reliable sources to provide an overview of the language and literacy situation with respect to the spread of the virus. So if we consider the speed at which this crisis is evolving, having real-time data is vital to help inform the risk communication and the community engagement strategies of non-governmental organizations. So for example, if we look at this map, I've just highlighted Bangladesh here, and you can see that it has a 90% growth rate in terms of COVID-19 cases, which is doubling every 5.5 days. And if I were to scroll down, you would be able to see also information about the number of languages spoken in Bangladesh, which is 45, and the fact that the literacy rate is at 71% for women and 77% for men. So that can then help organizations understand, okay, I need to be making sure that my information is translated into these languages. And also, if 29% of the female population is not literate, maybe I also need to be considering some audio content. Right, now on to the social media monitoring. So far, what we've been doing initially is we've been focusing on 5 Asian languages. Of course, when we started this in February, the scenario was quite different to where we are today. And we've been looking at different channels, logging and categorizing misinformation from a number of different social media platforms. In terms of the content, what we've been looking to do is to analyze the misinformation so we can identify the underlying reasons for the misinformation. So as we mentioned before, rumors only exist where there is a gap in knowledge and information. What we want to try and do is to use this misinformation to almost to find the clues to help us understand what information is lacking. And we do this, we've been doing the social media monitoring using a combination of automatic tools, so automatic analysis of social media data and automatic feeds, combined with human analysis and translation and annotation. What we're currently doing is we are using tools for the social media monitoring, and that is being compiled into a dashboard together with weekly insight reports. And that's being shared with relevant organizations, such as the World Health Organization and the International Federation of the Red Cross. And then this is going to help these organizations create the targeted content they need to address the information gaps. As you can see from this slide, it's quite interesting that the predominant theme is methods for cure and treatment of the virus, which accounts for more than half of the posts. But then there are other common themes, including the cause of the virus, with all sorts of conspiracy theories or all sorts of unusual hygiene practices, plus a good dose of stigmatization. So particular groups or individuals being stigmatized because of COVID-19. Next, we have our language resources. So this is what we're starting to call the treatment. We've created a COVID-specific terminology database covering the key terms that we've come across during our work. So both by extracting terminology from the content of our NGO partners, but also including the topics and trends from social media. And the aim is that this terminology resource, it's open, completely open, and can be used by content creators or translators, civil society organizations, frontline medical workers, community health workers, anybody who will have a use for this. The first version is already online, available with 12 languages in text and audio format. But we're about to publish an additional 8 languages, and we've got more in the pipeline hopefully coming through relatively quickly. And at the same time, we're also working to enhance the functionality of the glossary to include additional richer metadata, so that you could have additional information about the context or the specific geographic usage of a term. I'm sure I don't need to convince anyone on this webinar today about the importance of terminology, but for us at TWB, we do a lot of research into particular terms and how they might be problematic. So we need to make sure that they're translated appropriately so they can be conveyed and understood by local communities. In this COVID-19 outbreak, one of the terms that keeps coming up as being problematic is one that you've all heard of for sure. It's the term social distancing. So currently within TWB, we've been advocating for the use of physical distancing as an alternative to social distancing. We've seen in India, for example, the concept of social distancing, it reinforces existing class hierarchies, and it's considered to be a privilege of the middle classes. Likewise, in many other countries, the concept of social distancing, it simply doesn't translate, like you cannot translate it literally. In Swahili, for example, we found that it made much more sense to have a more meaningful translation, such as keeping a protective distance from other people. Okay, then next, we're moving on to our translation, of course. This is, of course, part of the treatment. We have been translating COVID-19 related content since January. If you check the chart on the left-hand side of the slide, it's interesting to note that the COVID-related translation work that we've been doing actually seems to mirror the epidemiological curve of the virus itself. So it's kind of starts off really slowly in January. And then as the time goes by through February, March, with the peak coming right up in April, it kind of looks like I'm looking at the Worldometer website. Our community has been incredibly busy translating content from our NGO partners. And we've been focusing in particular on community-facing messaging and content intended for health workers, such as training and guidance. On the other side of the slide, you can see the top languages, if you like. But we're approaching, let's say, 1 million words into 78 languages so far. So this is really amazing work by all our language leads and by the community. Next, dissemination, which is the final piece of the treatment. But interestingly, it's actually been the most challenging for us to ensure that information is effectively disseminated. So we've been working with a number of different partners, including NGOs specialized in media and communication, such as Internews and BBC Media Action. In other countries where we have an ongoing presence, such as in Nigeria or the Democratic Republic of Congo or Bangladesh, we're working with NGOs to find the most effective way to cut through the noise of misinformation and to reach the people who need the information the most. So to do that, we need to make sure that the information is as accessible as possible, and then it can be consumed in the best possible formats, whether that be via multilingual chatbots or through the development of language technology tools to support telephone and online helplines, including basic speech recognition in marginalized languages. So this is just the work we've been doing over the last 2 months, more or less. And we're now looking to further scale and expand our work to respond to the increased need for information in local languages as the virus continues to spread. So the road is still long, but what we have seen so far is unprecedented collaboration and support from a cross-section of different language industry players. So here on this slide, I've just put a sample of some of the organizations and companies who've already been collaborating with us, but there are many, many more that aren't included here. But our supporters do include language service providers, technology providers, language organizations, associations. Really just the response has been amazing so far. And how can you get involved? So one of the ways that many LSPs or tech companies have been helping out is by providing in-kind support, whether that be technology services or solutions or translation support as well. Then we also have donations and fundraising. If you want to organize a fundraising initiative, we're always ready to support with that. And we do have a funding campaign specifically for COVID-19. We also have launched the COVID-19 Community Translation Program. So if you have a favorite charity or a community-based organization that you know of who may benefit from translation support, you can let them know about this community translation program. What this does, it basically provides open access to our translation platform so that the community-based organizations can be directly connected with our translation community to translate specifically COVID-19 related content. And finally, you can join the TWB community, either as a translator yourself, or we also look for other profiles as well. We have lots of things to do these days because we don't just do translation. Or if you work for an LSP, we would be happy to organize a campaign together, inviting your translators to sign up to our community. So what does the future hold? Well, we like to be optimistic because it's the best thing to be. I think that the key takeaways are that misinformation, it is here to stay. We all know about misinformation. It's been around for a number of years ago. It's often in the news, but the current crisis has really highlighted its importance and the need to find ways of preventing the spread of information, whether that be through the improvement of automatic detection in order to flag content, but also through the creation of dynamic content creation and dissemination strategies. So getting language, getting content translated and published as fast as possible. And as more people speaking more languages continue to engage via social media, the need for language services and support in this area can only increase. The next trend that I'm sure everybody has been seeing is that there's currently a massive acceleration of technology, both in working practices and language technology. Here at TWB, we were already a remote organization. And I think as an industry, this is a pretty common way of working. We're all pretty tech savvy, I'd like to say. But I've always struggled to explain how my work could possibly work while I'm sitting in my home, speaking to people all around the world. And many of my friends just really didn't understand that. Now this is becoming the new normal. And as a result, our working practices are going to become more flexible in the future. And I think this has helped people understand that actually people who may have been reluctant to engage in a remote business relationship in the past may become more accustomed to doing so, which of course creates more opportunities to grow on a global scale. So in some ways, even though we are now looking more internally in terms of our own countries because we can't leave them, but at the same time, because we are all using virtual remote working platforms such as Zoom, it's becoming easier to engage internationally. And finally, greater collaboration. What we have seen has been quite amazing. We've received so many offers of support, so many amazing projects. We've seen so many translator initiatives, actually, community-based translation initiatives popping up all over the place. And it's been amazing to see. And we ourselves were involved in an initiative with a number of tech companies to accelerate the development of language technology for marginalized languages, which is something we've been trying to do for a long time. Now, all of a sudden, it's happening very quickly. This is a project that would have been incredibly difficult to initiate just a few months ago, and now we've done it in the space of a few weeks. Of course, another example is this conference today. So who would have thought that a 12-hour language conference could be put together in the space of just a few weeks? So as we move forward to the next phase, I really hope that all these relationships and initiatives and all the momentum that we've built over the last couple of months, that we can really try and move that forward into the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stella. That was fantastic. You guys are doing wonderful work. We do have a lot of questions that have come in, or a lot. Well, we have at least a couple that have come in that are relatively broad in terms of the scope. One was simply asking if you could share the map that you had in your presentation, and if that's possible, perhaps in the Slack channel or in the chat here, just a link to perhaps your presentation or the map itself. And the other one was asking if someone, how do people collaborate with you if, for example, they are already developing pro bono content themselves?
Okay, sorry. First of all, I was just distracted because I was looking for the link for the.
Not a problem. I'm throwing everything at you, so that's
yeah. No,
how
I've just got the link. I'll do one thing at a time.
Perfect. Not a problem.
Yeah, so if people are already translating pro bono content themselves, so currently we have our own translation memories. Everything that we're trying to do, we want it to be as open as possible, but we do have some issues around sharing content as everybody does. So it's another sticking point, if you like, that we do have it's permissions and privacy and anonymization, and unfortunately automatic anonymization is not foolproof. So that is something we definitely want to do. We're working on it actually to do with COVID-19, working on a project that will publish data sets to GitHub so that then they will be open accessible to all. Yeah, so that's that one.
Great. If perhaps we kind of take I guess a different direction on that question to say, how do people get involved generally to help out if they want to?
Yeah, so I gave a few suggestions during the presentation.
Yep.
Other ways are, just we have a lot going on right now. So if somebody does have a particular interest, if they can get in touch, or if you want to get involved either as an individual, we do have quite a lot of things going on, but also as an organization, we're happy to discuss with various organizations, depending on what you can do to try and find the right match. So as I mentioned, we sent out, we had a few LSPs where we're arranging to send out a communication to all their translated databases to invite them to sign up to our community, which is a relatively straightforward way of doing things, because then it doesn't create a lot of overhead for the LSP themselves.
Right.
But yeah.
Okay.
We've also got quite a few opportunities coming up in terms of, because we are getting a lot of work at the moment. So Great. There may be opportunities as well to collaborate directly with us.
Great, thank you so much. The other thing I think you touched on was obviously the infodemic, and I'm going to be a little bit better at Scrabble after your presentation, so I think my partner should look out. But I think one of the things that I wanted to inquire about is the responsibility that language companies as a whole have with respect to the spread of misinformation. So obviously there's been a concerted effort with respect to Translators Without Borders to trying to weed out all the misinformation and ensure that you're delivering proper info. When it comes to other agencies, I mean, do you see that there's a lot of misinformation being spread through them, just as general? And I'm not trying to point fingers. It's just that obviously when people get projects into an LSP, they may not have for example, the background check capacity or whatnot in terms of the information sources that they're actually working on. So have you seen that happen in the past?
Yes, I do. I think that there are a lot of issues with content. You know, we're all overwhelmed with content. I do think that this, as a language service industry, this is where the more evolved, let's say, players can make a difference, right? Because if you receive information, you should be questioning, you should be developing a relationship and a partnership with your client, right. And you should be able to should be able to question and talk to them about it. Another thing is actually not misinformation. I didn't mention it in the presentation today, but it's really important, is the plain language. So I know a lot of LSPs do this. So if there is some content that just isn't clear, doesn't make sense, they will go back to the partner and to the customer and try and talk that through, try and develop ways to develop content that is is clear and that can be translated more easily, or if there is ambiguous or it's just written really badly, as is often the case. But so that is something else that we've focused very much on, the concept of plain language, so clear, unambiguous language. And we encourage, well, we talk to NGO partners, but to be honest, it applies to everybody, right? Like, why do we need to write in an overly complicated way using lots of big words and really long sentences? It's not good for anybody. So we're trying to advocate also for everybody to speak in plain language. And I think that it's something that the language service industry as a whole is well placed to do as well.
Fantastic. I think that's a really good point. I just want to remind everybody that the poll has been launched, so please do fill it out. Also wanted to thank you, Stella. It was great. We've currently got, I think, just under 500 people watching the presentation, joining us with our activities. Please do, everyone, share as much as you can on the social media, everything about Stella's presentation, everything about work from home. So again, I just want to really thank you, Stella, for everything. Is there anything that you wanted to add as a last comment or statement before we part ways?
I don't really have so much. I see that my colleague has handily been sharing all the information in the chat. So
I saw that
great.
as well.
Thank you,
I was very
Sharon.
happy about that.
Yeah, I just maybe reiterate on the pro bono content ourselves. So the community translation program that I did mention. So this is open to any, if there are community-based initiatives, whether it's an individual, if you are translating COVID-related content with a group of your friends or whatever, that if it's useful, you're welcome to use our platform for that. So we have a special page on the website for that with a short application form, and it's pretty easy to get set up. So for example, we had a lady in France who is taking it upon herself to translate all the information from the French government into the local migrant languages.
Fantastic. Okay.
And so she's managing that through our platform.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Again, very, very much appreciate you taking the time today with us. It was great. Everyone, we're going to have a small break before our next presentation. Again, Stella Paris, if there's any additional questions for her, I'm sure we can reach out via LinkedIn. So thank you so much. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Happy to have you with us. Again, if you're just joining, welcome. If you've been with us all day, hope you're enjoying the content, hope you're sharing everything on social media. We have Alex Yanichevsky, who's going to be joining us. He's actually here. Welcome. Happy to see you.
Thank you.
Alex is actually an industry veteran. He's done, I think, everything you can name in the industry. He's worked, for example, with content value chain. He's authoring content management. He's done engineering. He's been involved in machine translation. He's the man who gives me title envy myself, because he's got one of the coolest titles I've seen of recent times. So he's basically the senior manager, AI deployments at We Localize. And AI deployments, before we get into your presentation, why don't you just tell us what that means exactly? And then I'll hand over the virtual mic to you and we can get going with your presentation.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Glad to see you, Brian. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. So basically, I'm in charge of gathering specs from clients and understanding what solutions they may have that are related to AI. And it's actually it's on purpose. It's a very broad title because it really can cover anything ranging from machine translation to natural language processing technologies, like, for example, sentiment analysis, data mining, etc. So it's purposely it's purposely all encompassing to cover all of those.
Great. Okay. Well, then I'm pretty sure that the how to become a master chef with AI is going to be enthralling. So I'm just going to let you go at it, and I'll pop in towards the end of the presentation.
Great. Thank you. Let me go ahead and start sharing.
Share your screen. Yep. Thank you very much.
Great. Yeah. So again, thank you very much for having me. And I think, and thank you very much, everyone, for joining and for your attention in such a difficult time. hopefully this will be a nice presentation from which you could gather lots of useful information. I think it also very well dovetails with SmartCat itself, because as you can notice, even in the URL of SmartCat, you see smartcat.ai, right, which certainly signifies artificial intelligence, or what some people call augmented intelligence. And what I'm going to be talking about is how you can use different machine learning algorithms in AI in a very practical business setting. So basically, the reason this is called How to Be a Master Chef with AI is obviously we find ourselves, because of COVID, in a very difficult situation financially, where in addition to already having very, very tight deadlines and very tight content, now more than ever more, we have to do more and more with less, right? And that could be less resources, less time. So what I wanted to talk about, and the idea I called, the reason I call this a master chef, is I wanted to kind of use the metaphor of cooking, right? So if you imagine, for example, something very simple, like you're baking a cake, right? You're baking some dessert. You basically have ingredients, right? You're typically going to have flour, water, and eggs, right? And you're going to be, depending on what it is that you want to produce, right? It could be a sponge cake, it could be an apple charlotte, it could be cookies, etc. But basically, depending on what you produce, you're going to mix and match these ingredients in different proportions, right? And that's kind of the metaphor that I want to use here. So the ingredients that we have that we're going to be using is data, right? Data from the clients, and this could take form of translation memories, glossaries, style guides, other information, such as, is this a good translator? What is the profile of this translator, right? And we're going to be matching that with machine learning algorithms to get a prediction, right? And that prediction could be a translation, like machine translation. It could be basically a prediction from a model that says, do this or don't do this, or do this with this degree of probability, right? And what this will give us is business outcomes, right? That's ultimately what we're getting to. And these business outcomes, hopefully I'll show you from some of these ideas, they allow us, again, in this very, very tight financial situation where we have to do more with less, it would allow us to improve processes from a technology perspective. It would allow us to lower cost and ultimately to improve productivity. So before we get started, I wanted to kind of break down so we have a common definition of what is AI and what is ML and what is NN, because certainly even in the mass media, you see lots of these acronyms flying around. And often the mistake that they make in mass media, in newspapers, for example, is they conflate all of these concepts together and they use them as synonyms, right? So they'll use AI and machine learning interchangeably. Strictly speaking, they're not, right? So that's why I wanted to kind of give you this broad view of how we look at it, right? So basically AI, right, artificial intelligence, it involves machines that can perform tasks that are characteristic of human intelligence, right? So it's kind of this broad umbrella. Now, within this umbrella, we have machine learning, right? Which are machine learning algorithms, which is the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed, right? By that we mean is we're not going to give a machine rules. We're going to give it patterns, and it's going to it's going to identify those patterns, create a model from which it'll be able to generate responses, right? So that fits within the broader umbrella of AI. Now, within machine learning, and you've probably heard quite a bit about this, is this concept of neural networks. And so you've probably heard about NMT, neural machine technology, which is state of the art. And that's what Google is using. That's what Amazon is using. That's what Microsoft is using. That's kind of the latest trend in machine translation. Now, that's actually a subset of machine learning, right? That's one of the many machine learning algorithms there are, right? And if there are any AI researchers in this, you're probably going to kill me for this superficial explanation, but hopefully as kind of like a popular science superficial explanation, it will make sense to people who are interested in what neural networks are. So when we say that it's modeled loosely after the brain, what exactly does that mean? So if we try an experiment like this, if I show you what this is, probably most of you within a matter of a few seconds are going to say, well, this is a dog leash, right? And if I ask you, well, what do you do with it? You would say, well, I use it to walk a dog. Now, if we actually kind of unpack what happened in your brain and you try to retrace your steps as to why you gave the answer that you did, and you gave that answer instantaneously, right? You would probably say, well, it's a leash. I know that a leash is not used for fish. It's not used for birds. So it's beginning to further narrow down what this leash could be used for, right? So it's being used for mammals. I know that it's probably going to be used for domesticated animals. So generally speaking, you're not going to walk around your street walking a hippo, for example, or a rhinoceros. They probably won't take very well to that, right? So now we talk about domesticated animals, right? You can see that you're filtering and filtering to get a broader context. Right? Now, if you think of your domesticated animals, you're typically not going to walk a cat on a leash. The cat's not going to be very happy, and you'll probably end up with a lot of scratches. So now you further streamline your possibilities. So you could conceivably walk a ferret, right? Some people do that. That's very unusual, right? But most people are going to use it to walk a dog, right? So that's kind of how you backtrack into getting to what this is and how you use it. And again, in a very, very superficial way, this is kind of how neural networks work. So you have all of these features, kind of the way I describe things right now, and you have these features that get tagged with particular context and particular words, and that's ultimately how you get to the most probable answer, right? Generally, it's the best answer, but it's the most probable answer, right? So now that we kind of have a broad sense of what AI is and how ML fits into that, let's talk about how we can use it in our globalization content supply chain, right? So this is a very simplified content lifecycle, right? I understand that for many people, you're going to have a lot more steps, right? You're going to get a source. That target, before you deliver to the client and even before it goes to LQA, may go through a bunch of different iterations, right? You're probably going to have translation, you're going to have editing, you're going to have proofing, right? You may have subject matter review. So this touch point on the target may have 4 or 5 steps, right? I'm simplifying it just so we can talk about the vertical blocks. Those are the things that I'm really concerned with. So basically what we can do is we have a source. Before we send this source over to be translated, in other words, before we kick off the project, right, in a translation management system, we can decide whether this source is suitable or not for our purposes. Is it fit for purposes? By the same token, when we get a target, right, it's been translated, it's been edited, it's been proofread, the subject matter expert has said it's wonderful. Now we're going to send it over to LQA to do one final check. But before we even do that, there's a way for us to check whether this target is suitable, whether it's fit for purpose, right? And we're going to be talking about what it is that we can do in those 2 blocks and how we can use machine learning algorithms. And finally, when we're done, right, let's say we've sent this over to our AI-driven LQA, right? We finished a project, and now we can again use these assets, these translation memories, for retraining the machine translation engine if we're using that in our workflow. So my next slides are going to cover source suitability and target suitability. And I'm going to give you some examples of how you can model things out. And I'll talk about the business outcomes. So you can kind of see what's happening behind the scenes for someone who's a data scientist or computational linguist. At the same time, someone who is in management and in production can kind of see the real life value from this. So when we talk about source suitability, right, what exactly do we mean? And in our previous webinar, in our previous talk, there was allusion to controlled English, simplified English, right? And that's basically what we're getting at here, right? So there are a bunch of features that you can use to decide whether a source is suitable or not, right? So for example, there's this concept, and again, you have this, I'm focusing on English as the target. because there are lots more of these tools available for English. However, the idea of these machine learning algorithms and part of speech taggers actually applies to pretty much anything that is a source language. It could just as well be a Romance language, a Germanic language, a Slavic language, an Asian language like Japanese, Chinese, Korean, right? So there's this idea of readability scoring, and readability scoring is based on the idea of, if I write something, at what grade level is it written for, right? So let's say I'm producing manuals for the airline industry, right? For airline technicians or for automotive technicians. Generally, those tend to have very simplified controlled English written typically no higher than an 8th grade level, right? At the same time, if let's say I'm producing a white paper, right, that's basically semi-academic because I want to prove that my software or my approach has technical chops, right? It has certain merit. That's typically going to be written at least at a very high school level, like 11th, 12th grade, if not at a college level, right? And in some cases, even at a graduate school level, if you're beginning to deal with lots of mathematical formulas, right? So this readability score allows us to see how this content was written, right? And we'll talk in a second why we do that. We could also do things like topic classification. I'll show you that on the next slide. So basically, if a client tells us this is marketing, we can actually see whether this is truly marketing or not. If we're seeing lots of words that are related to marketing, or are they perhaps related to legal, or perhaps something else, right? We could also see, if you kind of go back to your grammar school days, right? And you think when you were learning a language, or if you're learning another language that's not your native language, you generally inevitably get into the idea of grammar, right? Here's a sentence, and I have a subject, I have a verb, I have an object, I have an indirect object, I have a clause, etc. We can actually parse sentences like that. And the reason that's useful is because we have enough historical experience now, and I'm saying this as an industry, to know that there are certain constructions that are problematic for human beings. And if they're problematic for human beings to decipher, right, like noun phrases, if you're dealing with a rich morphologic language, like Russian, for example, right, that has 6 cases, and you have 3 nouns in a row, it's very difficult to figure out for a human being what belongs to what and what should be in what case. Now, if you send that problem to a machine is going to have even more issues, right? So we can basically flag these issues ahead of time, right? And then the last thing here is this idea of what computational linguists call perplexity. It's basically, think of it as, on a very simplistic level, stylistic matching, right? If I've written my content in one fashion, I can check whether my new content that comes in matches that or not. And if it doesn't, there are steps that we can take, right? And what are those steps? Why are we talking about this? And why do we even want to do this, right? So we have a few options. We can not run the project until the source is improved, right? We can find all of these flags that say, listen, this could be problematic. This could be a risk for LQA. Let's go back to our authors. Let's go back to our technical writers, show them examples that are problematic and have them fix the source, right? That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to say, look, we have a machine translation engine. It's trained for marketing, but this particular text is legal, right? Or maybe we have an engine trained for medical and you're giving it finance. Right? So let's route the project to a more suitable machine translation engine, get better output. And lastly, if we decide to go forward with the project because deadlines are tight, the client needs this done no matter what, we can alert all of the production people, PMs, linguists, LQA, that there's a higher LQA risk, right? So we can ahead of time say, hey, dear translator, in file number 4, in sentence 11, that sentence is very long. It has some difficult constructions. Be aware of it, right? And then we could immediately tell that to the LQA people and say, listen, when you're going to do your LQA, don't do it randomly. Focus in on these potential problems, right? So just to show you kind of what that looks like. So this is a chart for topic classification, right? So basically, the idea here is that all of the words that have the same colors belong to the same topic, right? So basically everything that's orange is one topic, everything that's green is another topic, everything that's red is another topic, right? So that allows us to identify what's the major topic and route this to the correct workflow, right? That example that I was giving, is this truly marketing? If not, if this is actually finance, let's route it to the workflow for finance, and let's route it to the machine translation engine for finance, right? And we're doing this again because we want to optimize our process and reduce cost. Here's another example. So this has to do with sentence similarity, right? So the idea here is on your y-axis, right here, you have the number of sentences, and on your x-axis, you have the similarity. So this tells us that most of our sentences are not similar to each other. They're unique. They're different from each other. Now, if this graph was over here where we had similarity, so think of this as 50%, 60%, 70% similarity, right? Kind of like your fuzzy matching, if you will. So if you have a lot of sentences here that match a lot, right, that would signal a different outcome. Now, is this in itself good or bad, right? There's no right answer. It really depends. So imagine we're writing a piece for marketing that we want for a trade show. You want your piece to be snazzy. You want it to capture the audience. You want lots of uniqueness. You want sentences to be different. By the same token, if we're writing a very straightforward technical manual, do this, now do this, now do that, you're going to have lots of sentences that repeat and are going to have very, very similar building blocks, right? So this is just a methodology for us to see where we are at one or another side of the spectrum, right? And again, what this leads to is cost reduction, putting this to the correct workflow so we're not backtracking in our steps. So let's talk about target suitability, right? Because we can do the same thing on the target side, right? So again, there are features that we can map out. So again, think of the idea of passive constructions, right? Someone was doing something rather than something was being done to someone else. Again, translators find noun phrases, noun clusters problematic. Subordinating conjunctions could be problematic, right? Clauses can be problematic. So if you have a very, very long sentence, that's very difficult, both for a human being and even more so for a machine translation engine, right? So typically kind of what we have found, and this has been corroborated as well by research, that kind of a good sentence, your sweet spot for sentences is somewhere between 6 words and about 25 words, right? Now, why do I say that? Because sentences under 6 words can be very ambiguous because they're so short, right? If you're translating UI strings and you have something like file or edit, right? First of all, it can be 2 different parts of speech, right? It could be a noun, it could be a verb, depending on what context it's in, right? And it could be very ambiguous as to what it is doing in that context. By the same token, if you go to the other side, if you have sentences that are above 25 words, we're getting into 30, 35 word sentences, right? If you think of legal writing that has lots of clauses and lots of semicolons, it's very difficult to unpack what belongs to what, right? So that's why typically that sweet spot generally tends to be where people tend to do very well is between 6 and 25 words. The other thing we can do here is, again, we can look at perplexity, which is basically this language modeling, right? So what you're doing is you're in the same way that we could do this for the source, we could do this for the target, right? And kind of the example that I typically give to people is think of something fairly simple like the word house, right? We can have a bunch of synonyms for it. It could be a house, it could be a condo, it could be an apartment, it could be a shack, it could be a hut, it could be a yurt, etc. Right? So what we can do is we can vet our translation against this language model to see if we're following the style, right? So if all of a sudden your translator has a translation like hut or shack, unless they're translating for a camping magazine, they're probably doing something wrong, right? If the vast majority of the time you see an abode represented as a house, a home, a condo, an apartment, right? So that's kind of one way that we can test the style. Again, why are we doing all of this craziness, right? We're doing this because we can go back to the linguist for more editing even before we send this to LQA, right? So rather than sending this to LQA, we can say to the linguist, listen, we found a bunch of inconsistencies because you're not matching the style that the client typically uses. There are lots of very, very difficult constructions. Please fix this before we send this to LQA, right? In some cases, if the deadline is very tight, we can go ahead and send the text over to LQA, but then rather than LQA doing a random test of, let's say, 10%, we could actually point out to them specific files and specific sentences that they could focus in, right? So now we have a more AI-driven, a more focused LQA that has more meaning. And then lastly, we can capture the information of what gives translators and LQA problems and use that information for retraining a machine translation engine, right? So what I mean by that is, if we see that a sentence is very long and it took someone lots and lots of trouble to post-edit this sentence, we may want to consider whether we actually want to condone such sentences and use that as our data to train the machine translation engine, right? We may want to go back to the technical writers and say, listen, this is going to continue causing problems. You need to write in a more simple fashion, right? So just a couple of examples of how something like this works. And I know this looks very scary, but I'll walk you through it. And again, don't worry about it looking scary. The idea here is we can actually plot every single sentence in a 3D diagram with the features of this sentence. So what this sentence is telling us is, you can see that this sentence is kind of way outside of the norm, right? It's not in our sweet spot over here. What this sentence is saying is, I have 66 characters that's plotted on the x-axis. I have 0 verbs that's plotted on the y-axis, and I have 8 nouns that's plotted on the z-axis, right? Now, again, if we go back to this question of, is this good or bad? The answer is going to be, it depends, right? What this is telling us is our sweet spot of style is right over here. This sentence is way outside of our sweet spot, probably because it has a lot of nouns, right? It has a list of 8 nouns in a row. Now, if this were a legal text, this would probably be fine, because you're going to be enumerating a bunch of different things. You're going to have a list. If, let's say, this is a technical spec for a laptop, right? My laptop has this much RAM, this much hard drive space, right? This is the resolution on it. This is the screen size. It's okay that you're going to have 8 nouns in a row, right? If you're dealing with a marketing piece, this is not okay, right? Because this is going to be, quite dry and quite boring. Right? So it depends. This allows us to very quickly see what are the outliers and focus in on those outliers, right? So if this is clearly an outlier here, I could flag this to the translator. I could flag this sentence to LQA and say, look, focus on this, fix this. Don't fix these. These are all perfectly fine, right? And again, the reason we're doing this is we're striving for process optimization and identifying likely errors. So here's another example here. Again, please don't be daunted by this. I'll explain this. So this kind of goes back to our idea of grammar trees. So what we can do is we can tag every single word in a sentence, and we can see how often it occurs. So let's talk about adjectives. We were talking about nouns before. Let's talk about adjectives, right? So you can see that in this piece of text, we have over 200 sentences with 0 adjectives. By the same token, we've got about 25 sentences with 3 adjectives in them. Now, is this good or bad, right? If we're writing a marketing piece, perhaps this is not so good because we don't have enough adjectives. This piece is not flowery enough. If we're writing a technical manual, this is actually pretty good because we're limiting the number of our adjectives, right? We're typically going to have this points to a more controlled English. Right? And we could do this for every single part of speech. You can see pronouns here, adverbs, prepositions. We could do this with nouns, verbs, etc. Right? And again, this lets us very, very quickly map out whether this subscribes to the style that we have, that we've agreed to with the client, right? And again, always think about the business outcome for this is we want to identify errors and we want to fix them before we deliver. And ideally, even before we get to that point, we want to identify whether this is fit for purpose, right? So we could optimize our process. So last example, where we use machine learning algorithms. So this is a concept called the random tree forest. So basically, I call this slide, why you shouldn't hire Alex as a linguist on Wednesday nights. So the idea is, I like to play squash on Wednesday nights, right? I play in a league, and that runs from September to April. So basically, imagine that I'm your linguist, and you're asking me to translate, and you're giving me a project on Tuesday, and want me to deliver it on Thursday, right? Now, you could glean from my profile after a while, right, that it's not good to give me a job on Wednesday that spans a Wednesday night and I have to deliver on Thursday. Why? If you know that I play squash, right? If let's say I come back, I win my match, I'm very happy, I'm going to go have a few drinks with my friends, I'm not going to be particularly interested in doing your translation. By the same token, if you see this cartoon over here, if I lose my squash game, I'm not going to be particularly happy either. So I'm not really going to be focused in your translation. So bottom line, don't give me work on Wednesday. I'm not going to do a good job. Right now, we can actually, aside from the anecdote, we can actually model that out. Right. So basically, we can take some features like what is the deadline? What tool am I using? What's my domain knowledge? How difficult is the source? What's my previous pass fail percentage? Right. We could use all of those features to map what is the probability that I'm going to do well on this project or not. Right. And then you can decide as a project manager, as a vendor manager, whether you should assign that project to me or not. Right. So here's an example for you where we've mapped this out. Right. And basically we're saying, well, the most important thing here is the domain. Right. If I'm a specialist in finance, you're going to give me a legal project. It doesn't matter whether you give it to me spanning a Wednesday night or not. I'm not going to do well in it because that's not my specialty. Right. So let's say I passed that test. Right, then our next feature is the deadline, right? And this is kind of what I was talking about. If you know, and you could see that this is the second most important feature here, it has the second most weight, right? If you see this and you see that it's a project spanning a Wednesday night, right? I should probably be one of your last choices only if you're very, very desperate, right? And again, we could map this out, these different features for what is the source, what's my pass fail percentage on LQA, what tool do I use, et cetera, right? So this just kind of gives you an example of how you could model these features out for translators and really use AI to make a good choice when you're choosing people. So a conclusion, and then I'll stop for any questions that you may have. So just to kind of share what's happening on our side. So this LQA process that I was showing you, we're actually in the midst of doing it. We are projected to increase our productivity by 10 or 15% as a result of this targeted LQA. And we're projecting to save about $30,000 annually as a result of this process. We're also in the process of talking to a client about source suitability and how we could run this for them. And when we did our initial scoping, we're expecting to save about 5 to 10% in localization costs for them as a result of kind of flagging these issues ahead of time. So let me stop here. Hopefully you enjoyed the presentation, and I look forward to your questions.
Alex, that was great. I think there was a whole bunch of information in there that everybody's kind of taking notes on because there was so much information. It was just, yeah, it was great. We have a couple of questions that come in, and perhaps, I mean, obviously you have a lot of resources given the company you're working with at the moment. Perhaps you can kind of break it down for some of the smaller players and how they can start getting into, really getting into the, let's say, AI or MT or what have you, and really start benefiting from the technology or leveraging from the technology. Do you have any advice for the small players?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it is true. I mean, in our case, we're a fairly large company with almost 2,000 employees, and we have a department dedicated specifically to AI tasks. Having said that, I think if you're a smaller company, the places to look, lots of machine learning algorithms that data scientists and computer linguists, computational linguists use tend to be written in Python, right? So what you're basically looking for is someone on your side who is one of your most seasoned technical resources, right? Who either knows Python or can start looking into open source projects in Python. Right, so that's a great place to get started. Either look for a resource that has Python, look for someone who is interested in natural language processing, and have them start looking at things like, for example, sentiment analysis, data mining. That's a nice way to get started. Right. TensorFlow from Google is an open source framework that you could look at too.
Excellent. So, I mean, obviously, to get started in this, okay, there's a bit of knowledge that's required or a bit of learning that's required. But the cost aspect to getting started is relatively low, from what I understand.
Yes, the cost aspect is, I mean, really the barrier to entry is zero. It's really just having interest and some technical inclinations, right? So in our case, for example, we've had folks who were traditional localization engineers who we've kind of, with some training of their own and training by our data scientists, we've kind of repurposed them into machine translation and machine learning engineers. But there are so many free resources like EDX, like Coursera. Medium is a good place just to read blogs about data science.
Excellent. That, again, I think that we've had a lot of questions come in, and I think we're probably going to have a lot of people contacting you afterwards in terms of more information. I think one of the cost, which, as you mentioned, the barrier of entry is quite low. We've talked about the I guess the skills requirements in terms of know-how. So Python was the big aspect there. Are there other sources that we should be looking at in order to educate ourselves about this, just in general?
I would say so. Python having the ability to consume APIs, right? Knowing how to consume APIs. Mm-hmm. I would look. So a great place to start is Google has a suite for natural language processing called AutoML, right? Microsoft has a suite of products as well, as does Amazon. Amazon's is called Comprehend. You could actually sign up for all of those for free. So I think it's a nice place to get started. And so it's a great place to get your feet wet, right? Learn how to consume these APIs, learn how they work. And then the next step would be kind of phase 2 would be, all right, once you understand what they do, you could start looking into building your own models and customizing them. That's where things get a bit more difficult. But if you want to just start out, I mean, all of those are great resources, and they all give you a trial just to get a sense of how all this works.
Perfect. With that said, what I would like to ask you to do is perhaps after your presentation, if you could just put those URLs or point people to those resources. I think it would be appreciated by everybody that's watched the presentation, which we're, by the way, just shy of 500, just for the record. So people, if you have enjoyed this and you really want to share the information or talk to Alex, we've got social media channels, we've got Slack channels that you can use in order to communicate. And I think just one last question: the 3D model that you were showing, what is that called?
So it's basic. So I mean, that's actually what it is. It's a 3D model visualization that was done. So we have a Jupyter notebook for it, and so basically, it was done through a Python add-in called NumPy and NumPy MATLAB. NumPy and MATLAB were the two.
Awesome. Okay, because that was another one that came in, and people just wanted to know what type of modeling it was. So I appreciate that. Did you have any final comments that you wanted to share with everybody? Words of wisdom, anything of that nature?
Well, I guess I wouldn't say words of wisdom, but I would just say I think guys, like in our industry, I think this is a very, very hot topic. And I think it's going to be the future of our industry, period, right? Whether you're like SmartCat that's very forward looking and using AI in your workflow to actually build your platform, right? Or whether you're going to be doing data extraction to build glossaries, or you're doing sentiment analysis. I think this is really the future of our industry. So I think it kind of behooves all of us to, start becoming more accustomed to it.
I 100% agree. Thank you so much for such insight. And I think the amount of information again was phenomenal. I really appreciate it. Super interesting. Thanks for the time today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks. We'll have Don De Palma coming up next with the end of the language business as we know it. So we're going to take a couple-minute break. Come right back. More content for you. Thank you. Incidentally, before I go, we're probably going to be running a poll, so please do fill it out. Share everything on social media. Thank you again. Be back in a few minutes. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Really happy to have you with us. If you're just joining, again, thank you so much for hopping in. If you've been with us for a few presentations now, also want to say thank you. Hope you're enjoying everything. Hope you're sharing everything on online, social media. We have a Slack channel available for people to network after. I can see we have Don with us. Hi, Don. How you doing?
Hey, Brian.
So Don De Palma from CSA Research, he's founder, from what I understand correctly, and Don is responsible for launching and developing the preeminent market research firm for the language service sector. So I know Don's the chief strategist at CSA and is, I guess, in other words, or lack of better terms, a wealth of information. Every time I talk to Don, I'm always kind of left dumbfounded with the insight and perspective that he provides. So often I'm quiet and just taking everything in, which I think this is a great venue for, because everyone's going to be able to sit, take everything in, take the notes they want, and hit you with questions after the presentation. So with that, we have the end of the language business as we know it. Don, I'm going to hand it over to you so you can take it away.
Okay. Let's see, am I projecting the right thing now? This is always the challenge with Zoom. Let's see.
You are getting.
There we go. Well, thank you, Brian. I'm pleased to be here at Low from Home. The first of what's sure to be a lot of web-based conferences that'll increase the number or decrease the number of miles and hotel stays and bad restaurant meals that we all deal with. The title of my presentation riffs off a 1987 song by REM, The End of the World as We Know It, and I Feel Fine. The questions that I'll address today are how the language sector will respond to COVID-19 and the changes that it's forced on everyone, on every industry and every country. I'll deal with some of the practicalities and the real world background of this that affects this industry from outside. Each of you on the call today has your own story of how it's affected you, your family, your friends, your businesses. My hope and wishes for everyone today is that REM subtitle, and I feel fine, is how and where we'll all end up after this situation ends. So with no further ado, let's move on to the three major topics. The first is the state of the language market during the COVID-19 pandemic. What's really interesting here is that language has become an issue for a lot of Americans. We're starting to see in various places notices in languages that they don't necessarily speak, or for the people who do speak those languages, they're seeing information that's really critical to their health and well-being throughout the course of this event. So this is from Seattle. Who would have thought that Russian would be a major issue for the public health system? Of course, there's Russians everywhere. The state of the market is also tied to the macroeconomic activity that's going on, what's happening in the marketplace, the demand side, the supply chain, all of the things that make up the language industry come together and create the delivery of translation, of interpreting, of localization, the various other services that companies in the space provide. What I'll do here is I won't predict the future and tell you exactly what will happen. I don't think anyone can do that at this point, and I'll give you some of the reasons why that's important and something you should keep in mind when you're planning, because there's no set answers, no formula to what's going on now. Anyone who's following the news knows that pretty well by now. And I'll finish with some points on future-proofing your business. I'll focus on things that you can do to improve the likelihood that your business, your profession, your livelihood will survive and thrive post COVID-19. Now, the theme of today's webinar, of this presentation, is really simply look to what's coming rather than what's past. Don't prepare for a return to the past, because it's highly unlikely, and again, for things that we'll look at, that we will go back to things as they were. Everyone talks about the new normal to the point where that's become an overused cliche. What we have is a future that is as yet indeterminate. So what you should be doing instead is preparing yourself to be more competitive in this post-pandemic future. In other words, don't look backwards with nostalgia, but take a clear-eyed approach to being ready for whatever the future brings to you. So let's start now with the state of the language market, and some data from our surveys of enterprise buyers, of language service providers, and freelancers that we've published on how COVID-19 has affected what you do. Since the middle of March, we've been surveying various constituencies in the language market, conducting leadership council sessions with enterprise translation buyers and with the managing directors and CEOs of some of the largest LSPs. We've also been running open access webinars. We just had one yesterday, and conducting dozens of interviews for various aspects of what's going on in the COVID-19 pandemic. Many of you on this Low from Home session have likely participated in our surveys, briefings, interviews, other interactions that we've had. Now, there's two findings that are really interesting and from the 193 largest providers, the top-ranked companies from our language services report from last year, that stand out above all the others. The first is a shutdown in demand from clients. That's the general slowdown in the market. And the second is the uncertainty about the length of the pandemic. This is really critical in that nobody really knows how long it's going to go on. And this is a tough issue for leaders to deal with. And importantly, it also puts a big strain on employees. And that's why CEOs are so concerned in the next item here, paying salaries, keeping their overall team in place. Because those are the people who actually run the business, who run the operations, who are customer facing, who do all the work. Those are the people that customers pay your companies in order to do the work for them. Further down the list are some basic issues, things like accounts receivable, accounts payable. Again, all outcomes of the drop in demand and stress on the supply chain, and people up and down, people you owe money to, people that owe money to you, not paying. And we also have an infrastructure technology issue, the ability of remote employees to seamlessly service clients. Once you send all of your employees out to the winds to work from their apartments, from their kitchens, from wherever they happen to be working from, you begin to lose some of the teammate work, the camaraderie, the cross-fertilization and help that everybody can give just by reaching over or popping up into the next cube. So these are the major issues and that companies have been dealing with, and that continue. Just even in our call yesterday, these issues keep coming up over and over again. The uncertainty has extended now with concerns about how it's spreading in various markets and reaching its peak. We've also seen that on the demand, in our demand side and supply surveys, that demand across the board, it's mainly down or flat. Business overall had decreased for about half our sample. Across the board, this was a few weeks ago, 87% of employees are now working remotely. What we're seeing is a return in some places. For example, for some of the larger companies that have big offices in China, people have been going back to the offices, but they've been practicing social distancing in those environments. So instead of having 50 people in a room, they may have instead just a dozen spread out 2 meters apart. What's interesting is in one of the calls, some of the CEOs started speculating on whether they would need as much real estate in the future as they currently pay for. If people are happy working at home, why not let them do so? And they can stop renting offices. It's not good news for companies like WeWork and HQ, but everybody will be affected across the board. We've also seen on-site interpreting has, for all intents and purposes, ceased. We have a report coming out later today that looks at the replacement for on-site interpreting, which is a variety of remote interpreting modalities, what we're calling distance interpreting. And then finally, anyone who's been paying attention to the news knows that there's an enormous number of people who have become unemployed. In turn, we've got hiring that's not happening at companies in the sector. From the demand and supply side and localization departments and in LSPs, nobody's hiring. Travel has stopped. No one's getting raises. In fact, some people are getting haircuts, that is across the board cuts, in order to keep more people working instead of laying everybody off. And of course, as this conference online is testament to the fact that over the course of the last couple of months, the annual standbys like Localization World, Loc Gala, and some of the others have just had to cancel. There's very few people gathering together, especially after the Biogen debacle in Boston, where one of the medical companies ended up being a vector for the disease out of Boston. So basically, what you see now as well with all of this unemployment activity is a lot of looking by companies at ways that they can deal with their payroll. There's work such as Kurzarbeit in Germany and Austria. There's a variety of programs such as in the United States that is right now continually being debated with all sorts of interesting sides, groups taking sides in what's going on. There's more money that will be spent by governments in the next couple of months than they have probably over the last couple of years on employees. So where that leaves us here is, by the way, the place where you can find a lot of this information is at our COVID-19 landing page. The yellow highlighted thing at the top of the page here tells you how to get there. If you just go to csa.research.com, it'll tell you how to get there. And on that site, you'll find the survey data, such as I just listed, as well as some analysis, some reports that we've done on various things, including things like leadership in the time of COVID-19, analytical articles on the use of flexible translation technologies, on this notion of customer loyalty programs and how important they are, especially during periods like this, and then the importance of retaining highly trained teams. That one's called the team factor, and that picks up the idea of why you should retain your teams and how you could go the pluses and minuses of keeping them on board. There's open access webinars. You could get on the mailing list to those, know when they're happening. And then there's some external resources that are posted there as well. Some interesting things on software tools, training, and health data. We've got some more bits coming up in the next couple of days. So basically, this is a constantly updated site. Take a look. So let's move on to the next section of today's presentation, the macroeconomic impact. in that this touches every country, every sector, every person on the planet. Now, for those of you who were out sick the day they taught macroeconomics in college, it's the branch of economics that deals with the performance, the structure, the behavior, the decision making of an economy as a whole. It involves regional, national, and global entities and economies. It describes basically how an overall economy behaves, and that is, the market systems that operate on a large scale. It studies phenomena such as what we're looking at now, as well as inflation, price levels, the rate of economic growth, national income, gross domestic product, all of the fun stuff that puts many people to sleep. And so, the big question here is, what does this mean to the language industry? As an industry that generates tens of billions of dollars in revenue, it enables companies and governments to meet the expectations of their constituencies, of their customers, of their prospects, to communicate in a language that those customers or constituents understand. So it's indisputably a key component of the global economy and a linchpin in business globalization. Without it, people just couldn't communicate as well as they do and transact as much as they do. So how will the coronavirus affect the language industry? As one of the things that we do in our market research, we rely for our annual estimates on multilateral or international organizations like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank and the Organization of Economic Cooperative and Development and the United Nations International Telecommunications Union, ITU, for a lot of data about how things come together. We also do our own research, can't read, won't buy, on consumer and business behaviors. What the IMF does is at least twice a year, January and June, they put out this World Economic Outlook. And what they projected in January at the beginning of the year was a rather big news, given the questions about what was going on before the pandemic here. Is they said that they would go from their projections going to 2.9%, a drop of about 0.1 percentage points for 2019 and 2020. And that was a result of some negative surprises to economic activity, some things that didn't happen that they expected would have happened with India. So what they did was they stepped back in January and said, things aren't going to be as good as we thought they were going to be. Just last week, they reissued some new guidance that took into account the 3 months of the pandemic and what's been going on, and the peaks and valleys of containment. And what they did was they downgraded their estimate on global growth down to where it's going to be in the negative numbers, -3. And this is a downgrade, as they point out, of 6.3 percentage points from January. And that is a major revision. We look at these guys every year, and if they're talking about 0.2%, that's a pretty big move for them in terms of refactoring the economy. To drop as much as this over the course of just a 3-month period shows the severity of this particular situation. And what it does is it underscores for me the importance of everybody planning around the fact that this isn't going to be something that is here today, gone tomorrow. Anyone who's been following the go back to work, stay at home activity questions and the debates that are going on know for sure that this is a major issue. Just heard from my daughter who lives in Tokyo that the pubs have closed down at 8 o'clock every evening. That's apparently because the coronavirus doesn't come out until 8 in the evening. But you have this kind of activity going on in the market, these kinds of attitudes and sort of a notion that this really isn't that this isn't something. It's a simple kind of thing. It's something that's going to take some time to play out. So let's look at how it's going to play out. Here is a picture of that you'll see in your macroeconomics 101 book, which lays out all of the variables in the supply and the demand, all of the activity that goes on in a business, in the business world and across various social institutions, including governments and churches and all that other kind of stuff. Now, the big thing here is that the language industry serves a global market. It is a global business, and the company that's providing language services for a US company or for a UK company or for a Chinese company doesn't have to be anywhere nearby. The supply chain stretches, the companies stretch. And so this sort of goes against the conventional wisdom that the language industry is counter-cyclical and immune from many economic phenomena. Now, we've all said this at some point. You know, we look at the data, we look at 2008 and said, well, they didn't really crater very much back then. I wouldn't put very much faith in those kinds of statements. This is an industry that exists to meet worldwide demand for language services. When that demand drops, the size of the market suffers. And what we have this time around is that entire sectors of the global economy are no longer consuming goods and services. So what we see now, according to Larry Summers, who is a chief economist at the World Bank and was an official in President Clinton and President Obama's cabinets, he has said that he's an economist at Harvard now. Economic time has stopped because of the pandemic. Stopped. So what we've got here is the pause button, the pandemic pause button. This pause on economic time is unprecedented. In past economic events, you might have terminated temporarily things like flights due to an Icelandic volcano, or economic activity shuts down because of a tsunami in Indonesia or Japan, or regions that where gas prices get so laughably low that are laughable. With the gas prices so laughably low now, you wonder how economies would shut down because they got so high. So basically, these are things that have been short term in the past. This is longer term. So how COVID-19 is different from past pandemics and natural disasters and conflicts is that this isn't like the Peter Pan thing. All of this has happened before and it'll happen again. It's instead what economists will call a black swan event. This is something which is uncharted territory. Instead of it happening before and it'll happen exactly like this again, it's a major surprise. It has no precedent. It has a major effect on the market, and it's often rationalized with hindsight. For example, when a world leader says after the fact, after a lot of stuff has happened, I felt it was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. The bottom line and why everyone has to plan extra long and hard about this is because there's never been anything like this before. So everybody's learning as we go along, and it'll take some time to get this all back on track. Now, the next few slides are important for business planning. They underscore the particular challenges of coming out of this particular downturn. This slide shows the on what we've seen this year is the beginning, the onset, and the peak, and coming out of the pandemic for various countries. China got hit first, and what we saw in China is when it shut down all production, they began operating again, sending people back into factories in mid-March. By the third week in March, roughly 70% of factory workers were back on the job. Most were expected to be there by everyone back on the job by mid-April. The problem is, what are those factories going to produce for the rest of the world when it isn't consuming anything? So if you think about this in a global economy, we got China producing stuff for the world, which isn't buying something. When the world gets back online and starts buying something, will China be in a second pass of COVID? Will all of the economies ultimately come together and align? And that's something that, again, we've never had this problem before at this scale. Countries will come back online at different times, but what that means is the globalized world is out of alignment. And as a service that keeps multilingual trade and communications going, that's where the language service sector comes back into the market. What we do is we analyze the industry on two axes: macro, what the overall industry does, and this is really hard to influence unless you're of an enormous scale, or you're really visible, or you've got a demand driver, or you're a phenomenal disruptor in the marketplace. They can have effects on the market. We also look at micro activities, what individual companies can do, and how they're responding to the pandemic. And that's really where a lot of the work has to be done moving forward. What we have here, I know there's dozens of articles out there about various scenarios. There's presentations in the course of Loc from Home on what's going to happen, but it all boils down to basically two economic activities. The industry comes back as it was, relatively unscathed, or the industry comes back after a longer term recession. Then we've got some things that talk about some changes to the fundamentals. The industry comes back with a lot of consolidation, or the industry is transformed with new technology. So let's look at these things. And I should note that this is a quick trip through something that is a much broader discussion. Sector scenario 1 and 2, we see a downturn, a recession, a recovery. The IMF is pretty convinced that there's going to be a recession. So the ideal here would be that the industry suffers a sharp decline followed by a sharp rise back to its peak. This is what economists call a V-shaped recovery. It follows that pattern, and it's the return to economic activity, the increased demand in spending and government stimulus. All of this pushes things along. A lot of pain can happen in that trough during the decline because people are put out of work. Entire supply chains are disrupted. And Larry Summers, back to him from Harvard, costs mount because the financial clock continues to tick with interest payments, rent, other obligations, everything you have to pay, accounts due, still due to lenders and landlords. What we have here, though, is this is an ideal if things go back pretty much to where they were. So the time out economic blip here is just a blip. But the issue here is that there could be a W-shaped recovery where you get a dip, a return, a dip, a return, a dip, and a return. And that's how some epidemiologists are looking at the question of whether COVID goes away, we end up with the fall flu, we end up with a COVID-20, all of these things continue happening. And so right now what we have, as well as an epidemic, is we also have an epistemic problem. Here, nobody knows what's going on. We also have epistemic bipolarity with the same people sometimes saying different things depending on the day, but that's a different discussion. Scenario 3, this is the consolidation and remixing of the industry. It's not an economic recovery. The pandemic is going to have winners and losers in the marketplace. We can be sure of that. What that'll mean is that some of the supply chain, some of the companies can be picked up by larger ones. ISVs, the technology vendors may get together in order to create a stronger company coming out of the pandemic. And as this slide shows, there's going to be a lot of providers of language services taking advantage of market opportunities and also looking at the language technologies that are out there, which show up in scenario 4 here. All of the natural language processing activity, the mechanization or automation of activity by humans, the MT work that's already being used by most LSPs at some point, but using by many clients, as well as the data-driven technologies that Alex was just talking about here that are going to change the content playing field. Machine learning, augmented translation, semantic enrichment. I've got a lot of research on what's going on there. And then importantly, the power of Amazon Web Services, of Microsoft Azure, of the various other cloud-based computing resources, mean that there's enormous power that can be used to train engines to do all of those neural models that will inform the industry, inform everyone in their work moving forward. So that's basically the way that we see the market playing out. So more consolidation and a tremendous amount of automation is driving the industry. But if you really want to know when COVID-19 will end forever and what's going to happen next, I always say go to the experts. So our friend Zoltar, the 8 Ball, and of course the group of 7 that meets periodically and tells us what we should do. The guy with the red tie knows everything, so just consult him. Now let's move into the next level, the final part of this presentation on the micro part, reimagining your company for whatever comes next with this company level future proofing. The idea is that something's going to happen. There is a future. We don't know exactly what that future is going to be. So how can you take some of the stuff we've talked about, the automation, the consolidation, the other activities, and take advantage of that? While the market is on pause, what we say is assess and optimize. So going back to Ralph Waldo Emerson, in each pause, I hear the call. Or Dov Seidman, who is famous for being cited in Thomas Friedman's Lexus and the Olive Tree and the various other books for his how methodology. How do we do things really matter? When you press the pause button on a computer, it stops. When you press the pause button on a human being, they start. That's when they begin to rethink and reimagine. And this is the time to start rethinking and reimagining. The important bit in all of this is that with the recovery of demand that will happen when, as things gradually reopen in various parts of the world, is that people will still demand native language support. Can't read, won't buy research shows that regularly, even for people who are comfortable in other languages, they always prefer getting information in their own language. So the pandemic, one of the side effects will not be that everybody can speak every language on the planet. It's not going to happen. But what we can see is this increase in business around longstanding and new requirements, such as want to be in every country kind of global corporate strategy, customer experience and digital transformation activities, just the unrelenting growth that we see in digital content and speech volumes, the support, the desire to have all of that information in every channel, whether it's social media, whether it's apps on phones, whether it's online, whether it's print, whether it's on television or cable, wherever it happens to be, there's a concern to have that information everywhere. And then there's new devices constantly coming on, raising the requirement for more languages. There's another phenomenon, which is a constantly advancing regulatory compliance. If you don't have the right materials translated, for example, for a pharmaceutical filing, you might end up losing an entire year before you can sell in that market. So the big thing here, some future will happen. You can do a lot to prepare. As you exit the reactive stage of the pandemic, that is the point we've been in now, and there's sort of a steady state that kind of feels like The Edge of Tomorrow or Groundhog Day or the Fair, these time loop kinds of movies. Things just keep happening the way they were. There's nobody knows what's going to happen next. What you should do during this period is systematically review people, process, technology. Importantly, the people who were untrained working for you and clueless in January 2020 will still be untrained and clueless when the pandemic ends, unless you actually go off and start training them. The processes that infuriated your customers and your practitioners since 2009 will still provide that horrible customer experience. Figure out how you can improve them. Technology, the content management and translation software, the interpreting delivery platforms, all of those systems that didn't work well, that didn't scale, that really stunk before the pandemic, will still be bad software after COVID 2019 dissipates. So the big thing here is optimize while economic time is frozen. We've got a few levels of people that we talk about. There's the language traditionalists, the people who have done things as they always have done. They don't invest, they don't move forward, they resist technology. Those are the companies that are really going to be pushed out of place. They're not going to be able to scale. Process reengineering, those of you who are at a certain age know what business process reengineering is. This is where you go in and you just evaluate and assess and take everything that you have, pull it apart and figure out how you can make it better. When systems aren't being hit with all of this enormous scale requirements of everyday turnaround, it's a good time to take a look at that. Echoing again what Alex was saying, what we call the data scientists here, automate what you can to free up skilled resources via small AI activities, do with all of the data you're collecting. Build end-to-end MT into workflows to eliminate people. You don't really need a linguist for stuff that might not have been translated anyways. So these are two very important areas, taking advantage of the data that you have and all this business process reengineering to move forward. Knowledge process outsourcing, step back and look what an LSP is about. What an LSP is really taking the work that somebody can't do efficiently inside a company because you just can't scale to the number of languages, to the number of people you need to have full-time activity. Take that business process outsourcing model and understand that what you're doing as a language service provider is going in and saying, hey, look, we have expertise, we have knowledge, we have understanding of what this knowledge stuff is. Wherever you are in the content stream, whether it's source or target kind of information, you can pull this together and you can really build a business around this KPO idea of taking your specialized expertise and building offerings around that. Further out, we've got, and this is something you're not going to do in the next couple of weeks, is become a global content strategist. Change your marketing, change your view to where you actually get involved, roll up your sleeves with companies throughout the entire content life cycle and advise them and do all sorts of other things. But got some research on that, but that's a very major initiative for any company. So in conclusion here, don't stop thinking about tomorrow is really our view of this situation. Don't prepare for the return to the past. Prepare yourself to be more competitive in the future. And as you do, optimize, work around the stuff that is really important. Keep your teams working, keep them safe, pay attention to clients. Remember the near past. What we can say now about COVID-19, and we can start saying about SARS and Ebolas and H1N1 and all of the other things that have come along. these are things that we've seen in the past, and those are things you can prepare for in the future with a business continuity plan and an approach that says, whenever I have one of these pause buttons, what I'm going to do is optimize and improve my business. So just a quick research reference in today's presentation up at csaresearch.com. This report's will be referenced on the COVID site later. And so that's it. That's my email if you have any questions. And yeah.
Thank you. I really loved it. We had some great comments as well going through. So I saw somebody actually said there was their favorite presentation so far. Congratulations on that. Yep. I love
was it
the
just
red tie.
First or second? So
I'm sure they've been here all day.
Okay.
And yeah, great insight. So I do appreciate that. If we can move just to some Q&A, I'd appreciate some perspective or some opinions that to some questions that we have. So you mentioned all this consolidation. Do you think industry it's going to result in a lot more acquisitions, a lot more of the mergers of like bigger to smaller people who, for example, didn't have the let's say the bankroll to survive throughout this pandemic, considering we don't necessarily know when it's going to end?
It certainly sounds like a rhetorical question. Seriously, when you look at the government funding projects, those are the ones that are meant to help the smaller companies, and unfortunately, they haven't had the the intended effect. So it's going to be a hard time for companies. So the advice that we give on that team factor piece up on the COVID site is do whatever you can to keep people on board. This is really one of the big issues because that intellectual capital, that's the asset that, as the traditionalists say, walks in every day into your company and then walks out at the end of the day, leaves the company. And if they don't come back, you don't have a company. So if you get rid of them, the bigger companies are in a better position. The first thing that we saw in our leadership council for the larger companies was that some of the larger LSPs in the space had turned to their line of credit back in March to get the money from their lenders while the lenders weren't running for the hills or the money wasn't available. Right. And so that's one of the things that's really critical, to make sure you have the capital, and then if you can invest in people. For example, in the US, you've got the added complication of healthcare. So that's an expensive, $20,000 if you often had to pay for that, your family. And if you have no income. So the important thing is figuring out how to do this. That'll help the smaller companies, but to the core of your question, this will really strain smaller companies. It'll strain mid-sized companies and bigger ones as well to show the market why they are the ones that you should be working with them. What they provide, how they can add value to your business. And that's the big challenge moving forward after the pandemic.
Great. Thank you for that. And moving towards the technology side of things, I know that you mentioned that obviously people are going to, or they have the chance to reinvent themselves. They have time to get trained. They have, all these opportunities. What do you think the impact is going to be in general from, tech providers after this? If, for example, the smaller companies don't have necessary capital to invest into technology, do you think it's going to drive prices down? Do you think that there's going to be less technology available? How do you think that's going to play out?
Well, this is an opportunity for the tech vendors to get a little smarter than some of them have been. For example, when you look at pricing models, the pricing model of some of the traditional translation management systems that are on premises or hosted, it's pretty onerous kind of pricing models. Whereas people have become accustomed, through things like Netflix or Spotify or whatever their favorite media source is, to subscription-based models, which have a low, no capex. It's something is an operating expense and is spread out over a period of time. Smaller companies can deal with that. That's one issue, is the pricing model. The second is the complexity of a lot of the existing software. They're big behemoths in some cases that predated, they're client server systems that have been moved over to the web. Right. And so they still have those monolithic chunks. What we've been advocating for several years now is a move towards microservices, towards cloud-based systems, to subscription-based solutions. These are the kinds of things that a smaller company is much more capable of bringing in, digesting, and working. And the important thing with all of that is going to be user interfaces as well. you can't have a crappy user interface because you have people who are, they don't have time to learn your tool. What they need is time to, do their job. So if the tool gets in the way of the job, that's a non-starter. So, those three things all come together.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. If you would mind, just stop sharing your screen. I would appreciate that as well. That'll help the administrators take care of some things.
Okay.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. We topped the 500 during your presentation. I think we're up around
All right.
520 some odd, which was fantastic. So thank you for that. I think today actually we've had about 1,800 attendees over the course of the day. So that's also fantastic for everyone that's been participating. So thank you for that. Dawn, thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Great.
Looking forward to talking to you soon.
Okay. Take care, Brian. Thanks, everyone. Have a good week.
Thank you.
Weekend. Bye.
All right, we're going to be starting a poll on Dawn's, if it has not already started, on Dawn's presentation. So please do fill that out. Please do share Lock from Home social media channels. We have Slack channel as well, which is bit.ly/lockfromhome. You can participate, network with all the attendees that are participating on that channel as well. Again, thank you for being here. We're going to come up in another few minutes and have our next speaker, Jan Hendrik, and we're going to have a little interview in a different format. All right, thanks everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Again, if you're joining us, thank you for being with us today. And if you've been with us for a while now, again, thank you. I hope you've been enjoying the presentations. Next, we have a small interview format that we're going to be doing. I can see we have Ann with us. How you doing?
Fine, thank you, Brian.
Excellent.
It's a great conference, really enjoying it.
Fantastic. Thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that. So first and foremost, founder and CEO, Beluga Linguistics. Why don't you tell us where you're based?
We're based in Madrid, and this is basically because it's a great city, and my wife is from here, so that was the reason why German moved to Spain. Strange reason, but yes. So that's why we headquartered here in Madrid.
Fantastic. So there's basically an invested interest in being in Spain. So, or did you not have a choice?
Absolutely.
Okay. So from what I understand, I mean, your company is been around for quite some time, has a wide range of different types of customers in, for example, security and digital for e-learning, things like that. So what, I mean, how are things going during the pandemic? How are things going for you? Basically, let's bring it down to that.
Exactly. So yeah, I think right now we have been hearing that all day long. So it really depends where you work in which area you work in. We have been in digital since 2006. Actually, 2004 I started in the industry. But with Beluga we started in 2006 and have never done other things than working on continuous translation since 2006.
Okay.
So in this sense, our clients are digital companies. They're marketing. They're, as you say, the advertising platforms. They've been in user interface localization since then, since the very beginning, and have seen also like the up and downs of the internet. But right now, I would say it was a great bet on digital because in general the digital clients have less infrastructure. They are completely digital, so they can move pretty fast and can adapt to the situation. And I think in general digital is right now a go-to option for many people.
Okay, so are you saying that, for example, within the demand of the digital clients that you haven't necessarily seen a decrease in business?
No, we have seen two states, which is flat or increase.
That's fantastic for you. I'm very happy to hear that. At least the digital side of things is going very well. Exactly. So, I mean, with respect to with staff, I mean, how many staff do you have in your company?
We have a small in-house team.
Okay.
And then in total, our operations is about 80 people.
Oh, wow. Okay. So quite widespread.
Yeah. So the reason why I say a small in-house team, it's like a lean organization. So we have tried to get rid of as much baggage, which is not key to our operations, as possible. So that means tax stuff, accounting stuff, everything, what is not core to our business, which is project management, client, customer management, and vendor relationships. All the rest is sort of, not core and can be picked in a very like spot on situations, or you build up a network of collaborators like we have done, who are working with us continuously, but on a collaboration basis, and that's great.
Right. Okay. So in terms of your infrastructure, then, if you only had a smaller core team, I mean, did you, for example, send them home? Do you have office space that you had to negotiate with? Like, how did you actually handle the whole social distancing thing? I mean, and by the way, I've seen videos online of Madrid and people dancing on their balconies, which I find awesome. So hopefully you're part of that. But yeah, I mean, what's been the I guess tone and the impact of having to do that, and how did you navigate that?
Yeah, so we have been having all the situations you can imagine. So we had an office, we worked from home, we had offices,
right?
We scaled back to work at home, but then I think, and this is a little bit what the previous Don Palmer talked about,
right?
Is, the preparation right now. So how are you affected? We actually started in 2015 with relaunching our company, with relaunching and focusing really on building up processes, image, like the marketing part, the sales infrastructure. So how can you scale? How can let's say 500,000 business grow to a 5 million business? So all this needs tons of preparation, and that's what we started in 2015, and since then we haven't stopped. So one of the things is office space. You talked about that. We decided to go to WeWork competitors' spaces, actually co-working space,
right?
And it is, I think, still a fantastic opportunity. So we have heard, like this morning, Julio Leal talked about that WeWork is a loser of this situation. I don't agree with him. I think WeWork will be a very strong model itself, because people will partly work from home, will be more used to work on digital and on distance. But on the other hand, and that's what we have learned from our last like working from home period, is isolation is a big topic for freelancers. Like freelancers know that, and getting in touch with people outside of your business, outside of your work, in a workspace like a co-working space, is just brutal. It helps you to think outside of the box. It brings new influence to you, to your employees, and overall it's very flexible. So our office can be in all spaces around the world. So I worked in New York for some time, so all this is possible.
Okay, and I mean, the perspective of the co-working, because I mean, obviously co-workings are picking up in popularity, but a lot of people have that, I guess, that notion or that concern that their clients won't perceive them as a real business if they're based in a co-working environment. What's your opinion on that?
I mean, yes. So we are a goal-driven company.
Okay.
So we measure success by the goals we achieve or not, and it is not important if you're in a t-shirt at home or in a suit in an office. If this is your benchmark, then I think you're not competitive today, because today's world is really about competitive and achievement. So you need this. It doesn't matter, and it has a great infrastructure. Co-working. You have all these not essential stuff externalized. One bill at the end of the month. Great opportunity.
I would agree, and I always say that, for example, I want to pay people for their intellectual capacities, not necessarily how they look or how they dress or where they're working. So I would agree with your statement that if you're goal based and you're meeting those goals with your intellectual capital, that's fantastic. So that's good to hear. So you obviously haven't had any negative impacts from co-working experiences and things like that, which is good.
No.
So I mean, in terms
it's
of
a plus. It's different. It's even a plus because if you want to attract human resource to your company, and especially Gen Z or the new generations of workers coming in, they don't want to stamp. Nobody wants that,
Nope.
So
I agree.
I think for us, the co-working space is a place of meeting. It's a meeting place for us. So it's
okay. And I mean, I think that with that, and I know we're actually running a bit short on time, so I just want to make sure that I ask you some very key important questions in terms of your technological infrastructure and the decisions you made back when you started, restructuring your company. What was your main focus? What was your main objective in terms on the technology side?
On the technology side, of course, scalability.
Okay.
For all our opportunities, it's scale. So operation on the back end, project management, everything is cloud-based in our case. And the translation tools we're using are also cloud-based, and that gives all these opportunities of free movement.
It's I would also agree with that. I mean, I think more and more, obviously, people are moving to the cloud. People are creating environments or infrastructures that are mobile. So you can actually, be anywhere in the world. You can still continue doing your day, and you're less impacted by the I guess the place where you're actually conducting the work. So I'm super happy to hear that things haven't gone badly for you during the pandemic. I'm really happy, sincerely happy to hear that. Obviously, the core team, if you're doing well, they're still around, you're keeping everything in place, you're able to serve your customers. I think that's super positive. And I think for everyone, and again, we're just shy of about 500 attendees. I think it's a positive message to say that obviously there's an opportunity by creating an infrastructure that allows you to be mobile. I think that you had some words of wisdom within your answers, whereby focusing on the business structure, becoming lean, and growing in that capacity is just a good positive message for everybody that's been listening.
One last comment to this is right now, and so there was a lot of there is a lot of uncertainty, but it is a moment of opportunity. And this opportunity right now, I mean, it is hard and not everybody has the same reality. But now it's a black swan moment, like we have heard before.
Right.
So there are people in the market that can collaborate with you who wouldn't have been available a year ago. And so opportunities are there. Plan ahead, go where you want to go. And now you have more access than ever to invest in yourself or invest in your company, in your infrastructure, but invest. I think that's an important message.
Words of wisdom. I think that's perfect. I think it was a great note to end our discussion on. I would encourage everybody, for example, to reach out to you. Should they have questions, should they need words of wisdom, inspiration, ask how you did it.
Log lunch. I hope we can connect via log lunch with each other.
I forgot to mention the founder of Localization. That's right. I apologize for not mentioning that.
No problem. No, it's about the network. So that's great. But also there we will see a lot of innovation coming through.
Absolutely.
And hopefully the new platform for Localization will be soon out there. We're working on it.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate the chat, and hopefully we'll get to do it again soon.
Brian, thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. All right, everyone. So we're going to have our next speaker come up in a few moments. We're just going to take a very, very, very brief break. And we're going to come back with Jeanette Stewart. So be right back. Please, if you have any comments, please make them. If you want to share everything online, we can do lock from home, hashtag all social networks. Thank you. Be back in one moment. And I'm back. Hi, Jeanette, how you doing? Oh, can't hear you. Bear with me 2 little moments. All right, looks like we're just getting Jeanette set up then. So again, we're going to just have one more minute. Again, thanks for everybody for being with us. I really appreciate it. Jeanette, are you on now?
I am. Can you
There
hear
we go. I can. That's fantastic. Welcome, welcome.
Thanks for having me. This is a wonderful idea. I am so pleased. I heard your numbers. This is amazing.
We're thrilled with the numbers. Again, we topped just over 1,800 people. I mean, we've got consistent 500 people, like, you know, consistently connected to our presentations, everybody's presentations for that matter. So it's just, yeah, it's been really, really positive, wonderful experience. So thank you for making your time. I didn't get a chance to give you a proper intro, but you know, you're the founder of Translations Common, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. So I apologize for not having introed you. We had that kind of technical glitch, but what I'm going to do, because we're running just a bit behind, is I want to mention that you're the former CEO of Communicare. I believe
Yeah.
it's how it's mentioned, and that's a life science company. So yeah. So why don't you? I'm going to hand over the virtual mic to you, and you can just take it away with your presentation, and I'll hop in towards the end of it.
That's great. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Jeanette Stewart. I have been in the industry for quite a while. I founded a Communicare, which was a life sciences, and I sold the company in 2008. And then I have founded Translation Commons, which is a nonprofit, and we have been working on collaboration within the industry, creating working groups and free resources. And one of the amazing things we have done just now is a COVID-19 poster maker, where we have about 6,000 languages that we have word prompts for the basic instructions of how to wash your hands, and etc. So this is an amazing feat. And I want to now share the presentation. So here we are. I'm going to share my entire screen. Here we go. And let me get this down. Present. There we go. Actually, that's not the presenter view I wanted, but I think this will do. So I want to talk today about strategies. Can you see my screen, by the way? Okay.
Yes, we can. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. COVID-19 has changed the world and our lives. And although we're trying to deal with it, sometimes what we really, really need to do is completely reinvent ourselves. And that is what we're going to be talking today. So we all try to prepare for disasters. We take out insurance, we create disaster recovery plans, we have backpacks all packed and ready to go, and so much more, right? We all do. But unless we are hard-eyed survivalists, are we really ready? And disaster happens and change comes upon us in completely unknown ways. So when we are confronted with sudden change, even when we have good plans in place and they do work, it's our emotional well-being that is damaged the most, as we have seen recently. So fear of change and its effects is a very, very human response. I seem to be having a glitch and not, there we go. So why are we afraid of change? I'm sorry, my is not working. There we go. Few digital glitches. So why are we afraid of change? Let's start with defining change. The act or instance of making or becoming different. But let's break this down further. The act of making different or the instance of becoming different. So we can clearly see that change can be passive or dynamic. It can be something that happens to us or something that we consciously do. So when we look at changes that we consciously do, there are many different types. Physical, let's say you diet or you move to another town. Mental or emotional, plan changes, incremental changes, strategic, reactive changes, you name it. The list is quite long. There are many reasons why we would want to embrace and instigate change. Benefits such as learning something new or improving our circumstances are the most common. In business, however, change is about the possibilities and opportunities that we can tap into when we just shift a gear or two. So the new potential is what drives business to continuously reinvent themselves. But you as a leader of a team or self-employed are the only one that can instigate these changes. And to do so requires you to acquire a change attitude. So how do you acquire a change attitude? The intelligence of change is a model I created about 20 years ago. And I have run multiple workshops, both for individuals and for small business groups. The model is the same for whatever type of change you contemplate. It starts with awareness, in other words, fact gathering and research. Using observation, record all the facts around the issue in question. The next stage is detachment, meaning objectivity. It is very difficult to get rid of all the bias, whether personal or corporate. But without objectivity and clarity from bias, ships sink. The next stage is perception, not to be confused with the first stage of awareness. Perception is about gathering intelligence and finding true causes or motivations, usually what lies hidden. With all the facts in hand, we move to the next stage of choice. This is a vital stage because when you started the process, you had a goal, but by this time, the goal may no longer be as important as something else, something that was revealed or something that came to your attention later. Reaffirming or adapting the goal will ensure that you will be implementing the right change. So finally, the stage of action is where all the implementation and transformation occurs and needs to be measured and evaluated until you reach your final goal. Both in our personal lives and in our businesses, there are many things under our control that we can change, but there are also many others that we can't. And from those things we can change, there are many that can be easily done and others that will require major disruption. You need to evaluate the pros and cons of taking certain actions of change before you embark on them. Some disruptions may have unexpected results. For example, losing a key member of the team. Tread with caution and try to get your team's buy-in. And if you find that something is difficult to change, you may need to focus on different aspects and change the way you regard the issue. People consider change as difficult, and it is true that every change beginning may be difficult, but this is a very brief period. Once change starts showing the expected transformational benefits, the results outweigh the effort. With change comes freedom from the old and worn out way of doing things, and hopefully the new process is solving the old problems. So how do you reinvent your business? If it was easy, more companies would be successfully doing it. There is one fundamental way to understand it. You jump from the maturity stage of one business to the growth stage of the next. So you basically leave the comfort of the known, established, and reliable business model, the one you worked so hard to set up, and instead you dive headfirst into a new environment and basically swim or sink. But don't worry, there are safe modes to do this. If you have a business team, you can engage part of the business to the change and reinvention. while retaining a safe operation with the rest. For freelancers, you can either go all in or also just partly start new projects. In times of change, whether recession or a pandemic lockdown, when the known model of work is jeopardized, if you have a change attitude, you will be able to look objectively at what you can do to stay afloat. I built a life sciences LSP, grew it to have offices in 5 countries, and during the 2 decades I was running it, we have gone through a couple of recessions and many, many ups and downs. And just to make things more complicated, I put the company on the market for sale just as the 2008 recession started. I signed the initial pre-sales contract in 2 weeks to possibly the only cash buyer at the time. I can tell you the story another time because today I want to share the strategies that helped me through all the recessions and made my company a desirable acquisition. So, from anticipating client needs, know and track your competition, create distinctive capabilities, acquire new skills and talents. We're going to go through each of them in detail. So, client needs. Clients are usually vocal. Are you paying attention? They may not complain, but imply something. Are you sensitive to read between the lines? Is their pain point with a competitor, another department, their boss? In a time of crisis, saving them budget can lead to long-term loyalty, or save your account from going into a cheaper competitor, or their management reducing budget. What are some of the things that you can do that aren't in the contract? How can you go the extra mile for them? Do they need help in elevating their position or the department? Can you help them evangelize? Opportunities are always there in front of our eyes. What is it they need that you don't have? Can you get it? They may be your ticket to a new service. Competition intelligence doesn't mean you have to employ a spy and get trade secrets. It also doesn't mean that you copy your competitors. A good understanding of where your competitors are in the market, their share, strengths, and weaknesses is paramount to your understanding where your company is in the market. And you do that with data, not a gut feeling. You also pay attention to their mistakes and the results on their business. Sometimes they have really good ideas that would fit in your operation too. And finally, you always want to be a step ahead of them so you don't get surprised. It's important to track how your competition is shifting. High performance, see the changes in customer needs, and create the next basis of competition in their industry. High performance also invariably create distinctive capabilities. Prominent examples include Dell with its direct model of PC sales, Walmart with its unique supply chain capabilities, and Toyota, not just with its production method, but also its engineering capabilities. That made Lexus and Prius so successful. But distinctiveness in capabilities is fleeting. So how do you develop new ones? Although mergers are prominent in our industry, there are other types of collaborations, like partnering in projects or offerings. For example, Translation Commons was a partner with Pandlex, another nonprofit, for about 2 years. And for 2 years, we were trying to find something to work together. But the opportunity came with COVID-19, that we managed to create this poster maker in 6,000 languages. Now, you can add operations, not necessarily by adding a whole department, by subcontracting a sales team, a marketing team, an accounting team, an engineering team. And of course, we all fear technology investments because they can be a black hole. But sometimes you need to bite the bullet and update, upgrade, and start something new if you need to. And finally, in our field, people and the skills they bring are our biggest assets. The quickest way to add new capabilities is employing the right people. I am sorry, but my button doesn't work when I need to change the slide. So it jumps, it doesn't do anything, then it jumps a few, and I have to come back.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Just checking in, making sure everything was okay with it. We're good?
Yeah. So I'll continue.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So in times of crisis, we tend to reduce our operating expenses by reducing headcount and benefits. Sometimes this is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. By minimizing the talent and skills of the team to boost margins, we minimize our ability to perform. But even in cases when we don't reduce the headcount, is the current talent pool we have the right one? Can we reinvent the company with this team? How can we add skills to our team? Of course, there are online courses, through mentoring and internships, by joining professional groups, and even volunteering. Let's take a look at the tools we can use to embrace change and bring a transformation. The only difference is that we will look today at these tools not in a static way, the way that you already know, but rather in an empowering, dynamic way to indicate to us what we need to change and where the hidden opportunities are. You have all seen the famous SWOT table, and most of you know that you can use it for your company, yourself, the competition, literally anything. The way it works, it's like a freeze frame. Right now, this is the picture I see. However, today we will look at it in a transformational manner. We will take all the weaknesses, switch them around, and put them in the opportunities. We will take all the threats, switch them around, and put them in the strengths. This will give us the picture of where we need to be to weather this crisis. For example, if a weakness of your company is that you have a couple of very big clients giving you perhaps more than 50% of your revenue, you will put in the opportunities that there are thousands of small clients in your area that are just waiting for you to contact them. If a specific competitor is a threat, then find a way to partner on a project or an offering, anything that can make this into a strength. You can use any combination to find any transformative solutions. You now have a better idea of how to tackle an important problem and save the day. But how do you get from A to B? From what your current state is to the one you want to be in? The gaps analysis will help you break down the steps and solidify your target. Once you understand all the elements that need to be in place for you to reach your goal, you can create your action plan, resources, and timelines. There are plenty of templates for all of these tools available online and free, so do look them up. Objectives are important because they convert visions into clear-cut measurable targets. Most organizations have general or overall aims, which they can break down into specific objectives or targets. By setting aims and objectives, companies give themselves a sense of purpose and a direction. With an overall plan in place, a company can set particular targets and monitor its progress towards reaching them. But let's not generalize. Getting maximum results with minimum efforts is not a specific objective. Wanting to have profit of $1 million may not be achievable. Becoming the #1 LSP in the region is not measurable. Taking your company public may not be realistic. And finally, choosing to create a video ad before you even have a website is not a timely objective needed right now. As long as you keep your objectives smart, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely, They can help you in many ways. For example, to create direction and guidance, to motivate employees, establish standards to evaluate performance, form the basis and set budgets, develop structure for a project, and so on. The glitch again. I am clicking and it's going to jump 3 or 4 down. So do bear with me. No, it's not moving to the next slide. Okay, it jumped again. Here we go. So there are advantages and disadvantages to diversification. There are also many ways to diversify. As a company owner specializing in life science content, I turned away business that was not relevant. But one client opened up my eyes. It was Winsor & Newton, the art supply British company. They said that they can't find any translation provider that can deal with their special requirements, which at the time was a combination of chemical material and precise naming of colors. They felt that a life science company could cater for the chemical requirement, and our strict adherence to precision in life science translations was what they needed for naming colors. The fact that I initially turned them down proved to them that we were not full of empty promises just to get their account. But I learned my lesson. After that, I paid close attention to the types of life science clients we had and diversified to cover from large pharma and huge CROs, contract research organizations, to small biotech, medical writing outfits, and of course, everything in between. If business positioning was a sport, I would be spending all my weekends doing it. I use positioning in everything. It helps me understand the true picture beyond the words. And market position refers to the client's perception of a brand or product in relation to competing brands or products. Market positioning refers to the process of establishing the image or identity of a brand or product so that people perceive it in a certain way. So here I am showing you a positioning chart that you can add anything to the axis to help you evaluate a client, a process, a project, an employee, multiple competitors, anything you need to. In marketing, we call positioning what you say about your company in relation to your competitors. In short, what is your unique selling point? Zappos is an online shoe store, and there's nothing especially unique about selling shoes online. However, their selling point is unique, free returns. But also Tom's Shoes' unique selling point is that for every pair of shoes a customer purchases, the company donates a pair to the child in need. For us, at times of change, it's all about finding the weakness we want to turn into a strength and wording it so prospective clients see the value we offer, whereas they couldn't see it before. Again, this lesson came to me from another client. We were at the final stages of competing for a very large contract with Parexel, a huge contract research organization that would increase our revenue considerably. We were going against a very large, at the time not yet public company, but they were not specialized. The client chose us because they would rather be the big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a large pond. Lesson learned on how to turn a weakness into a valuable asset, all with positioning. Optimization is very important because it helps reduce costs that can lead to higher profits and to success. Optimization is finding the most cost-effective alternatives under the given constraints by maximizing desired factors and minimizing undesired ones. In good times, leaders don't think much about optimization because profit needs to be used, budget needs to be spent, otherwise next year they are reduced. When I decided to sell the company, I spent 3 years optimizing the entire operation, business setup with the various branches, all the processes, technology, everything. At the end, we were so optimized that we got an offer within days during a recession. But in difficult times, optimization is essential. If optimization is done abruptly, it can be a powerful force of disruption, and sometimes this can be unavoidable. Losing a major client or a large percentage of the revenue requires drastic actions and immediate minimization of the risk to the company. So smart leaders keep an eye on optimizing their processes all the time. So we packed a lot in the last 20-25 minutes, and I want to leave you with a positive note. You can't change the world, but you can surely change yourself and your company. Thanks so much for attending.
Thanks, Jeanette. That was fantastic. I wanted to say your voice is the most clear voice, and I love it. It's just the way the inflection, everything was just fantastic on delivery. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We had a question in terms of, you touched on optimization, obviously, throughout. What is the key or the best starting point for someone looking to, I guess, start their optimization, or at what point or how do they actually begin this process?
Well, it's a very good question. So you have to start first with looking at everything you have and where you spend your money, your profit and loss, all the entries, the accounting entries, and then you start looking, what is the essential to your business? What is the core that you can't be without? And we heard in the interview you just had before that they outsource everything. Sometimes outsourcing is a lot more cost effective, but that means that your level of business for what you are outsourcing is such that it, caters itself to be outsourced. If, for example, your accounting is so vast that outsourcing it is going to be more expensive, then you keep your accounting in-house. There are times that this can happen, maybe not in our industry. Another, for example, is marketing. Marketing can be very expensive to outsource, but if you have a small team of 1 or 2 people in-house, part of your sales department, maybe you can have somebody inside. Now, that's not optimization, though. Optimization would be that you start evaluating and start getting rid of all the things that you have when you have excess money. You go, you do the lunches, you take your people on vacations, you have all the little extra benefits. That's the first thing that usually goes in times of crisis, because you need to reserve your money. So yes, unfortunately, that goes. But then you also look at other things like how can you start decreasing your costs in production, decreasing your costs in all the supplies that you use, so you go more digital. There are always solutions that you can optimize. I mean, the list is really very much dependent on how you spend your money.
So if I were to understand correctly, then I guess the starting point is looking at finance.
Yes. Yes, actually, it is only about finances optimization. Yes, you can optimize the processes, but the end result of why you're optimizing the process is because of finances.
Fantastic. That's very, very clear. I appreciate that. So in terms of your journey, how did you actually obtain information on like competition and evaluate, where you were in terms of the industry and things like that?
All the information is really available, and you just need to look for it. So when it comes to competition, the first thing you're going to do is going to see their website. That's what they say about themselves. Okay, that's how they position themselves. So you get a lot of information from the website, but you can also get annual reports, especially if they're a limited company or whatever it is in different countries. They have to file their tax returns and everything. So you can get information from that. But then there's other things. So, obviously the annual reports, there's public figures. Who are the directors? You can find all of these things. You can find out, the addresses. So they claim on the website that they have, 5 branches in your country, and you look at the addresses and there's just one,
Right.
So there are ways. And of course, employees moving from one company to the other, they bring a lot of wealth of intelligence.
Yes, they do.
And finally, you can go to the internet, and there are ways that you can find things. Sometimes university have information. Sometimes, the government has information. You can find things.
Excellent. That's great advice, and I do agree that the starting point for most research is obviously the company's website. So that's where they flaunt their wins. That's where they show a lot of their colors, their positioning, as you mentioned. So I agree with that. I think it's a good starting point for a lot of the people here. Listen, I don't see any other questions. I've seen great comments about how your presentation was very clear, and great information. So I'd like to thank you for that. I'd like to thank you again for the time you spent with us today. I apologize for those little glitches that you seem to be experiencing. I don't think it took away from the presentation at all. So thank you for your time. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Brian. And I really hope you do this again, because it's great fun.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, everyone. We're going to start a poll in a moment. Then we're actually going to take a little bit of a longer break, give everybody a chance to go get a coffee or whatnot. And we're going to come back here at 5 UTC, which is going to be 12 Eastern. If you're on the East Coast, again, I'm just so short of Montreal. So we're going to come back with a panel. So thank you, everybody. I'll speak to you in a few moments. All right. Don't forget to share social media, Lock from Home. We've got great stuff going on. There's the Slack channel, bit.ly/lockfromhome. All right. Take care, everyone. I'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining, welcome. If you've been with us for other presentations, thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great online conference. Lock from home. Remember, please share it in social media. And we have a Slack channel where you can communicate and network with other people. I can see we have Bill that's just come in, whose mic is still muted. We can get you unmuted as well. Hi there, Bill.
Hey, Brian. How are you?
Hey, fine, thanks. How you doing? We've
Not too bad.
Got Chris Carter as well. Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Awesome. We're rocking the virtual backgrounds. Great. Wonderful. And we've got Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, I do have to admit, Jeff's background makes me jealous with all the guitars. I think I said last time I spoke to him, but I just wanted to put it out there. So welcome, guys. Everyone, we're going to be having a panel discussion today. It's the the what comes next, the 360 degree overview of the language industry. So I've got three amazing people with me. A lot of insight, a lot of perspective, a lot of brain power in this collective group here. We've got sorry, we've got Chris Carter, Teleglat, as you can see on his wonderful background. Chris has infinite industry experience. He's worked quite a few different people. He's just established Intelliglot to help companies basically navigate all their troubles and problems relating to anything from processes to technology. We've got Bill Lafferty, who's currently a solutions architect at Aclaro, one of the most, I guess, well-spoken men in terms of the solutions architects that I know. And we also have Jeff Beatty, who's currently a localization manager or senior localization manager at Mozilla. So again, another person with a wealth of information. So guys, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it, spending some time with us. I guess I'll kick off the panel just by saying that obviously this whole situation that we've been and everybody's been living through, really across the world. It's the first time I've seen something like this at this extent. And having owned businesses or managed businesses, being in different roles in businesses, it's really affected, and I've seen it affect my colleagues in different ways. So I'm kind of happy on one level that I see everybody that's joined us today, or most of the people, are actually in a positive mood and things are going well for them. So I'm super happy about that. But let's start with maybe, Jeff, has this impacted your daily activities at all in terms of what you do?
No, not particularly. So I have worked from home for the last 9 years. So this is pretty old hat for me. I know that so Mozilla as a company, I think the last statistic that I saw was that 43% of us are remote. And I've been part of that.
Is that at Mozilla?
At Mozilla, yeah, and we have about 1,100 employees, between 1,000 and 1,100 employees. About 43% are remote, and even then, a lot of the people, in particular in California, that report to offices tend to stay home, largely to avoid the commute. So we've got a rather large remote workforce. For those of us that are transitioning, though, it has been quite disruptive and quite difficult. And even though I've been accustomed to working from home for a long time, I'm not accustomed to having my children around and needing to be homeschooled. So that's been an interesting transition.
That's the big variable I think everybody has. Perhaps Bill, would you like to chime in and just why don't you tell us how it's affected your daily activities?
Sure. Yeah, I want to echo his comment that it really hasn't affected my day-to-day that much at all. I mean, I started in localization doing Japanese translations back in 2003 from working from home. So it is, it's in my wheelhouse to be here, but the nature of what I'm doing has changed. So I've been solutions architect on the sales side, trying to help customers plan out how they're going to use tools. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that meant traveling. A lot of that meant demoing and proof of concept testing and those sorts of things. What we've found is there's been sort of a pivot over to helping to serve existing customers, because actually their needs have gone up. It would seem like there's more content for folks that they want to read in multiple languages. So now there's a lot less of the going out on the road and that sort of thing, and a lot more of trying to service existing accounts with the connectors and plugins and target languages that they want to move into. Certainly, you know, the dog barking real loudly at sensitive and inopportune times during calls, our kids bursting in through the door, which I have a sign on the back door here. This is why I have duct tape. I'm ready. But yeah, that's been a little bit of adjustment, but it's been okay too. I mean, it's kind of special in a way. We have a full house. The whole family's here. We have like family lunches and things like that that didn't happen before. So
super positive point. Awesome. All right. And Chris, I know, for example, formerly you were going into the office, I believe, right? So has this transition into Teleglot changed anything for you in terms of?
Well, I mean, it's not much really. I mean, I've been working remote or working from home for almost a year now. So that has not obviously changed. And again, I think, you know, as the other panelists have also mentioned, and you hear more and more throughout the industry, I think that's one of the things, this shift to office to home has been, you hear it in the news as being very dramatic for a lot of companies and a lot of people, those that can't even do it, affecting the economy. But within our industry, obviously that shift has been less disruptive for most people. And even I remember hearing from people like Kristen Quinlan at Certified Languages. She even said, you know, well, we're an in-office company and she has quite a few employees, and then they all had to go remote. And she said, you know, well, it wasn't that terrible. It was, you know, obviously I think for a lot of companies in our industry, that shift was a little bit of a shock for certain people, but I think a lot of companies just had to, you know, it was a lot easier for our industry than other industries overall. For me personally, yeah, it's a lot of the same. And I luckily have no kids, so there's none of that like breaking in or background noise. I just have to deal with my Manhattan neighbors making lots of noise occasionally, but that's about it.
That's still something. That's still something, definitely. So, okay, well, thank you. I mean, so obviously you guys, not much change. You've been working from home for a while. So, I mean, that's potentially a positive. I mean, there hasn't been really any adjustment that you've had to, or severe adjustments you've had to make other than the kids. So that's definitely a positive. If we look at, for example, the fact that you work from home, obviously you guys have equipped yourself, with technology to enable you to do so. So, I mean, what does your daily technology stack look like in terms of your current functionality or your current roles with the companies? Bill, why don't we start with you?
Sure. So again, not much has changed because we were already in the cloud for most of our tooling. We have been sort of set up that way for a long time. So when it comes to sort of the infrastructure, it's basically access through browsers onto the online set of tools that we use, whether it's getting into a platform like Craft directly to help a customer and uploading simplified Chinese, for instance, or whether it's on our back end using, you know, Google Drive or what have you for collaboration amongst coworkers. Honestly, it hasn't changed a whole lot. And to sort of take it one step further in terms of who it is that we're working with, they themselves haven't seen that much of a change either, because at least for Claro anyway, we're providing our services to a lot of sort of digital media companies or companies that have a strong online presence to begin with.
Right.
We haven't been so much with, say, like entertainment or hotels or that area where there's been, you know, a precipitous fall off from before. So we're fortunate in that regard, but all of the sort of pipes that connect point A to point B to point C and then back again are still intact, and we're using them as we have them.
Okay, so in terms of your organization, are people mostly working from home already, or do you have a strong in-office presence?
So we have, well, it used to be a mix. I mean, we had a number of folks who would work from home from time to time. I personally am up in New Hampshire. The closest office for me is in Massachusetts, and I'd go down once or twice a week, and otherwise I would work from home. But there's other folks who would go into their whichever office is closest to them more regularly. So it has been an adjustment for them in terms of obviously like doing the making sure the basics are set up for them, make sure like maybe upping their internet connectivity to a slightly higher speed to ensure that their signal doesn't drop and that sort of thing.
Right, excellent. Okay, thanks for that. I mean, Jeff, I know that you also have a pretty robust system that's been in place for a long time. Would you mind telling us a bit about it and how it works?
Yeah, so we've been collaborating remotely for the longest time. The very first localizations of Firefox were actually randomly sent in from people in different countries that had taken our CD-ROMs, like the executable on our CD-ROMs, and re-engineered them to support German or Polish, and then sent them back to us to incorporate them. So even back in the snail mail days, like we were working remotely and finding ways to you know really optimize that. Right now, we've done a lot to centralize around web technologies. We have an in-house translation management system called Pontoon, where we coordinate and manage all of the contributions that come from our volunteer communities. And a lot of, there really hasn't been much change or interruption in the tech stack that supports that ongoing effort. We do utilize a couple of real-time chat applications. I'm sure most people here are familiar with Slack. We're using Slack. We just recently moved from IRC to Matrix for our real-time community coordination.
Right.
But yeah, all of that has mostly remained intact. The area that we've really seen impacted is in the volume of contributions from volunteers. I think a lot of people are more focused on trying to ensure that they are able to work and that they're taking care of their family's needs. And so we've seen a little bit of a slowdown, but it hasn't been because of any frustrations in the pipelines that we've got going.
Okay, excellent. Chris, I know that you work in a bit of a different space and you're primarily helping people. Has there been a lot of people that have come to you asking questions about how to potentially render their, I guess, situation a little bit more bearable with respect to moving to the cloud or some, you know, anything like that? We potentially have a freeze. And there he is again. Are you back with us, Chris? Hold on, there we go. We're gonna try and unmute you.
Yeah.
And you're back. All right, did you happen to hear the question or did you drop off before? We're dropping off again, okay. Not a problem. I'm going to skip you for a moment.
Now again, it was loading back in, so. Yeah, it looks like my internet is cutting out. This is great. So that's just wonderful. Anyway, sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, not a problem.
Speaking of tech stack and tech ability at home,
it adds a variable to the whole equation. It's great of doing
yes,
the
it hasn't
online.
happened yet during this whole thing, and this is what wonderful timing. Anyway,
yeah. So what I was saying is, obviously, you're in a bit of a different space or a different position in terms of consulting and providing people information. So my question to you was, have you had an uptick, or anybody's come to you to ask about moving to the cloud, for example? No, he's not going to get this question. All
so
right.
I'm getting lost. Okay, so it looks like we're back. Okay. It's like, my background before this was actually was live opera and live theater. So, things happen. I'm used to it. Anyway, have people come to me? No, actually, not about going into the cloud.
Okay. I'm sure he's saying really awesome things right now.
It's more about people, looking for business strategy, trying to deal with the changes in the market, as opposed to technological, for me personally, requests on technological fixes to their tech stack, which I think only because that is such a big, that's one of my biggest concerns for a lot of companies who I think are struggling. If they haven't already been very heavily cloud-based, even if they're an in-office company, but their tech is in the cloud, if they're not already at that state, they're probably the ones having a lot of difficulty transitioning. I mean, it's one thing to help your end clients, but it's another, and we've talked a lot about that, particularly with interpretation, but with individual language companies, I haven't seen it as much, but I'm really assuming they're the ones that are having the hardest time. But I haven't actually spoken to anyone who wasn't already very much in the cloud, luckily.
Yeah, I think most of the people have shifted for the most part to at least having a portion of their tech stack in the cloud, thankfully. So they haven't been completely paralyzed by the events. But we've also heard of companies that are still using locally installed software. They have to communicate, with servers, wherever. So client server technology hosting their TMs, and things have not been as easy for them in terms of sending people home, trying to get them set up with their computers. So basically, people are taking their towers and just leaving.
I will say that this is a good learning opportunity for those companies that still haven't gotten there. Obviously, for the aspect of the problems that this has brought up through access to your technology, collaborative work, as well as communications. But really, it's for everything. Because I remember when Hurricane Sandy hit the northeast of the United States in North America, it went right through New Jersey and New York City, and we were in lower Manhattan, and the bottom third of Manhattan lost electricity. So, which meant our office lost electricity, which means no one was allowed. Our building was literally chained shut because the owner of the building didn't want to let all those different companies to go in for liability. So we didn't have access to our building, we didn't have access to our phones, we didn't have access to our servers, but they didn't have electricity anyway. So we didn't have access to any of our technology. Wow. So all of our systems, all of our data, everything was powerless and shut down. So, I mean, that kind of led to the next year, we were putting everything that wasn't already in the cloud, everything. We had backups in Los Angeles to New York. I mean, it really kind of made us think even beyond that one particular event. So I think that people are having issues now during this pandemic, as they have a chance to try to plan for the future, think beyond just the problems they had during this pandemic, but other issues related as well.
And I think that's a good point. They always mention that there's turbulence before growth in terms of business, but there's also, I think, turbulence before innovation, which is kind of what we need to do. So we need to
innovate. Is the mother of invention.
There we go. So I think with that, I mean, Jeff, as well as you, Chris, you've mentioned one of the key words, the collaborative aspect. So, I mean, I know that, Bill, we can start with you, the collaborative aspects of technology now. Do you have any insight as to how your company is actually leveraging from collaborative technology? Because once we're all in the cloud, I mean, this is one of the big benefits of the cloud. We have collaborative environments for translation, for project management, for everything, basically. Even Google Docs allows you to have multiple people writing at the same time. So how do you guys leverage this? Or have you seen any challenges or best practices that you can probably convey to us?
So because we were already sort of set up to move into that type of environment, for us, maybe it's a little bit different, but basically there's so much out there in the cloud already. The decision-making process of which tool to use in the cloud isn't easy. Like which one of the tools is best suited for Aclaro in our organization. And it's an iterative process. So what I think, we dabble a little bit here and we try something there, see which has the best result, but this has focused our attention in a way to trying to find like the best practices. So, and I'll give you an example. Like we've been using Zoom for quite a long time. And, but we don't always use video on. Like we would get into a conversation and engage in a conversation more like a conference call, and not always turning the video feed on. But we found like if we try to do things as a standard protocol, like we're always doing the video share and everybody is sympathetic because it's touching us all. So if a child does burst into the room or something, that's fine. But I think it develops a closeness, like it compensates in some way for the lack of that ability to go and meet them in person. Excuse me. So I think that, you know, as far as collaborative goes, like all of us are trying to zero in on ways to, you know, pick the tool that we think has the best effect for us, both like internal facing and external facing. And then internal facing, one of the nice things has also been like, there's been some great ideas, like let's do Aclaro yoga. So we'll do yoga at the appointed time. Really? I'm still recovering. I heard a few cracks in my lower back. I'll be okay. But, and then like a happy hour, and then other things that are innovative in a different way, but trying to keep us all together. Like, so on the same page. I don't know.
I think that's actually really, really, really great to hear. I mean, obviously when everyone's working remotely, it's hard to keep that closeness together. And if you're doing the happy hour things or the yoga, which I find absolutely phenomenal, I think that's pretty good. I mean, are any other panelists leveraging, you know, Zoom or any other platforms in this way with industry colleagues or?
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff. I was just going to say, internally, we have 2 separate calendar invites. One that is a pet play date for staff, and one that is a children play date for staff. And so every week there's like a 30-minute slot for each for us to bring our loved ones into our Zoom calls together.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So I think that just for everybody listening, I think these are the type of things that we, you know, as companies need to ensure that we're doing for our staff, our you know, our friends, our people, like whoever we work with on a daily basis, just bringing them in closer. But I'm sorry, Chris, you were going to say something as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, to that point too, it's, you know, I've always said for years and years, training middle management, 50% of management is psychology. And, you know, motivating people, and engaging people, but also just dealing with, you know, their kind of points of view and their emotional state. Sometimes you don't want to, but you have to. And right now it's very critical. Like we're all going through such a rough time. And I've said this over and over, we're not in a work from home reality. We're in a pandemic reality. We're all working from home, but it's not the same thing as a non-pandemic, we all work at home kind of environment. People are stressed out. There's a lot going on. And yeah, and I think it's kind of an unfortunate need for owners and upper managers to kind of keep an eye on and manage psychology. I love the idea, you know, it's a lot of these innovative ideas, the play date and the for the kids and the pets. I love even like Jill Bishop and Mark Bishop at Multilingual Connections. Like they do, I love this. They do. Everyone's so used to working from home, not being on video, but having calls regularly. That FaceTime is really critical for your staff to still feel connected, I think. But they also do like a dress up Fridays because everybody dresses so casual all week because they're all working from home and sleeping in a little and not commuting. So on Fridays, they all do a video call and dress up just to kind of give them a sense of normalcy and like have an opportunity to like make themselves look good. And it's just a shift, but it's silly, but it's nice. And, you know, I think fun, you have to bring a little bit of fun to your employees. It's really important.
I think that's also an awesome idea. I love it. It's interesting to say that, like at SmartCat, we're span across the world. So conference calls are a daily activity or an hourly activity for most of us. And we're always on camera, we're always talking. And I think we do have a sense of closeness, you know, despite the distance. And that's whether the pandemic was going on or before. So I don't think the pandemic has really had an effect, but I think everything that you guys have mentioned are things that we can do irrespective of the pandemic, and we should be doing if we're working remotely. So I think those are really good things. I think people should take home or take away, and start trying that with their staff if they're not already doing it. So if we move more into like a business side of things, you guys originally mentioned that nothing really changed in your day to day, but obviously there's a lot of people that have hurt because of the financial stuff going on, or the lack thereof spend in our industry. And Chris, I think during our prep call for this panel, you mentioned something about the language industry being really a content industry. Yeah. Can you give your perspective about that, and maybe how the influx or lack thereof content coming into the industry can play out?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question.
Yep,
but I've been saying, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, to start off though, to the point, I first started saying that in presentations probably 10 years ago almost, or something, where we're not a translation industry or even a language industry so much as we're a content industry. And really, and that was back when most content that we were dealing with was still print or written or online, but it wasn't as much dynamic, and it wasn't, interpretation has grown so much since. Anything that involves communicating, sending information, ideas, even pictures, imagery, things like that, when you're crossing those cultural or locale lines, that's content, right? Communication is content. And so if anytime that content needs to be adapted to a new audience, that's us, whatever that means. And that's why our industry keeps breaking up into more and more segments and specialties, because there's just more and more content and more types of content. So I think of it as, if you focus on language services, when you're looking at your own company and the growth of the industry and all that, you're looking at yourself and you're looking at like the past. But if you think in terms of content, if that's your perspective, really, it'll kind of open your mind up to, well, what is the customer's, the client's point of view on content? What is their point of view on messaging? What is the end user's point of view? And what are the new types of content that are arising and growing? So it kind of keeps your focus forward as opposed to backward, I think, in a lot of ways, because it's really just content, whatever that means.
Right. Excellent. And I think that, Bill, you touched on that, saying that you're dealing with primarily digital components, but still content. And obviously, I think the digital content now, moving from what you were saying, Chris, from the print era into this digital content, the
I meant static, not
there.
literally printing.
Yeah. Static. Yes, I assumed as much. But just to say that the influx of content is still being done. I've seen different companies, for example, different industry colleagues on different ends of the spectrum, whereby one are dealing primarily with digital companies, and their marketing is continuing and pushing hard. They're communicating out to the industry, so they're bombarded. They've actually had to hire people. On the other side of the fence, the other side of the spectrum, the company isn't receiving as much because of the industries they were dealing with. So I mean, do you guys have, because you're all dealing with digital or involved in digital, do you have colleagues that have been impacted by, I guess, the non-digital industries, and what are they doing? Or are they doing anything, redefining themselves, or are they trying to reassess processes or anything else to kind of navigate this time? Jeff, do you have anybody? I know you're heavily in the digital world, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're quite heavily in digital, and I can't say that with certainty that we've interacted with people that are, or companies that are directly facing those particular challenges. I mean, I have kind of an example, but it's not exactly applicable to this, that we're currently facing around trying to ensure that we're engaging with people from all over the world, specifically our volunteers. Many of them do work and do make contributions, not through a digital realm, but the actual cultural dynamic requires that there be a very heavy social interaction, and trying to select the right digital platforms to be able to make either contributions or contact even with people in certain parts of the world can be very, very difficult. Some will use Facebook Messenger exclusively and not come onto Slack or not come onto other areas. So yeah, while this is very much a digital problem, it's also a real world static problem, because we are trying to identify the best way to reach out to these communities that either don't have great internet access or aren't using the same tooling that we're using, and that can be a big challenge.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's, I think it's very, very accurate. If we look, because one of the aspects that we want to cover in Lock from Home is the outlook, so the future perspective as well. And I think you guys all have pretty good perspective with what may happen or how you think it might be affected, or the industry might be affected. So if we fast forward until, I guess, the end of the pandemic, we don't know how long it's going to last. And I don't want to keep harping on like the doom and gloom of pandemics and whatnot, but how do you think it's going to influence our industry and how we're actually working? So this question has been asked to different panels throughout the day. So from APAC to EMEA to NASA, and we've got some varying answers. So I'm very interested in hearing the perspective from all you three. So Bill, why don't we start with you?
Sure. So I want to preface the comment by saying that we're fortunate to be in this space, right? There's plenty of other companies and other industries who more than likely took steps to be able to withstand adversity. But the way that this pandemic has happened has been so polarizing that if your business or your industry has anything to do with personal contact, it's been a showstopper. So we have the momentum of that fortune in our favor, which means that we've started down this path of working from home already, and we see trying to fine tune it in a way because honestly, it's busier than it was before. And I was chit-chatting with Michael Chris before this, and he was mentioning how important it is to allow us to balance the load. So in our day-to-day, it's a little bit like Groundhog Day, the movie, like there's not a whole lot of difference day to day. At least for me, that's what my experience has been.
Right.
So like I have to ask my kids, what day is it? Because it feels the same. But finding a rhythm, I think, is going to be key for sustainability in your workflow in the long run. Like once we get past the pandemic, so that people don't burn out, because I mean, part of some of the challenges that we face, I think, is stress actually affects your immune system and can make you more susceptible to getting sick, not just with the pandemic, but other things. And then stress in terms of family life and those sorts of things. So I think that sort of like soft skill of figuring out how to balance your day to get your tasks done and continue to deliver, and then take the time that you need, is a big part of the recipe for getting through at the end, getting through to the end and then beyond.
Yep, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I'm at SmartCat, I'm still experiencing that. I think I'm working more hours now than I was before. It's ironic working from home, being here. The office is just, down the hall. Let's go down the hall, finish something off. It just seems like we're working more. So I don't know, maybe Chris, do you have a perspective on the future outlook?
Yeah, that's kind of most of what I do, is looking
Exactly.
at the economic impact. And basically, I'm not focusing as much on looking at where things are going to be in the next 2 or 3 months, because one, that's only 2 or 3 months. And we're all kind of, people talk about we're in economic recovery, and I disagree with that. I think we're in economic survivalism right now for the world, globally speaking. And, later in the year, the world overall will move to economic recovery. I mean, just look at even the government packages in different nations are more about, sustaining and surviving. It's not about growth and rebuilding just yet. But anyway, I mean, I think that as we're coming out of this, it's going to be a very slow process from a health point of view, government point of view. Things are going to open up unevenly. But as things are opening up economically, because that's really the key, I've been doing most of my research on where the different industries that we support, where they're going to be, because we can look at what we're going to be, but that really is dependent on who's paying us. So, I think that the couple things you'll find overall in big picture, surges will come back down. Most will go back to normal. Some will go below normal in the long term. A few will actually stay kind of high, like e-commerce is expected to stay a little high because a lot of parts of the world that weren't as comfortable with digital payments are becoming very comfortable very quickly. So they're actually projected to see that kind of go up a little. Gaming is expected to actually have a boost in the long term over this, right? But you'll also have consultative opportunities for us companies. We're doing that now, but it's mostly patchwork. Throw this together, get me a solution. I didn't have one before.
Right.
If you have a solution that you can just scale up, it's great. You're working extra. But I think a lot of buyers are probably going to be dealing with, well, we threw something together during the pandemic, but as we're coming out of that, we want to turn it into more of a long-term solution, fix all the little problems we had with our patch. Or they may try to find somewhere in the middle between going back to the way things were, especially with interpretation. Telemedicine is going to increase, but there's still going to be a big shift back towards on-site. It may not be quite as much depending on the market. So I think most of that is really looking at the individual industries. Like I said, it's really for me all about which industries will do what. And one thing I always also focus on a lot of is budget confidence. Different industries are dealing with cash flow and budget problems, liquidity differently, very, very differently. And that will have a long-term effect on how that's going to affect our industry. I mean, like life sciences alone is expected to have a boost from this. Deloitte is now saying that instead of 40% in the next 5 years, they're going to have a 45% increase in life sciences, the market overall. Because this has kind of motivated a lot of countries in additional budgeting to go into research. A little bit pharma, not as much on the medical device side. But then you look at healthcare and the healthcare industry, this is unprecedented for them. I mean, yeah, they're working like crazy, we all hear, but that's just the healthcare workers. In terms of the money they're going to be spending on us in the future, they're going to go back to a lot of things in the past, but they're going broke. Several hundred hospitals in the US alone are expected to go bankrupt in the next year. And they're all taking advances. They're all borrowing money. They're asking thousands of applications for advances on Medicare payments for like services that haven't even been performed yet. They're basically, they're in the red. And what that's going to mean is for us, life sciences is doing great, but then healthcare, for the next 2 years, probably they're going to be trying to pay off old debt from this experience. And, you can expect to see actually they're advising each other on their trade association websites to ask all their vendors to delay their terms of payment, 6 months or whatever. Like they're going to be cash strapped, looking to pay off debt and looking for cheaper solutions. So telemedicine will grow, but only if it means cutting costs. So there's going to be a lot of differences for different industries. We'll see.
Okay, I think that's a good perspective. I think it's really interesting to hear that, for example, healthcare is going to potentially be asking people to, change the payment policies and everything else. I mean, that's going to impact a lot of people. I know a lot of industry colleagues that are working in that field. So yeah, I can.
Well, to put it in perspective, in 2008, when we had the global recession, it was estimated that only about 2% of healthcare workers lost their jobs. And right now in the US alone, about 50,000 healthcare workers have been fired, even though they're desperate for workers. They're making people work extra shifts with no additional pay, and they're even slashing salaries because they're just, you think about it, all their revenue is being all the revenue mostly comes from elective surgeries, from emergency medicine. And a lot of the people coming into the emergency rooms now with COVID don't have insurance. They lost their jobs and they didn't have them to begin with. So they're not making any revenue, but their expenses have dramatically increased. So, I mean, that's just one industry, but the key is it's like that debt, and any industry that is taking on a ton of debt right now is going to basically be paying off that debt for a long time. And even if it's regulated and mandated through, the EU and the US, for example, both require social services to have language access, they're going to be more broke than ever in some places. And then gaming is going to be like rolling in money. So.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to affect the language industry, obviously, with all those players that are translating for those domains. So yeah, I think we'll navigate through it. It's going to be positive, but that was a lot of doom and gloom or scary information.
Like I said, okay, those are the bad examples, true, but there are other industries that are going to be doing well. I mean, most industries are going to kind of go back to more of a somewhat normal. I would say to look for clients that have for your clients that have some sort of kind of budget confidence. And what I mean by that is
Right.
the ones that weren't cash strapped, that didn't take on a lot of extra debt, because they're going to want to rebuild. They're going to want to get more revenue back in to make up for lost time. And the thing that will hold them back is fear, I think. And so if they're really afraid of, especially resurgence of the virus, we don't know if there's going to be another one of these, global spikes in 12 months or something. So yeah, I think just following budget, looking at what your clients are going through, talk to your clients, like literally pick up the phone and talk to them about what they're going through more than ever. You should have been doing that anyway, but like more than ever.
Yes. Well, I think that's another take home people should be walking away with. The talk to your clients, I think is a big thing. I know we're coming down to the wire on time before I want to take questions. But I just maybe wanted to touch on one thing, because you said the gaming industry potentially, or is having a boom at the moment. Obviously, there's a lot of people playing games stuck at home. So in the gaming industry, continuous localization is a huge thing. And I think, Jeff, perhaps you can shed some light on this. What is your experience with continuous localization at the moment? And do you think it's going to be a trend that continues? Obviously, in the gaming industry, it's already established. But do you think it's going to start propagating into other industries as well?
Yeah, I think that continuous localization is here to stay. There's significant staying power behind that, and when you have every conference that you see for the last 3 years talking about continuous localization, I really don't think that's going to change. The difference will be the approach that each company takes in implementing continuous localization. So for our particular case, we rely on a global volunteer community to put out localizations of Firefox. And because of that, we are dependent upon their time availability to make contributions. So we have to do a lot of rethinking around deadlines, or around how frequently we're shipping production ready software. We have to do a lot of thinking about what the role of localization completion actually has. So for us, under these constraints, we look at the situation, we say, okay, well, as soon as we have new content to translate, within 20 minutes, we'll make it available to the community to translate. And then as soon as the community has responded with translations, within 20 minutes, those will be pushed back into repositories and we'll spin up builds. And it can be really that fast. But one of the trade-offs there is that we're very often shipping partial localizations of products, operating under the assumption and the theory that something is better than nothing, right? So we could be strict about it, and we could tell our communities, until you're at 100% complete for this particular version of Firefox, we're not going to ship an update. But then that deprives our end users of updated content in their language in the browser, which, especially now, is a very needed application. So I think we're going to see a lot more companies thinking about continuous localization differently. We're going to see different variants of continuous localization that are based on effectively the same framework and principles. But I also think that there's going to be more flexibility in being able to ship things faster and ship things as soon as we have localizations available.
Wow. Okay. Great insight. Thank you very much for that. We're 5 minutes to the end, so I think I want to hop over to questions, because we did have some questions come in. And I'm going to open it up to anybody that wants to take a stab at it. We have one from Doug Strock. What should be the priority for internal focus if business is slow for an LSP? And what provides the most bang for the buck? For example, SEO, data cleanup, what should they be doing? Anybody want to take a stab at it? Chris, I see you're unmuted. No? Okay.
Well, it's Q&A. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Yeah, I mean, I've spoken about this to a number of people. It's, I think that, there's a lot of things that if you're running a business, you always have stuff to do. You always are coming up with stuff to do, and you always have things like a long list, right, that you want to do for your company, for your business. And then you're either putting out fires or you're trying to prioritize. So I think right now, one of the things you could be doing if business, I see there's 3 basic categories of companies in our industry right now. Those that are working extra hard, like their volume has ramped up, Those that have seen their volume pretty much disappear, and they're kind of in a financial crisis mode. So, their advice to them is going to be different. They just need to survive. And then there are the people in the middle who've probably seen their volume drop a little bit. So they've got a little extra time, but they're not really afraid, I guess. They're not terrified. If you have a little extra time and you're not really scared, then I would say invest. Like, obviously, what does that mean? But I mean, invest in the stuff that will pay off later. So first of all, if there's stuff that you need to do and you just haven't had time to do it, then do that because already know. But if you're looking for something to do, I would say stuff that you can set aside and use for sales opportunities later. So it's a matter of making money later on. That isn't going to necessarily pay off in the short term, but maybe could pay off in the long term. And that could be creating marketing collateral that you haven't had time to get around to, but then it's in your library that you can release later. So it can't be too time sensitive. It can be setting up systems. It could be looking for efficiencies that will cut down on your cost of goods or improve your margins, things like that. So if it's just a matter of tidiness and cleaning, I wouldn't do that because that's nice. I always like to say in my personal life, there's the stuff I need to do and then there's the stuff that would be nice to do. But if it doesn't pay off down the road, like doing laundry, you got to do it, but it doesn't really have anything to do with your future. So it's other than having clean underwear. But like you want to have, I think, invest in things that will have a return on investment. So find a return, and then that's what you can invest in.
Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm going to go around just last words of wisdom for people. Let's try and finish it on a positive note. I mean, what would be your I guess, final thoughts on what everybody's going through, how they can navigate the storm, just anything that you want to inspire people with, motivate them with, please. Bill, we can start with you.
Yeah, I think that, the core of a good business is the ability to connect on a human level with your customer and understand what they need. And that's not going to go away. That's an underlying principle that will survive the pandemic. For the question from about an LSP that may not be, that may be struggling a little bit now, you could go back and look at a project that you did over the last 12 months that was successful and try to triangulate based on that where you think it's going to go. Certainly there are macro trends right now pointing towards greater readership of content online because of self-isolation and distancing and so forth. I think there's ways to pick up on that and focus on that. And there's a lot of stuff, like very good tools out there for learning as well. So be brave, look at new stuff out there, challenge yourself to take a course, do something a little bit new, and then combine that with what have been successful for you in the past. And hopefully that provides something of a roadmap for you going forward.
Great, thank you for that. Jeff, any final words?
I think this is a great period of time for us to be able to develop on our empathetic skill set.
Wow. Yeah.
There's a lot of flexibility that we need to be able to have, not only with customers, but also with vendors. And there's never been a better time to try to really reach out to people and try to understand what their challenges are and how those challenges can be met, or even whether those challenges just need to be validated. There's a lot of need for that right now, and we've got a good opportunity to find that and develop that skill. So I just encourage people, have hope, reach out to people, try to empathize and validate. We'll all get through this.
Great advice, thank you. Chris?
Just simply, give yourself a break. Give your staff a break mentally. I think it's a tough times, but you want to be productive, but don't kill yourself if you're not overly productive. Allow yourself, and especially your staff, the opportunity to have bad days and to have some difficulties dealing with all of the situation if they need to, especially family and stuff at home. But I really love the point about empathy, and I totally agree. It's also one of the best times for your clients to actually want to have a conversation with you because they're desperate to talk, and they won't just say, I'm busy, hang up. Right. But I think that understanding each other is super important, and really just manage your personal, mental, and emotional health, and keep an eye out for your staff, and connect with people. We're all desperate for connection. So use that for business, but also use it for, humanity, for your staff, for yourself.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for today. I really, really enjoyed it. Appreciate your time. Everyone, there's going to be a poll that's going to be posted, so please do put your input there. Share everything online you can, social media, hashtag Lock from Home. These guys are great. I'm sure they'll be available. Connect with them on LinkedIn. And thanks again, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Have a good one. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, very, very brief. We'll be back with Olivier, and we'll have a great session in a moment. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Just wanted to, again, thank you for being here. I wanted to also, if you're just joining us, welcome you. This event has been going great all day long. People have really been engaged and giving us a lot of, positive feedback. I wanted to convey that and thank you for all that information. Today has been pretty exciting thus far. I think we've topped the 1,800 and some odd, number of attendees that have participated in the event today. So again, big thank you going out to all the registrants, all the speakers. We just finished a panel with 3 people that I think have phenomenal insight and perspective for the language industry. And I hope everyone got a lot out of the last session. We have a session coming up in just a few minutes with Olivier Libouba, who's basically working, or the VP of product development from Linguaport. He's going to be taking us through a presentation, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be awesome, just as every speaker thus far has been. It's been really, really impressive. I mean, I've been to a lot of industry events before, and having consistently great speakers is a rarity. And I've really been impressed with everybody's ability to convey the information they wanted to convey, the way in which they're expressing it, the clarity they all have, and the range of topics that we're dealing with. Obviously, we're dealing with things from AI to economic outlook. It's just been really fantastic. So I wanted to extend that thanks to you. Please do participate in our Slack channel. We do have bit.ly/lockfromhome. You can actually interact and network or virtually network with those attendees that have been watching and participating in the conference. Share, hashtag #LockFromHome, social media on all the channels, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever you got, please just share it. We're getting a lot of traction. It's been really, really fantastic, and an honor for me actually to be hosting this, today for you guys. So just in one moment, we're going to come back and we're going to talk to, or Olivier Libouba is going to be talking to you about his presentation. I'll be back in one moment. Thank you. Hi, everyone. All right, we have Olivier that's going to be joining in one moment. So Olivier is VP of Product Development at Lingoport, French-born software developer. Bonjour Olivier, ça va bien? Excellent. So basically what we're going to be looking at today is a presentation, Continuous Software Localization Transformative Approach. I'm sure it's going to be very, very insightful, and obviously there's going to be a lot of takeaways that you guys can have from the presentation. Please remember, you can ask your questions in the QA section, and we'll get to them towards the end. Olivier, I'll pop back in towards the end of your presentation just to show you a time queue, as well as take the questions and convey those to you. Sound good?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Brian, and thanks for organizing this. I'm amazed at how well this conference is going, and all the presenters that you've been able to put together. It's pretty amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks so much
team,
for that.
Yeah, the team has been actually very, very impressive, and I don't know how they did it in 4 weeks, but they managed to put everything together. It was unbelievable. And thank you to you for being here. Merci bien, j'apprécie beaucoup. All right, I'll pass you the mic now.
Let me know if you see my screen and if you see the agenda.
I can indeed. We can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So pretty much this is all about software and software localization here. And this agenda with some rhyming Sean at the end here is going to go over software development notion and pretty much what software developers are all about, and how that translates or does not translate into good localization. What are resource files, a basic intro, and then the real meat is going to be around software development and localization here, especially the notion of automation around the translation process. I'm even going to attempt to do a demonstration of what I mean with the concepts that we're going to illustrate here with something that Brian talked about in the previous panel actually was collaboration, and I want to touch just a little bit about this. I think it's something that we've been interested in for a while actually at Lingoport, and how that translates for us into products or into processes is kind of interesting, and a little conclusion on this. So first thing is I've worked in a lot of different industries before as a software developer, an architect, a senior architect, a principal engineer. I've been developing Unix systems and e-business system, GIS systems, scientific data analysis. And in the last 9 years with Lingoport, I've been doing something around localization. I'm saying that because in all the previous roles that I've held, my focus was not at all on localization, even though I worked in Norway, in Switzerland, in France, and in the US. My focus was on designing good applications, and by that, it was applications that had good features, that were easy to use, that were functionally pleasing, that were of high quality. At HP, there was something called FERPs, for those who remember those terms, but really not localization. And so the software engineering world is very different from the world of localization at large, I must say. The major tasks for a software dev is pretty much designing, and what that means for us is we got a requirement, and that requirement is all about you need to do a checkout, or you need to do a new business site, or you need to do this. And so it's going to be, how can we do this given an architecture that exists, or that we have to design for that matter, in terms of UI kind of validation, error checking, and so on. And that how is that going to fit into a platform, if you will? That's the design. Then you code, and that's typically what people think about software devs is to write code. And part of that cycle is really code, test, rewrite the code, debug, and that's done in a set of in a set of environments that are kind of those environments. And again, I want to emphasize that because it's so different from localization. IDEs are where people, software devs, write code. And when they write code, they write it into an editor if you want. It's really integrated development environment, but it's an editor that's specialized. And that's going to allow for good productivity in terms of writing code, but also compiling, executing, debugging all in one. So it's really important for us. Then version control system is something that's rather interesting because it's the link that's between software devs and localization. That's where the interaction is going to be. And we're going to talk a lot about that actually. Then there are other tools like requirement, QA, maybe people have heard about Jira or TestLink or things like that, bug tracking, and collaboration. And Slack and MS Teams are some of the leading platforms around collaboration from our perspective. Zoom is there, or GoToMeeting, or some other things, but really fast interactions, quick interactions, short bursts of interactions, that's really important. So just to give you a sense, when you, let's say that you're writing an e-business kind of application and you have a search function that you are writing as part of the sprint, very fast you're going to write something in terms of a search engine on the back end, but on the front end, you're going to have a user interface that will have strings. And those strings are going to show like city or airport, check-in, check-out are part of labels on the UI. The traditional way for software devs to write those strings are to hard code them. And that's the way we think, I have to say. We don't think about translation at some point. It's going to be done by somebody else, or maybe never. We think about the functionality behind the search functionality and what it means. And so even here you have city or airport that's hard-coded into the code. Whatever you do, you pass in French as a lookout, it will still say city or airport. Check-in, the same thing. And even the one just above, the one for search over and hotels, that's even worse because there's a concatenation. For those who know a little bit about internationalization, this is really not internationalized. What we want to do as for the subsequent part for the downstream localization is really externalize embedded strings into resource files and modify the code, reference them by keys. And so when the locale is passed in, you get the key, you get the French equivalent to the key that was in English. What it looks like is it's put into a resource files, all the text that is supposed to be in the UI or that's user facing. So it could also be emails or license agreements for that matter. But any resource files can be translated. The key value base is really for user interfaces in general. And so the value of the key is going to depend on the locale. And every programming language has its favorite type of resource file. For example, Java typically will use properties. It's not set in stone, by the way, but there is so much framework around it that it's so much easier to use properties when you write in Java. Or if you run in JavaScript, typically it's a lot easier to write JSON resource file. Or in C#, it can be regex, for example, and so on. And so here are an example of a resource file. So this is just context. Probably some of you know that by heart. For some of you, it's kind of familiar. But for the context, again, the key here is exam address 1. It's the same here in the English and the French files. But in English, the label that's going to be put on the UI is address info. And in French, it's going to be information. So the thing is that you have resource files, and then you have maybe translation management systems or other systems. And some of those resource files may be creative. Some companies have an interesting way of creating resource files that are specific to their own constraints and own engineering backgrounds. And so sometimes TMSs don't support those. So for example, here, JSON, for this particular TMS, I took a list of, it's called mentors. It has a list of files that are supported. And you see there are a lot of them. Most of them are files that are documents type of files. But the key value pairs resource files, there are a few in that green box here, and you can see JSON, properties, regex, and so on. You have to be also careful when you're at software and to not create too much outside of the standards, but as much as you can leverage in the standard form of what is supported by the industry at large, TMS being one example, the better for your organization. At HP, there used to be a saying that If you are not using a standard, it should be at least 3 times better in terms of whatever criteria you want to use. I want to go over this a little bit, version control systems, because as software engineers, what we do is we write code on our own PC, laptop, workstation, and then we collaborate. Already collaboration is part of our everyday life with other team members using a version control system. So it gets centralized in typically a web location. So actually some of the team members here, they are in Arizona, in California, in Canada, or in Colorado here. And we all collaborate on the same Git kind of repositories in our. And I want to emphasize a little bit of that because that's part of the issues around localization and software devs. Because that's the link between the two of them, there needs to be some understanding on both sides on what needs to happen. And so typically when you're a dev, there is the overall products that's delivered as, let's say, on master or develop, those are naming conventions. And then you create branches that are going to be a copy of the set of files that are already been developed, and you do some modification on those files, but it's independent from master or develop. I'm going to show you what it looks like here. This is an example I want to show later. It's called Rebel Outfitters, and it's that pretend web application. You cannot really buy 3PO. I just want to emphasize that. But it's the code that underpins this application here. So there's a master branch, and it has a set of directories like source and so on. And you can see that underneath there are files a little bit everywhere. But then if you go to, for example, dark side, you have the same type of directory structure. Maybe most of the files are the same, but some of them are not. And so as a software dev, as a team of software devs, you'll be able to contribute in that dark side branch without affecting master, the thing that's being actually deployed at some point, until the time that you want to merge back your changes into that branch. So that's kind of illustrated here. We have a feature, you develop your code, and at some point you move it up to the branches. This is still context. I'm spending a little bit of time on this because I want to show you that it's not super simple either for devs. There is a lot of complexity to deal with, and that translates downstream into complexity for localization. The other thing that the software development industry is moving towards, or has moved towards for a long time now, actually, I've been in the industry for a long time, is agile software development. So agile software development, this is one image that's foundational for Scrum type of agile development, and there are other methodologies, I want to say. This one uses a backlog of a set of features that need to be implemented at some point, and you choose, let's say, 2 or 3 features depending on the plan for this particular sprint. Typically, it's a burst of software development that lasts from 1 to 3 weeks for this particular type of methodology. And so here you plan what you want to put in. Maybe you want to have a checkout, a search functionality, and something else. Put that in the plan, and then as part of the sprint, you're going to do a full cycle of development so that when you launch, you have a demonstrable system that is going to have that checkout and search functionality ready to go. And so that burst here really has design. You need to design how that search is going to integrate itself into a framework, what it's going to look like, what kind of framework it's going to use underneath, and so on. And then you build it, meaning you write the code, and then you, at the same time, you debug. Then you have a test kind of period, a review, and then you launch. And that here, according to that methodology, you really should be ready to go pretty much, maybe even deploy it for customers. The thing is that because those bursts can be pretty quick, and actually some methods for Agile call for one feature being developed can be pushed out right away. Meaning in Kanban, maybe you have just the search, you do it, you actually deploy it right away. So it can be really fast. How does localization happen here? It's kind of a stepchild, and maybe redheaded stepchild. I can say that my son is redheaded, by the way. What happens is that it kind of doesn't quite fit into it because of this, because of how much time localization, translation in particular, needs to take in order to fit into that model. And I'm going to talk about that just later on. But our goal is to make, as you build your resource files, like we were showing earlier, the key value pairs, as you build them, what we want to do is have translation right away, within minutes actually in the build. And when you test, what we want is localization testing and post-editing as part of this cycle here, of this ever-going cycle. And when you review, the review is done not just in English, but it's done in the target locales that you're addressing for your market. So maybe some of the target locales are Russian and French and Spanish and Chinese. We want to be able for the review to happen here also. And so when you launch with an application whose features have been developed correctly by design, but also the localization is part of it and not outside of it. One of the compounding factors is that repository that I showed you earlier, this guy here is just part of one repository. The reality is that there are a lot of repositories here. Those are repositories that we have, there are a bunch of them, and each one has many branches. And so when you think about each one of those strains, it's a team that collaborates on one branch of one repository to make a product happen, make a set of product happen. And so there is a lot that goes on in software industries. For us, so Zoom is kind of nice, but you have to talk to people, and we are introverts. So having to type a text is really nice, especially emails is nice, but really Slack or Teams, those are the ways that we interact with each other. So for example, somebody in Arizona that I need to interact with is going to be a quick text, and she's going to send me something back right away, for example. So I'm going to go back with localization and collaboration at the end, but I just wanted to start prefacing this. And also, typically software development teams, there are maybe in San Fran, in Paris, in Sydney, in India or in China, and they need to all collaborate together. And so for the software industry, that's a need actually. All right, so what are the typical processes that people put in place when they have software development happens and they collaborate and they push resource file into a repository like I showed earlier with GitHub? The software devs are going to write the code and they're going to write resource files like a JSON file or a properties file and push that here. And what needs to happen is typically without any real tooling on this side, there will be somebody from dev, somebody from localization, some program manager involved into, okay, it's time to get the files from the repository to analyze what files have been modified, to check that the files do correspond to a good format, to put those into a way to send them over to translation, to track those. And so this is, by the way, a diagram that was provided by somebody that we did a talk together. That's what they had before automation. And when that person was away, the translation could not happen for that particular project. I tell you that this can get pretty complicated. So typically it's a set of manual steps and scripts, and it really implies paying time and resources in order to do this. And at that point, they can send that to an LSP, to a language service provider, and maybe it goes into a TMS, so there's an onboarding that happens here, and there's a workflow. Pretty much those are days. And in terms of the cycles that we're talking about for sprints, you can see that those are pretty tight. So when you have days that accumulate and you have resources, maybe the French guy is not available now for whatever reason, he's doing some other translation for another company, that availability is also part of the mix. The availability of the folks here, if there are manual steps, that's part of the mix. So all that creates friction and tension between software devs that need to do things quickly and the rest of the downstream processes for localization. So the first thing is automating the part that goes from the repositories to the translators. So for that, we have a product called LRM. But what I want to emphasize is that you use our product or something else. You want to really automate that integration from software development to the translation. For us, the way it's conjugated, I'm going to say, is from the repository, we listen based on some events, like the fact that the developer has pushed that file over. We listen to that. And we analyze the files for that repo. If any of the files automatically, they are checked with a number of 45 checks. And if everything is good, then it creates a project automatically in the TMS. And so that process, that takes minutes, not days. There are still days in terms of the translation side, but it's minutes here. So we're starting to reduce the time frame from the time that software dev has created a resource file here in English, and the time that at least those files have been moved to the translation. And that's already one progress. However, what we want is, we want to do better. So what we want is, as soon as a software dev creates a resource file, we want to automatically check which resource files have been created, if they are good again. Let's move them right away to an empty engine. Let's get them right away back into the automation. Let's check them, because we don't want to push files that are bad for our software devs. And then we're going to push the translated files in the repo. And that, instead of taking days, we want it to take minutes. And that's the basis for the demo I'm going to do now. So pretty much here, I'm going to go back to GitHub here. I'm going to go back to Rebel Outfitters. And I'm going to pick a branch that's called Systren. You may guess as to why it's called Systren. And in that particular repository, you see that there is a Lingoport directory, there are source, and under source, what the software devs have done is they created an ENUS directory under which there is a string.json. So here is a resource file with key value pairs. So you see 3PO ambassador, you see description, there are key value pairs here like welcome to Rebel Outfitters. And if you go here, this is the Systren branch that was deployed. And you see home has welcome to Rebel Outfitters, 3PO ambassador. And so I'm gonna run what, if it were onboarded right away, whenever you push that, what's gonna happen? So to run that, I'm just gonna click that button here. In reality, what would happen is that this would be triggered based on the fact that the software devs has done a push of a file. So here we go, we're gonna do this. And it's gonna trigger a set of processes that correspond to what we talked about earlier, to the fact that there are files that are somewhere under an ENUS directory and that are JSON files, and that those JSON files have key value pairs. So if we go back to this here, this is what's happening right now. The system is going and exploring the repository for new files. If there are any new files, I'm going to send them to, in this instance, Systren, and it's going to send them to be translated into French. I just speak French since I'm French. I know that language a little bit better than others. And so what will happen is that it will be returned here and then pushed back there. And that's really one of the first keys here that we're going to talk about. The second part, I'm going to talk about that a little later. The second part is machine translation may be something that works really well, but there may be instances where the MT is not quite right. And so we're calling this in-context QA. It's really post-edit and QA. It can serve two purposes. And what we want is when the application is running, change it to the locale. So I'll change it in French later on. And in French, make the post-edit directly in the application. And that will correspond to that part right here. So what we're doing right now is this part here. The software devs have created some files. It's being translated as they are creating them. So it's pretty much always on. And after that, we're going to do the localization and the post-edit as part of the test, and potentially also a post-edit as part of the review. And that can be done in different organizations will have different ways of doing that, different ways of distributing the work, maybe via more of a QA group or more of a linguistic group. A lot of ways to do that. I'm going to go back here, and you see FRFR is back. It was already back a minute ago. I talked already too much. And what you're seeing here is that it was translated from Systren directly, And you see the key value pairs are here. And let's see. Welcome to Rebel Outfitters is now Bienvenue chez Rebel Outfitters. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to shift to the locale for French. And it's going to pick up these guys. See, Bienvenue chez Rebel Outfitters, it's right here. So in terms of a software dev, the nice thing about this is as soon as I'm writing code, I have all the artifacts that are necessary to deploy my application pretty much right away. I mean, it may not take as little as what I've done here if you have a lot of files that are new in a sprint and that need to be translated right away. Typically, when you create an application, let's say you're going over to that part here, maybe you're going to create this feature. And so there will be few strings and it's going to be really fast. So the interesting part here is that for those French speakers, maison, that's really where you live. It's not the home page, it's your house. So the home was translated from the basic System kind of engine to be maison as opposed to. So here, in terms of once you're done with your functional aspects and you've debugged your application as a developer, what you want to do is then pass it over to the QA group and the linguistic group in that instance, because the languages are already back, right? So Maison here, in terms of a linguist, now I'm in Paris somewhere maybe, or I'm an LSP who is dedicated to this particular application. And what I want to do is I want to change a couple of things here because this really should be different. So here is a potential way of doing that. And for us, we want to have something where you don't even need to know TMSs, you don't need to know GitHub, what's a repo, what's a JSON file, what is a JSON file. What I want to do though is that Maison is not right, so I want to correct that. And the way I want to correct it is I want to be accueil, which is it may not sound like the way it's spelled, but I promise you that's the way it sounds. And droid here should have droid with an E at the end. I'm not going to do the tréma. And so what you're seeing here is that there's a Chrome extension where it builds the list of things that you are in effect post-editing. So if you are okay with that, you can send it to the system. If you're not, you can delete it. For me, I'm just going to send them over. And that's what I'm going to do, continue. And so at that point, there is an event that's being sent to the system. And that's going to take into account the fact that those two strings have been modified for this particular deployment. So this is typically more of a linguistic QA type of deployment here. And I don't want it to be modified in master. I don't want it to be modified in IQA, in this one. I want it to be modified in System. I don't want it to be modified in a file that's somewhere over here. I want it to be in the French file. I want it to be here. And I don't want any keys. I want the key where it said Maison before. That exact key, not just the fact that it's Maison, right? So this whole system here is now going on here. You can see that over there. It says process requests. And so we are, in terms of the build was done, functionally it was good. It was passed over to QA. And now as part of QA, you can now add linguistic QA or post-edit, whichever you want to say, but it can be part of a quick sprint. And Jeff earlier in the talk just before was talking about his also goal to reduce that time frame between the time that you create something and the time that is good and it's back and it's good. So not only is it empty, but it's also post-edited. So at some point, this will be finished, and I'm going to check that. And if I go into FR, you've seen that 1 minute ago, there was a linguistic post-edit LQA from Olivier Liboubon at lingoport.com. That's me. And I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click the history here. And in GitHub here, just to give you a sense, you can see the differences, the before and the after. And so you can see that it is in the System branch. It is in the right directory, the right everything. And what was before this key that was droid is now with an E. That key that was Maison is now accueil. And so at that point, you can redeploy. So let's see if it already redeployed. Here it is, Maison. I'm going to refresh. And now it's turning to Accueil. This is real, by the way. This is the real thing. Android is with an E. And so typically what will happen also is that you may have a first pass at the entire application, go through all the pages and verify. But most likely you're going to be focusing on one part of the application where it's just developed. So maybe you're on the checkout page, for example. Maybe you are here and you want to see the checkout. And so maybe that part is the part that you want to review and where you're going to direct your linguistic reviewer. So what I wanted to show is one question that Brian had also previously was, do we think that the industry is going to go more toward continuous localization? Absolutely, I really believe that. And our effort are to go that way at LinguaPort in different tags, actually. A lot of things that I'm not talking about today that are also helping here. I'm going to go back to the presentation here. And so what we did is we did that part. You saw that the French was returned, and then we did the LQA. Machine translation really has been gaining a lot in terms of quality in the last 5 years, especially in the last 2 years, actually. And this is, so we plug in with different MT engines. This is from Systran, because I was using Systran here for the demo. That's the same for a lot of those MT providers. Quality is really getting to be really good. The speed also, I don't know if you saw, but that file was translated pretty much immediately. And also the breadth of combination between, for example, English and a set of target locales, or French and a set of target locales. That also is part of it. Now, as you've seen, home was translated into maison, and it was the generic way that Systran is doing it. However, there are customization that you can do. And those are two examples of customization. For Amazon Translate, for example, you can start, and LSP typically would be doing that with creating a custom terminology, either exporting from an existing translation memory, for example, into TMX, for example, and creating that custom terminology so that for my Star Wars, I think it is, for my 3PO buying, home is not going to be a house. It's going to be, for my UI, it's going to be my homepage. Everything is going to be related to my domain. And so that custom terminology is going to be much more precise. And that raises the level of quality tremendously, actually. Systran also does things like you feed the corpus, again, maybe with some set of key value pairs for a language, to do a neural MT training whereby your score, the quality of the translation is going to increase again. You can also do TM import or client dictionaries. There are a lot of ways to customize. So there is the generic aspect, there is the customization aspect. Just on the generic side, I just want to emphasize that going from statistical to neural has been a big progress here. Yeah, so Brian?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. You have a couple of minutes. I just wanted to come in and let you know.
Yeah, that's good because I tend to talk a lot, so that's great. Thank you. So for those who are French speakers here, you notice that La Fédération Internationale de Lutte is not exactly the International Confederation of Conflict. It's more the International Wrestling Federation. And that's the type of progress. If you look at that slide later on, you will see all the differences that have been accomplished out of the box. This is not with any customization, from a statistical MT to a neural MT from 2018 to 2020, and how good MT has become. And that's why we feel pretty comfortable with having MT right away coming back to the devs and having those files then reviewed. I'm just going to go very briefly then, because I can tell that you want to start moving on with collaboration. We also, our world is really in Slack. There are other teams, are in MS Teams, but I interact with my team members and software devs interacting between themselves. Very brief messages about something very specific. And so we want to invite localization as part of those channels. And what we have here is you can see that translation status for a particular project on a branch. You can see French, German, Spanish, the exact percentage of completion that you have directly from within Slack. And so you are augmenting the collaboration in between team members by adding the collaboration directly with the status of translation for your project as a software dev. I think that's about it, Brian.
Thank you very much. I actually just wanted to get to questions because people obviously found this very interesting, and so did I. I mean, with my background as a programmer analyst, I followed right along, so I'm good.
Excellent.
So I think that obviously one of the questions that people were interested in, is there a way in Lingoport, for example, to retrieve or to find a given string based on context, whether it's ID or what have you?
So what I was showing earlier, that context is exactly that.
Okay.
So in the application itself, when you're here, that string is I'm not showing everything that we do under the hood. Of course. But that exact string does correspond to the key value that's in the directory, that's in the repository, that's in the string that JSON found. That's exactly that one. It's not another one. Excellent. So there is a direct link. It's more than in context. It's in application actually. You are directly in the application that's running. That was just hot from the oven as the developer just pushed it out to QA pretty much. It's right there.
That's super powerful. Thank you so much on that. One question was actually a general question about Lingoport as a company. Can you tell us how big the company is and how long you've been around?
We've been around. Oh boy, that's a question for Adam.
It is.
I'm just the VP of Dev here, probably since 2001, I think, and we serve major companies like I want to say I don't know who I can say and who I cannot say, but major companies that.
Okay, excellent. So fairly large company, been around for quite a long time. Let's put it that way. Fantastic. All right. So in respect to the presentation, I really want to thank you. I think it was super clear. I mean, even the non-tech people, I think, can follow along. The couple of comments I saw go by, which I totally agree with, is that there's so much from the IT, industry or initiatives that we can take away from in other industries and apply. If I turn that to myself, for example, just the education in terms of the programmer analyst education that I received or obtained has affected every I guess notion of analysis or everything else in the way I proceed in my day-to-day. So I think that applying this to localization, internationalization, globalization, what have you, I think is phenomenal. So I think it also provided a lot of clarity, as people were saying, to the overall process. So I want to thank you. I think it's great. Everyone, we're going to start a poll in a few moments, if it hasn't already started. So we'll be able to give feedback. And Olivier, merci. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Merci, Brian. I really enjoyed this format, by the way. For an introvert, this is perfect. It's like I don't have to meet people and say hi. This is great.
Fantastic. So again, thank you. Everyone, don't forget to share on social media, hashtag Lock from Home. We've topped over 2,000 individual attendees today. So that's huge news. And even though we've had Europe kind of drop off for supper time, we're still doing fantastic in numbers. So please keep sharing. There's a lot of good content to come. And we're coming up next with Renato Beninato, who doesn't really need an introduction, but I'll introduce him in a few minutes anyway. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. We're back. Just wanted to thank you for being here with us. If you're just joining, welcome. If you've been with us through the presentations, again, thank you for being around. It's fantastic that you're here, being part of this event. We're going to have Renato joining us in a moment. I believe he's connecting now. Renato is the CEO of Nimdzi Insights. Renato, as I mentioned before in jest, doesn't really need an introduction because everybody knows Renato. He's written 3 books. He's been around the industry forever. He's an expert in everything, localization, translation. I mean, you name it, he's got it done, and he knows everything about it. So, I mean, do I really need to say more, Renato? Really?
I know about myself. I don't know about the people who are listening. But anyway, thank you for the warm introduction. I'll be happy to thank you for the invitation. I've started early this morning following the presentation. It's been a great conference. Good job in organizing this. Congratulations, SmartCat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And you're going to be presenting Patterns, Not Trends. I believe what we know and what we don't.
Yes.
So what I'll do is I'll actually hand over the proverbial virtual mic to you, and you can take it away.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll hop back in at the end just to give you a time cue, and we'll take questions and answers.
Okay, can you see the right slide here, or are you seeing my presenter slide?
I'm not seeing anything as of yet.
Oh, okay, so hold on a second, I need to share. Yeah, this is always a little bit tricky. I apologize. Hold on a second.
Not a problem.
Where, oh, here we go. Where's my little panel?
As long as you don't tell people about the time I was dancing on tables, we're all good.
Well, I've stopped doing that. Now you're a married man.
Renato and I go back a long way. Okay, good luck, Renato. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm assuming you can see the right screen right now.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So it's hold on, let me just organize my screen here. It seems like the word of the day is uncertainty. We're all trying to figure out how to get ready for future. And I've seen a lot of presentations today talking about the pandemic. And the fact is that today, everybody has the same data. We're looking at the reality. We're looking at what's going on in the world. We know what the present is. We have the same data. And I can safely say that we have the same ignorance regarding the future, what is going to happen. And this is what we're all trying to do. if we want to put this in the context of how Donald Rumsfeld said, he was the Secretary of Defense under George Bush, and people gave him a hard time and made a lot of fun of him. But he said that there are known knowns. There are things that we know we know. We also know that there are known unknowns, which are the things that we know that we don't know, but there are also the unknown unknowns, and these are the ones that we don't know that we don't know. And if we want to put this in a 2x2 grid, we're now living in what Rumsfeld would have defined as the unknown unknowns. We're not aware, actually, we were not aware that the pandemic of this magnitude could happen, and we don't understand, and we were not prepared how to deal with it. So we're essentially swimming in the dark. I'm always asked to talk about trends. I do it every year. People like me and some of the other people that you have talked to and you have listened to today take the pulse of the industry and share our evaluations with people like you who want to aggregate all this information from multiple sources and make decisions, informed decisions about your businesses. A year ago, I would have not told you that the direction of the industry was going to crash into a wall. We like to use these beautiful words like analysis, assessment, projection, prediction, forecast, and we forget to use, especially in a situation like this, that what we're making is actually a guess with different implications. So what I want to talk to you, and I've been talking about this recently, is the difference between a trend and a pattern. It's being asked to talk about trends. I'm always being asked to talk about something that is developing and changing, and we can see where it's going. A pattern is something that is cyclical, that you can predict because it happens following a certain repetitive approach. So there are things that at a high level we can predict. And I see patterns frequently in interactions that I have with people like you, my colleagues in the industry. And even the questions that I receive when I talk to investors and other LSPs, translators, buyers, and these questions, they tend to be cyclical. Everybody asks the same questions at the same time. So something like, when is machine translation, or when is a new technology going to eliminate the need for something? Or they're also very frequently opinion-based instead of fact-based or supported by data, like the commoditization of the industry. People have been talking about this for 20 years, and we haven't seen that really happen. But the only fact is that most of these conversations are based on what I call exaggerations or myths that tend to circulate in the industry. So let's quickly talk about 4 patterns that I have observed over the years, and then use them to think together about how the market is likely to look like after the pandemic. So before COVID-19, even when there were recessions, we never really had a situation of global crisis with massive layoffs, huge price drops, and bankruptcies. The industry has generally grown at a faster pace than the economy, and has been, this is quite predictable, and we have been doing that over time. Here at Nimdzi, we recently launched the ranking of the top 100 companies that we call the Nimdzi 100, and with an in-depth analysis of the market in 2019 and our guesses for 2020. So last year, even though the growth has slowed, so the top 100 companies in 2018 grew 17.5%, and last year they grew 11.5%. They were still growing, right? The market was still growing at a healthy rate for an industry of this size. So in this slide here, you can see some breakdown in the growth rates for the different bands in our ranking. The full report, which you can download for free on our website, contains a lot more detail on these numbers, including the growth rate according to the number of employees. When we finished writing the NIMSY 100 in February 2020, earlier this year, the coronavirus hadn't been declared a pandemic yet. But it's written there in the printed version. We alerted to the fact that the translation industry will be impacted in the same proportion as the industry that it serves, both negatively and positively. And our projection for 2020 was that the industry would reach $57 billion, and it would continue to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 6.2%. This was already a reduction from the 7% that we had estimated in 2018. Well, given the circumstances, we have adjusted our projections because the current reality created a lot of uncertainty, like the first word that I said today. And so I created 4 different scenarios for 2020. There is a best case scenario in which the industry will grow by 2.5% this year. Another possibility is that we say that nothing is going to happen and we stay the same, we stay as we are. Then there is the original, the yellow one is the original NIMSY 100 prediction of 6.2%. And then there is a worst case scenario where we see a contraction in business of about 10% compared to last year. And by the way, I'm talking about the aggregate numbers of the industry. I'm not talking about individual companies. Naturally, different companies in different segments are going to have different impact. But this slide here, it shows the same numbers from the previous slides in a line graph. So once the economy recovers, and we don't know when, but it will recover. Once the economy recovers, we will. Oh, sorry, something popped up here in front of my screen. We will see. I predict that the growth is going to be slower, but we're going to have at least a 5% growth for the following years in all the scenarios. So as I mentioned before, this is very fluid. A month ago, when I first presented these numbers, the OECD had expected that the global GDP would diminish by half of what they had previously forecast. So instead of 3%, the global economy would grow by 1.5%. This week, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, predicted that the global economy will shrink by 8.7%. So instead of growing 1.5% by the OECD, the IMF predicts that there is going to be an 8.7% reduction in all of the economy. So you see, the numbers are all over the place, and it's very hard to choose where you want to go. So one of the companies that has been looking at this very closely and has been used by several governments to inform their decisions is McKinsey & Company. They developed many scenarios for the impact of the pandemic. So in this graph, you can see they say that the general expectation is that one of the scenarios in this shaded area, the A1 to A4, are the most likely to materialize. In each one of the cases, the spread of the disease is or the contagion is controlled, and the catastrophic structural economic damage, as they call it, is avoided. So these scenarios describe a global average, and the situations will naturally vary country by country, and the timing will vary country by country. But in all four of these scenarios, you have either a V or a U-shaped recovery. The V-shaped is faster, and the U-shaped is a little slower. You can also think of more extreme scenarios, and these are the ones in the white quadrants. And even the optimist in me couldn't help but notice that with the exception of B3, the one in the lower left corner, all of the scenarios predict recovery. And that is the pattern. Remember, we're talking about patterns. Keep in mind that what drives growth in our industry is not only the number of words, but also the proliferation of languages. John Juncker, who publishes the Web Globalization Report Card, had this in his latest report, indicating that the number of languages supported by the biggest global brands more than doubled in the last 10 years. And the tendency is to increase. If I'm not mistaken, the top 25 companies have in average 65 languages. So the number of languages keeps increasing. The other element in complexity that contributes to the growth in our business is this ever-changing technological landscapes that companies need to deal with. This proliferation of file formats creates a demand for new project management skills, engineering services, and other activities that keep the LSPs alive. So the first pattern was this pattern of growth. We agree on that. Even if there's going to be a dip, there's going to be a rebound and growth coming forward. The second pattern is a pattern of constant change on the buyer side. So translation and localization keep changing homes inside the client organization because they have reorganizations, there are mergers, acquisitions, and all of these force this language services units to move from one internal group to another regularly. So the reason why you won't see a VP of localization in most companies is because localization is mostly a support activity. It's a consequence of some other activities that are primary. So this pattern is what also keeps the LSP landscape alive, because clients will change vendors cyclically as their organization changes, as their organizations grow. So growth, centralization, and decentralization. We come into the third pattern this is a pattern of automation of new processes. Earlier today, I don't know if you saw Don De Palma's presentation talking about if you had crappy software before, you continue to have crappy software in 3, 4, 5, 6 months after we come out of this situation. But what happens is that there's always automation, and it doesn't necessarily make things better. So at NIMSI, we published this language technology atlas. You have a little screen capture on the left there, where we track all the language-related technologies. You can download it. This is the one for 2019. We're already updating the poster for 2020. And in this one, there were like 400 companies technologies listed. We have over 530 already for 2020. The pattern is that as more languages, more file formats, new tasks and new services require translation and localization. And the industry creates these new technologies to automate and eliminate or expedite manual activities. And as the technology take hold, the volumes grow, new technologies are necessary to automate the new manual processes that are a result of the previous cycle of automation. So it's like step by step. You automate, you create new tasks with this new automation. You need to automate again and again and again. And we've been going through this for a long, long time. And that's how you establish a pattern. It's something that is cyclical and repetitive. Another word that is associated with the technology and with automation is the concept of innovation. And it's one of those words that sometimes I feel, and you probably do too, feel that it's quite overused. And it's been, for a while, innovation was something that you only saw in the titles of certain people, head of innovation, chief of innovation, and so on, chief innovation officers. But innovation in our industry tends to be incremental only. So I used to say that everybody was trying to out-Trados, increase productivity by 1%, 2%, and we seldom have what people call disruptive innovation, the one that really changes the landscape and the way we work with things. The last disruptive innovation that we had in the industry was Google Translate. And this was, I don't know, 15 years ago. And if you think moving from Google Translate to neurotranslation was an incremental innovation, it was not a disruptive innovation. So the bright side of this is, and here again, a pattern, is that every time that you have a downturn in the economy, you have the opportunity, and it's when disruptive innovations appear. And disruptive innovations usually come from outside of the industry, not from inside of the industry. So I keep wondering what is going to come out of this pandemic, and what part of our industry is going to be disrupted and by whom. I'd like to when we talk about automation, and I mentioned before in this cyclical element that I often get asked, when is the machine going to replace the human? I like to make clear that there is a big difference between a complicated process and a complex process, right? And we live in an industry that deals with complexity. Complicated problems, they are things that are hard to solve, but if you follow rules and instructions like how to build an engine, how to repair a mechanical problem, how to address a software bug, those are things that can be done. They're complicated, but if you follow, if you have a certain amount of knowledge and if you have a certain tools or experience, you can solve a complicated problem. On the other hand, complex problems, they have many unknowns, like the unknown unknowns, right? And there are too many factors that are interrelated that it's very hard to summarize and to organize into rules and processes. So a new technology comes in, a new competitor appears in the market with a different model from yours. These are complex problems. They require management, they require strategy, they require preparation, and they require entrepreneurship. They require the need to make decisions and take risks. So there is no algorithm that will help you or will tell you how to respond to a complex problem. So when you think of an industry that is dealing with multiple languages, multiple formats, varying number of languages, formats, processes, locations, this is the type of complexity that you, if you're an LSP, have to handle. And this is why the computer has not replaced you, and machine translation hasn't killed your business, as many Cassandras predicted just a few years ago. So solving complex problems that contain a lot of changing variables is what keeps our industry alive. And this is part of the pattern of automation. So the fourth and last pattern that I have observed in the industry is a pattern of fear. Fear is unpleasant, is an emotion that is driven by thinking that someone, something, a situation or something is dangerous. So there is danger related to it. And our fear is usually caused by fear of pain or a threat coming from the outside. We're constantly afraid of competition, of price drops, technology changes, and things that are outside of our control. But change only happens in moments of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, as they say, FUD, right? And we are right now in the middle of this macro change moment where everybody is affected in one way or another, positive or negative, but we don't know. And this uncertainty drives this fear. And this is a great moment for change. I've been talking a lot with executives and owners of LSPs of all sizes, from the biggest to very small ones, from California-based large enterprise suppliers to small companies in Latin America or Europe. And what I have learned is that companies are finding out that there are expenses that they don't need. My CFO is super happy because my credit card has no charges. I'm not traveling. So this is an opportunity to look at your expenses and make hard decisions. As they say, never waste a good crisis. They say that this was a Winston Churchill phrase, but I couldn't get anybody I couldn't find any source of that. But it's a great recommendation, never waste a good crisis. Another point that I want to make around this concept of crisis is that I don't know about you, but a very common recommendation is use this free time that you have acquired to look into your processes and improve and create, etc., etc. I don't have any more time. I've never worked so much as I have now because I don't have the excuse to commute to the office or travel around the world. So if you have the opportunity to look and make changes in your organization because you have the free time, I bet you it's much better than just staying home and watching Netflix. As they say, with every challenge, there is an opportunity. So now that we have looked at these four patterns, let's look at some things that we here at Nimdzi have identified as opportunities and challenges for LSPs in 2020. Some will be more affected by the virus than others, but most of them are still valid. So coming out of 2019 and looking into 2020, the two biggest challenges for LSPs were scalability and capability. Content continues to grow, and finding the right talent, finding the right people, and investing in the technologies to automate repetitive tasks is still a key factor in this process. As you know, because of your own behavior, our attention span has dropped to about 7 seconds. So I don't know how you're keeping up with following this whole presentation, but video content like we're using here has become a lot more popular. This doesn't affect only the media localization, but also traditional LSPs who have to adopt new strategies or build new services to include subtitling and dubbing and things like that. This is an area that is expected to grow even more when 5G becomes more widespread. And we'll talk a little bit about that a little later. Needless to say, media localization is booming. You all read the news about how Netflix has increased their sales mostly in the international front. They're doing great. Amazon is doing great. All these new OTT platforms like Disney Plus, Apple TV Plus, Hulu, or iFlix in Asia. So, and there is a lot of mergers and acquisitions happening in this space, as you see here in the slide. There's going to be a dip, and most of you will not even notice that, but for the past couple of months, studios have stopped filming, and new productions will be delayed. So there's going to be a dip. This market is pretty hot right now, but there are no new productions, and dubbing studios have been closed in most countries. So there is some, in the language services side, there is some impact in there. So the other point that 2020 is bringing is this area of technology that is in everybody's mind. This concept of digital transformation will continue, and buyers ask LSPs more and more to deliver not only localization, but also to localize into multiple formats because they have different distribution channels for their content. So lots of opportunity here. There's also the interpreting side, lots of new technologies in the interpretation side. And the goal when it comes to technology is to focus on delivering an easy, efficient, and transparent experience for all the parties involved. Here we list examples of 3 companies that have done that. Zoo Digital created a cloud-based platform to do dubbing and subtitling. CQ Fluency, a company in New Jersey, has deployed a system for managed services that is built on commonly available technologies like BlueNet and MemoQ. And SDI Media, the parent company of SDI Media, bought a company called Pixelogic, and they are working with distribution services in the media industry. The other key challenge, and we go here and we look at, which is in everybody's plate, is the element of talent acquisition. Growth in volume is, and growth in industry growth, the first pattern that I talked about, and technology and automation are not enough to, let me put it in a different way. There are not enough people to do all the work that there is in the market. You might have gluts, maybe you have a lot of Spanish and Chinese translators available in the market, but if you look across the board, there is a lack of talent in the market for the requirements that LSPs have today. So this doesn't apply only to translators and interpreters, but also to voice actors, project managers, and other in-house roles that LSPs have. So there's still a lot of opportunity in this space. Another challenge is that this big hype about machine translation, I don't know if you have observed, but in the last year and a half, it hasn't been so touted and talked so much about. It's something that the industry has incorporated. The industry is using more, but there is a perceived plateau that has arrived. So given the current level of machine translation, that has been widely accepted and adopted, we observe that any additional investment only brings marginal improvements. We're going back to the incremental innovation instead of disruptive innovation in this space. So if you're still thinking about machine translation, you're late. Deal with it, incorporate it into your processes. It's something that is a natural part of reality. In 2019, it looked like interpreting was preparing for what was going to happen in 2020. And interpreting came out of the shadows and became big business. We published the top 23 interpretation companies in the world, which you can also download from our website. LanguageLine was the number 3 in the Nifty 100 in the industry as a whole, and it is by far the largest player, and they have revenue of about 400, almost $500 million, right? And while this industry is mostly composed of small players, there is a lot of M&A and centralization happening because of large government contracts that have been consolidated. So this slide gives you some data here. So in the UK, for example, the big word went from 45 million to $120 million in 3 years after it took over the contract with the Ministry of Justice that used to be run by Capita, and we all remember what a big mess that was. So for them, in 2019, interpreting was 50% of the revenue. We need to watch what is going to happen in 2020 because a lot of on-site interpretation has been significantly affected by the pandemic. When we wrote the report, remote interpreting was finally getting some visibility, but this mandated quarantines and the cancellation of events all over the world gave virtual interpreting the boost that it was wanting for. We used to say that it was a solution in search of a problem. Well, the problem showed up, and the solution is there. Remote interpretation, virtual interpretation, and over-the-phone interpretation are areas of growth in our industry. So let's talk a little bit about these other emerging opportunities and buzzwords, if you want. So I'll go very briefly around this for the sake of time, but Asia, especially India, are the most promising geographical areas for growth. If you may not be feeling this in the US and Europe, but in 2019, these areas, especially China and India, have been booming, and not only as consumers of Western products, but also intra-Asia. So there is a huge demand, especially in media and gaming, for Asia-to-Asia content. Chinese into Korean, Korean into Japanese, Japanese into Thai. China and Korea are taking the lead also in 5G and blockchain, and this drive is driving the development of new platforms and new formats, right? Southeast Asia is thirsty for streaming content, and a company like iFlix is taking over the traditional media, over-the-air media, right? Telenovelas, which were usually South American products, are now being produced in South Korea, Turkey, and exported all over the world. So in 2020, more than 50% of the global revenue in the video games industry will be generated in Asia, and China will, for the first time, overtake the United States in mobile gaming, right? So there's a lot of activity going on, and the biggest challenges for the localization companies are to create a new supply chain that is not focused on converting content into English and then into other languages, but then be able to deal with the local demands. This has, especially has a lot of impact because translating into English creates an additional step that adds cost, and those markets are quite price sensitive. Look at India, where the assumption was that with English you could address most of the market, but that's not true. Don't be surprised that you see companies doing 15, 20, 40, 45 Indian languages as a standard fare, because there is a demand in the market for that. I'd like to very quickly mention 5G. It's we don't know what we don't know, like I said in the premise of this presentation, what 5G is going to do, but 5G is not only about a faster cell phone or growth in media and gaming. It's really a game changer because it allows the Internet of Things to happen. And this will generate new products, new content that will affect document translation, especially in the manufacturing and IT industry. Document, help, video, all kinds of content will be generated with this revolution that happens every 20 years when a new generation of technology comes out. So be prepared. There's very little that you can do to be prepared, but be prepared because that is where the rebound is going to take us. 5G. The last thing that I want to say is machine interpreting. It's something that is starting to appear in the horizon, and it's just a concept that no one in the industry has been taking seriously. But if you use Google, Skype, they have integrated machine interpreting as a free feature into their offers. So the market has a lot of devices that are being used for this type of things. We have looked recently at a company called Worldly. They have simultaneous speech-to-text and speech services for conferences and corporate meetings. This is an automated process. And Voyager translates from the big word that is designed for the military, for example, also contains a lot of machine interpreting. I believe, honestly, that this gadget part of the machine interpreting is overhyped. You see a lot of advertisement on Facebook and Instagram of these tools where people go to the park and start picking up ladies or making new friends. I think that this is a fad and it's going, like I said here, disappear like Pokemon Go. And please, those of you who still play Pokemon Go, don't be angry at me. Anyway, this was the presentation. Thank you for participating. I hope we have a little bit of time for questions.
We do.
I don't know if you've been monitoring them, Brian, but yep. I see that there is some movement here. I'll be happy to answer them.
There is, definitely. And thank you for that presentation, Renato. It's great. And we have, as expected, quite a few questions that came in. One of the first ones was based on your earlier graphs of prediction of trends or patterns, saying that you expect things to go back up around 2021. Is that, I think it was more of a clarification question than anything else.
Yeah, I'm putting 2021 because, I don't know, you saw in the McKinsey graph, there are many possible curves. To be honest, my guess is as good as yours. I have no idea of what.
I'm pretty sure yours is better than mine, but let's.
Yeah. So, but anyway, if and I don't know if you can see in this graph here, they don't put a year or a time. So I'm just for convenience, I'm putting a prediction that whenever that dip ends, we're going to take off again. That's the pattern.
Very, very good. Do you predict some specific areas where disruptions can actually happen in our industry? So vendor management.
Well, the problem with disruption is that you can't predict, right? Like I'm saying, you can put bets in different areas. There are areas where people are looking at, but the characteristic of a disruptive innovation is that it comes from where you least expect, right? It's something that it's not, you're doing your day-to-day, and this is why disruptive innovation comes from the outside of the industry. They're trying to usually solve a problem that is different from the problem that we as industry players are trying to do. So when you think of Google Translate was not trying to solve a translation problem, it was trying to solve an advertisement problem for Google, because their business is to sell advertising, right? So, or sharing information in multiple languages. It wasn't really translation. So disruption is going to happen where you least expect. So probably where you're spending all your money, whoever asked it.
Very good. All right. With respect to, I mean, we have, what roles do you think that translators will start to assume apart from post-editing? And in what sense or what skill sets do you recommend that they learn?
Look,
times ahead?
As a translator, your job is keep current and keep open to learning new skills. Right. Like I said in the beginning, whatever I say is going to be a guess, but what is sure, and this is what I tell my children today, is it's not important what we know and what we learn, but that we learn how to learn. So be one of the challenges that I have with my peers, people from my age, is that they're getting tired. They don't want to learn anymore. They're bored, and they delegate stuff to their kids. You need to be like your kids. You need to be, and this is one of the characteristics of translators in general, is this curiosity, this ability to learn new things. Keep in mind that for those of you working in localization and technology, you're already translating the future. You're translating the next generation of a technology that has not been published yet. You're dealing with words that didn't exist 6 months ago. So keep that if you want to stay in business, and there's always going to be a demand for top-notch professionals. As long as you are developing yourself and developing your skills, you're going to have work.
Fantastic insight. I appreciate that. I guess one of the questions, you mentioned technical in terms of someone's ability or the project manager's abilities. So what is technical nowadays? I mean, obviously we're dealing with emerging file formats and whatnot. Do you have a way of defining or framing what technical is now?
Okay, so let me put it this way. I come from, what informs my analysis and my research is a foundation that I have learned many years ago in manufacturing, which is total quality management, right? The concept of total quality. And there are 14, if you have the chance, the participants here, go and search for the Deming 14 points, right? So Deming defined these 14 points, and there are many things that I learned that apply to any process, that manufacturing or non-manufacturing. Right. And the key thing is that the more handoffs you have, the more opportunity you have to create or incorporate errors. So I'm constantly and when we talk about automation, optimization, and so on, is removing manual steps. So receiving an email and forwarding an email, even though it's technological in nature, receiving a file and forwarding a file, that's a manual step that can be automated, right? The more, so what is technical, and maybe I misunderstood your question. Did you ask what is technical content and what is not technical content?
What is technical? What would you consider technical knowledge for a project manager? So
it's you know, everything is technology. Everything is an expertise. It's focusing on a certain niche, right? A specialty, but having the ability to switch. If you're a legal translator, you need to understand whatever that contract is going to be about. That contract might be a chemical patent. that contract might be related to manufacturing, to software. Right. That lawsuit that you're working on will have another subject. So you need to have multiple skills. Good translators know that.
Yeah, and I think in terms of the project management side, with all these emerging file formats, to stay current and learn how, what tools support them, how to process them, those.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's a difference between skill and knowledge, right? Or skill and ability. You can learn a skill, you can develop a skill, but you cannot. So if you're open to learning, like I said in the beginning, learn to learn, acquire the skills that you need as you need them.
Great. Renato, I mean, thank you so much for your time today. I thought it was super insightful. I really love the information, and a lot of other people were saying the same. So again, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. We're going to be launching a poll in a few seconds. I'm happy you think so. I thought so as well.
Yeah. This is fun. This is fun. Invite me for the next one.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we're going to be launching a poll, everyone. Remember to put your comments in social media. So hashtag #LockFromHome. And we'll be starting with the panel in just about a minute or two. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll be right back.
Hey, everybody.
Hi there.
How's it going?
All right, thanks. All right, so we have Christy Sakai, who's going to actually be moderating this panel, and thank you everyone else for joining. I really appreciate it. Today we have CEO of Supertext USA, Christy Sakai. We have Hilary Namanha for Localization, Program Manager at A6 Digital, and Andy Anderson, Head of Localization at ASO at Tinder. So thank you very much for being with us. Christy, I'm going to hand this over to you, and I'll pop back in towards the end for any type of QA. All right. Good luck, everyone. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a Hilary. Is she here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. Yeah, I can hear you. Cool. Thank you, Brian. So yeah, we'll start off with a short introduction to ourselves before we dive straight into talking about the topic of shifting gears in times of crisis. My name is Christy Sakai. I head up Supertext USA operations, and we're an LSP with a focus on creative content. So we work with localization and marketing teams on translations, trends creations, and multilingual copywriting. And I've known Hilary and Andy for a while now, and it's always a pleasure to chat with you guys. So I'm really happy to have this opportunity to learn a little bit more about your experiences. So maybe you can start with an introduction to yourselves.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'll go first. Yeah, thanks, Christy. Thanks, everyone, for putting this on. I'm Andy Anderson. I work on the international growth team at Tinder. I've been at Tinder since 2017. My primary focuses are localization and app store optimization. We provide services in over 50 languages to tens of millions of users worldwide. It's really fun to do. It's a really interesting opportunity just because of the niche we're in. And I think right now it's particularly interesting with all that's going on in the world, is when it comes to like social settings, and we think about the different levels of interest of people and like what their focuses are and priorities at this time in life. So yeah, it's interesting to come together to talk about these kind of things.
And Hilary Normanga. I work at ASICS Digital. So ASICS Digital is the hub for all things digital for ASICS, the shoe company. I personally I'm the program manager for localization of their fitness apps. One of the main apps that I work on is Runkeeper, and also doing some work with one of their recent acquisitions, Race Roster.
Great, yeah. So yeah, let's get into things. So yeah, this global epidemic, it's really impacted every aspect of life. And there's a lot of dimensions that we could talk about, but for now, I just wanted to focus more on how it's impacted your work and these two really interesting brands. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about how ASICS and Tinder has responded to the pandemic as a company and how this shifted your work in localization.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting for us. I think there's a lot of uncertainty at this time. I think that for everyone, we're still figuring out things. I think from us, like we've been reacting in different ways. I think every company's had to be somewhat reactive in this situation because it's an ever evolving situation. Mm-hmm. We don't really know what the outcome is going to be. We don't really know where everything's going to land in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, how this is going to impact business, how this is going to impact ability to hire, how this to function in different markets. Even for us, we're a brand that brings people together. And right now it's challenging to do that because people can't get together. So it's kind of ironic in the sense that it's something that's hard for us to do our core business at the moment. But we're seeing a lot of digital interactions. I think we're seeing that across the world. And I think people are using social media in ways that we probably never would have thought possible. You've seen the rise in all kinds of different ways of communicating. We see how Zoom right now, I mean, we're all on a Zoom call. I think that's like another way Zoom has changed fundamentally life. I think for everyone knows the name Zoom by now if they didn't before. Mm-hmm. And so I think for us as a business, more like specific to us at Tinder, I think we've responded in a number of ways. We did like communication in terms of like communicating with our users. We have users worldwide and in every market. And I think the least that we could do, and a lot of other brands at this time, specifically ones that are focused in the social sphere, would be like communicating directly with them and giving them updates and like making sure that they knew the information that was being passed around from the major health organizations like the WHO or the governmental body entities. I mean, obviously that's not it's not our necessarily job to make sure that everyone's informed, but it is a responsibility that all companies have, like especially a company like us and others who might be in the social space. So we did that a lot. Another thing that we did, and I think a lot of other companies are doing something similar, is leverage the products that we actually have to manage through the crisis. And so, for example, we have a feature some viewers may be familiar with called Passport. It's a paid feature that's normally available for 2 of the subscription packages that we offer, which is Tinder Plus and Tinder Gold. Normally, that Passport feature would be behind, like someone would have to pay to be able to access it. And essentially, the very like basics of that feature, what it allows someone to do is to change locations digitally, of course, and to meet people in a new location. Normally, Tinder is a location-based app. So, for example, if you are based in Los Angeles or New York or wherever, you would set your settings to a circle area around you, a radius. But we actually opened up Passport to all of our users worldwide for the entire month so that people could change their locations, talk to people. They could go into another country and talk to people about how things were going for them, or they could just go to another area and find someone to talk to digitally, which I think is not to get too deep into that right now, but I think that's another topic that we're just seeing worldwide is the digital age of people just not being in social contact with people. It's nice to have someone to talk to. And so we really thought that enabling the passport feature would allow people to have a higher likeliness of matching and talking with more people around the world. So I think we've responded in a number of ways, but I think just going back for a second, like the macro trend is there's a lot of uncertainty still that we all face.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting that actually something like Tinder that brings people together is almost doing more now digitally, that people are forced to meet people online, and it's actually, it makes actually more sense in a way that it's the tool to connect with other people across the world. It's a really cool thing. Yeah. So,
yeah,
Hillary?
For us,
yeah.
Most people don't know this about ASICS, but it's actually an acronym in Latin for sound mind, sound body. So we've really tried to put a huge focus on that during this time. So similar to Tinder, we lifted paywalls. For me specifically, I work with fitness apps. So we've tried to find ways to modify the products to encourage users to keep moving and really just keep the whole world moving and staying active, and ways that we can do that creatively for users around the world from home or within whatever restrictions that they're in their individual locations. What that means on a product side, so I work really closely with the product teams. So the product teams have had to shift their focus to different features, or removing certain features, making more features, different features more visible even by region. And then also on a communication side, communicating those changes to our users. And like Andy mentioned, it's really important to make sure that we are in line with the recommendations that are safe movement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so how's this changed work for you? Do you, obviously, like, everyone's working remotely, and that's probably a big shift for a lot of companies, so that's already a big difference. But have these kind of internal changes made something different now when you're trying to collaborate across teams and across your like internal teammates in the localization team?
Not a huge difference. I think Andy and I are both used to working with a lot of developers, product teams, and traditionally many of those teams are remote. So the same types of meetings, daily stand-ups, grooming meetings with product teams, all of those things. We work in Jira on tickets. So not a huge change in process. I do think that like those drive-by conversations that you might normally have with colleagues, that's gone, but it has opened up. I think for me, being in a different context while I'm working, sometimes that can increase or decrease your creativity when you're trying to problem solve. So definitely the context around me is different, and that changes the way that I might think about solving a problem.
Yeah, echoing what Hillary just said, I think that we haven't seen major changes in our internal operations and teams. I think, like, obviously, like most people in the world that are able to, we have to really step back for a second and first just be thankful that we're able to work from home. I know there are a lot of people in the world who don't have that ability, and so like we as a company, we're able to go digitally really easily, and so by doing that, I think there were probably some hiccups. There were probably some areas like of communication that we've had to get better at. We've had more updates, leadership updates, and we've probably had more meetings. I think, Hillary, you mentioned stand-ups. We've probably had more stand-ups than we've had normally in the office, just because you don't have those conversations. I do miss an element of like the water cooler, quote unquote, conversation where, I go into the kitchen and I'm, talking to someone and I get into a really interesting philosophical conversation, whether it's about work or whether it's about life in general. And I do miss that. I think we're not going to have as much of that. But generally speaking, I think we were relatively smooth transitioning to going internal. I think that planning has been interesting too, like quarterly planning. I'm sure most companies are doing a lot of that as well. And coming up with plans and coordinating on like what you want to work on and stuff. I think there was always an element of, balancing between someone who's in the office and who's not. And I think in the tech world, we've seen in the last, decade, there's been a huge change into collaborative tools, into tools like, even just to name one, like, like Google Apps for work, like you've got like Docs and Sheets and all these different things, which makes it incredibly easy to just share a sheet and like have 5 people working on it at the same time. I think like having all that set up in a way makes it easy to scale, you know, from a remote perspective. And I think pretty much, you know, that's been our impact. I don't think it's been, you know, one thing or the other. I think it's just been a transitionary period.
I think that's a good point that you make too, that it's like we're set up in the tech world to really thrive in this type of environment as from a tech perspective. So yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, have you guys had any changes, and how has it been more of an emergency response that you're dealing with, do you think, or has it been more like a shift in strategy completely? And do you think that's coming up then, as we think about like budgeting and sort of future plans and development products?
You know, it affects everything, right? So it definitely affects budget. It affects the way that we're working together, the products in my case that I'm working on, and how those products work. So I think that it affects all the availability of teams or individual people on your team. So it definitely is far-reaching in its effects, but it's also given, you know, at ASICS, we're really wanting to make sure that people have the ability to move and exercise without anything limiting them, any money limiting them, or any tools. And how can we do that? How can we enable users and make sure, from my standpoint, that language is not a barrier? So for me, it's been a time to think creatively around something that has high impact. And I think a lot of the teams are approaching it that way as well. Yes, there's changes and limitations, but it's also an opportunity to think creatively.
Yeah, a little bit on that. I think we've definitely seen some things we have to shift. I think strategy is shift, and it's kind of an ever evolving thing, because it's one thing to shift, you know, when you talk about priorities and things, it's one thing to shift when you know the outcome of something, like, you know, there's a general trend in an industry and like we want to shift in that direction. It's another thing to shift when you don't know the future, right? We don't know what life's going to look like in 6 months or a year or something like that. We hope we know what it looks like. We hope that, you know, this is a resolved situation and it's behind us, but we don't know that for sure yet. It's not been confirmed. So I think it's difficult to plan when you don't know the future. But at the same time, there's a component of shifting of priorities, and like we've definitely, like, you know, internally probably pivoted some and saying, like, you know, we were working on something, maybe this isn't the thing we want to work on right now, because this isn't going to be the most effective, or it's not going to be the ideal time.
Yeah, so I know from like the vendor side that it's been a crazy couple of months, and it's really shown us like how important like global communication is when you're responding to a crisis. So we've had everything from like press releases to website updates to like product shifts. And being like super flexible has been priority for us. Have you had different relationships or different experiences with your vendors through this? And what's been kind of a valuable partnership for you?
I think our vendors have been extremely valuable partners, even in helping us problem solve. I'm really thankful I have great vendors that I work with. Echoing something that Hanato was saying earlier about minimizing touch points, that's really important. So maybe streamlining some processes, and our vendors have been on board with that 100%. That's easy to do when you have a mature localization process set up and automation set up, which we have. But I think that that's something, if someone doesn't have that in place, that would be a way to improve the process, you know, to make sure you have automations, minimizing all the touch points so that your vendors are set up for success.
And do you think that that's something, I mean, you kind of had that set up already. And so what was the main thing that you were grateful for having set up?
I think quick turnaround times, that's very important. The ability to tackle, you know, having something set up where we can adapt terminology to shifting products, communications, new terms. So having all those processes in place so that we can just throw that at our vendor and they can send it right back. that's so a mature localization process with all of those things set up.
So it's kind of possible because you have good communication and like a strong partnership with vendors.
100%. I think a lot of people in our industry, they don't see vendors as partners. They see vendors as a service. And that's really can hurt you in your overall process. So if you see your vendor as a partner and you really open up and give them the information they need to help you solve a problem, they can really come in and solve it creatively. And also it can show, if we share more information with vendors, it pushes the vendors to evolve in ways to work with us better. If they don't know what the internal decision-making process looks like, they're not set up to help us, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I think that having like strong vendor partnerships is really crucial. And I think it's more evident now than ever. I think like just in times of uncertainty, in times of crisis, we look to vendors to help us and to keep things going because we have a high dependency on vendor capabilities. And so I think that that's definitely a strong point, is like we need quick turnaround times. We need to be responsive. We need to be able to to queue up and get a bunch of languages ready at a short notice. Sometimes that includes more than just language. Sometimes that includes assets and production quality stuff and things like that. So it does require a flexible, adaptable team. And I think like Hillary's saying, I think like treating vendors as partners and making sure that they're really part of the team is very important. I think one of the interesting things about right now in general is just that, and I think anyone who's on the call that really knows localization would probably agree, but localization is generally not something that we want attention for. It's like, because like if there is attention, it's usually something not so good. It's like people giving feedback for bad localization or something. So I think in high times, people just don't even talk about localization. It's an afterthought. But I think in low times, like right now, or just times of challenge, people realize how important communication is. And when we realize communication, when we start to define communication, it's language, and what is language, and how do we really relate to a global? I mean, for companies like ours, which have users all over the place. I mean, even within a country, sometimes the language is requested, and the communication preferences of those people is quite diverse. And being able to tailor to that is very important as a company, because you have to be able to speak to your users.
Yeah, is there anything that you guys could kind of talk about in terms of quality control when things are so kind of heated and you have a lot going on? You're like demanding fast turnaround times and there's a lot of content and it's really important messaging. How do you kind of control for quality in those kinds of situations?
Yeah, I'll start. So I think for us, quality is always very important, just because we have like a really, we scrutinize the process pretty strongly. We have measures in place internally for our like standard production process where people have to go through. And obviously some of that's standard, which a lot of companies have, whether it's a glossary or style guides and things like of that nature, but that's not really the kind of assessment quality, like the final QA steps. I think we rely a lot. We're fortunate we have market people on the ground in various markets around the world. And a lot of times those people really help us with the kind of back and forths. So we have like the initial passes with the vendors and the vendors do their passes because they actually have QA checks and we have QA checks with them. But then we have like a round of in-market review. And then at sometimes, for certain other things, maybe we even, have public relations people weigh in or something, depending on the situation. And I think having all those inputs is very important, because I think the more inputs you have into a process, the better quality you'll get as an output. Like if you just kind of get someone to translate something and then send it out to the world, you're just hoping for the best. But I think for us, like typically we want to make sure that there's multiple eyes on it, because people are going to look at things differently and people are going to interpret things differently. So if we have, one sentence right here that we localize into whatever language, several people in the call might say, this means this to me, this means that to me. We want to really get something to the center. So I think we definitely try to have like a multi-tiered, multi-step process always. So even right now.
Yeah.
I agree. The multi-tiered set process with internal and external partners is really important when you're talking about quality. I also think that the earlier you can pull the vendor in, again, seeing the vendor as a partner, one thing we do with some of the fitness apps specifically, Runkeeper, is we share mocks with and even early versions of copy with the vendor. So they know it's coming. They can be preparing mentally for that creative copy that we need them to write in a quick turnaround time. So really having an open communication with your vendor will increase the quality of the product, that the output as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, so before we go into Q&A, I have just one last question, which would be more about anything that you could take away from the situation, things that you maybe like did differently because of the situation and that you actually benefited from and you'd like to take into the future. Is there anything that you can think of that that you plan to retain that came out of this crisis?
For me, minimizing touch points, I keep mentioning, but like Hanato mentioned before, similar to him, I worked in like a Six Sigma lean manufacturing background prior to localization, and we had to minimize and streamline the process quite a bit for some of these product changes that we wanted to get out the door quickly, and that is something that I would like to explore keeping.
Yeah, I think for us, I think a lot of companies are going to have similar learnings and takeaways. I think one of the biggest ones that I see as like an overarching theme, and that probably caught most people by surprise, is just preparing for uncertain situations and having some kind of contingency plan or mitigation plan when things arise that are just outside of your control. I think when you're talking about really building a company and prioritizing on the bigger scale, you always have like a list of priorities. Like, I want to do this because of this. I want to do that because of that. And a lot of those are great because you can control them, and they're internally driven by whether your base of users or your whatever the situation. But there are also factors that are external that we just can't control, and those are things like the current situation that hasn't, no one orchestrated that. It just like happens, and it's something that we have to realize, like, as companies, are we able to react to an external situation and like keep going, pick up and change as needed, or are we going to just let that external problem really affect us? And I think that's something that we really, myself included, have just been really focused on. And I think a lot of other companies are probably going to be thinking about keeping lean teams and making sure that you're not going outside of your means and things like that. I think in a lot of situations we'll probably see some evolution there, but it's kind of hard to know, I think. But generally speaking, that's kind of what I'm seeing.
Just trying to stay flexible and agile to
sure.
be able to deal with. Yeah, great. Okay, so I think, are there any questions from the audience?
There are. I mean, people have been pumping some questions in, so that's great stuff. There are a few, so I'm going to start with one of the ones that has talks about your vendor structure. So how does uncertainty prevent any of you from looking at changing your vendor structure at the moment? Has there been any consideration to that or anything to that effect?
Yeah, how does it prevent? I don't think it's preventing us in a sense from changing vendor. I think it's a good question. I think if I understand the person who's asking the question, it might be an angle of like, there might be some inactivity on the market right now with people hesitant to move forward or to onboard new people, or that's kind of how I'm interpreting the question. But I think it's probably preventing things in a way that there might be budgetary concerns. There might be concerns from a company about future demand. Like, what are the futures? Like, how do we know if we invest in, let's say that there's a new product that's a great tool, that's the #1 tool in the market for doing something. If I go to a leader at the company right now and I say, hey, I want to do this because it's going to help us in this, they might say, well, how do we know this is going to be effective right now? We've got a lot of things going on. It's kind of hard to make really sound strategic decisions without all the information. I think in terms of having a new vendor, like a new localization vendor or something like that, I don't think that's necessarily going to slow down, assuming there's a need for proper vendor alignment. Like myself included, I'm actually moving forward with some initiatives right now that are vendor related, that so we're not necessarily stopped, but there are some other areas where I've actually put the brakes on, and I've said, I've basically told anyone I was in contact with, like, we're probably not going to do anything for a while, so I just don't want to get anybody's hopes up. So I think it can affect it, but it really depends on some factors.
Okay, excellent. Hillary, did you want to weigh in on that?
I would agree. Yeah, I think that there's some things are paused and some things are moving forward. I am also moving forward with some different projects that will require new vendors, but it just depends on the company. I can see some companies maybe being on like a spending freeze. That's not our case. I do think that, like Andy was mentioning, a lot of baselines are out the door. You don't know what the baseline is anymore because the future is so different. So I can see that creating some uncertainty.
Do you think, because you guys both have like really great vendor relationships, so everything went smoothly in this kind of crisis, do you think that if something had broken down in that process while you're trying to like respond to the situation, do you think that would have been kind of a difficult moment for you to then switch to someone else or to think about other options? Like, would you have kind of tried to work through that with them?
Absolutely, I would have tried to work through it. Yeah, our vendors are so embedded in our process. They're really valuable. So I don't think that, everybody makes mistakes. In this case, everything went smoothly, but if it hadn't, I think it would have just been like an opportunity for growth.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's important to remain human at this point and realize that everyone's going through a lot of things, and you can't always interpret the situation that other people are going through. So you have to make sure that we're balancing for that as well.
I think those are great answers, and I think they've been echoed in other presentations as well, like the empathy aspect, the human aspect. So I think that's great to bring it back to that again, because we're all going through something, right? And we're all being impacted in different ways. So I think that's a really great point. There's another question with respect to turnarounds. So have you seen, for example, an increase in turnaround from your internal stakeholders? So those who are purchasing products internally, have they increased any type of deliveries?
Yeah, so you mean like the end users of the product?
Actually, from what I understood, and maybe I'm misinterpreting this question, but it seems like the people internally that are actually working on your projects. So has there been, or maybe it's your vendors as well, perhaps, but has there been an increase in turnaround? So are they actually working quicker in order to turn these things around?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Everybody's working faster. Yes.
Yeah. Same. We've had some increased demand as well.
Excellent. Okay. One specifically to Hillary. Can you give an example of the degree of touch point reduction you achieved from 10 to 5, 20, 25 to 23? Did you find places where you inserted a touch point because it was required that it required a human to do the task?
No, we didn't add any additional touch points. All of the review touch points were the same. We did involve our translators and vendors sooner in the process so that they would have more time to have a better idea. So like I mentioned earlier, with them seeing UX, UI mocks of the final product. So normally I would send them like the final design, but in this case, I was showing them sometimes even sketches of designs. So by the time they got the translations, they could just turn it around quick. So that's a touch point that was added. What was the rating part of the question?
10 to 5 or 25 to 23 or something to that effect. So they were just one
half our turnaround time.
Yeah.
Cut it in half. Yeah.
Cut it in half. Wow, that's fantastic. One of the other questions, and this is again a general question, because we have just another minute before we, or a couple of minutes before we have to time out. But have you done any? And this was again echoed in other sessions in the panel I was on earlier this afternoon. It mentioned it as well. But have you done any specific activities for team building within your organization? So there was one person, for example, that mentioned they had Zoom pet time, so everybody was bringing in their pets and had like yoga moments and things like that. So are you guys doing anything creative or fun to that effect?
Yeah, I think our company, at a company-wide level, I think bigger companies, there's a tendency for teams to operate differently. And I think like some teams are probably having happy hours every week. Some other teams are probably on call so much that at the end of the day, they're ready to just watch a movie or something. And I think there's different levels of that. And I think we have, as a company, we've probably got plenty of support groups for people, like whether it's, pet channels for people who want to talk about pets and share pictures of pets, or whether it's interest channels or whatever. I think on my team, one of the things I've done as a manager is I've just tried to be available to my team. So like anyone who needs to talk, or like, I would talk with my team like regularly, just, let them talk about what they're going through and anything if they want to chat. So I think that's something is just, there are different levels. There's like the company level and there's like the managerial level. And I think that the company level, I think we've got the structure in place to provide everyone with what they need in these times.
Okay, excellent. Hillary, did you have any input on that one?
I would echo that. I mean, today it was like bring your child to work day. So we had our kids on all our work calls, which was fun. So at a company level, our HR department is stellar. Had, yoga classes, mental health. They provided mental health resources for all of the employees. We have happy hours. We have had all kinds of competitions and games. And so it's pushing all the teams, like I said earlier, to be creative and to think creatively to solve problems, both internal and external.
Excellent. So yeah, I love to see the creative aspects that everybody's trying to, to bring people together, especially in the larger organizations. I think it's a, yeah, I think it's a positive thing, and I'm really enjoying seeing the different ways in which they're doing it. Again, it's a question to Hillary. So with A6 being, oh, actually, no, sorry, it's to both. A6 and Tinder both being very known and physical brands. Do you expect any changes in the way that you market your products post-pandemic?
Hillary, do you have any thought? I have some thoughts, but I can't, like, I don't know. But, yeah, so this is a super interesting question, actually. I think in the short term, I would say that, most companies are probably not going to do a lot of marketing just because they don't know if it's valuable to spend marketing dollars right now. If you're talking about purely marketing, I think longer term, I mean, the hope and the okay, let me break this down. I think the problem is not knowing where things are going to be in the future is not knowing how to market to that. Like if there's if the new norm for the next year or two is social distancing, you have to market to that. You have to figure out a way to market to that. But if we find a way to cure this in 6 months and life goes back to normal, it's a non-issue, right? Or at least for the time being, hopefully. So I think that is a big factor in like how we are going to adapt our marketing efforts. But I think like in general, I think we, as well as any other company, is going to have to adapt to the situation and understand that there are going to be some changes from this, most likely on a macro scale, and that might require offering features in the products that we serve that are tailored to digital interactions more, or like whether that's or communications improvements, or things like that. I think we're going to probably have to evolve at some point. Like all companies are going to have to evolve to do that. I think in a post marketing, like how we market posts, I think is really going to be determined on how the world is able to come through this situation.
Excellent.
Yeah, we've had, I think there are some trends that you want to watch, the way people are approaching fitness, for example. Fitness is completely different. Racing, participating in races is completely different. We've offered some product pivots for that, and we're marketing those so that people can access them. But I don't know how long term that will be. We'll continue to work out from home. This is over, will they say like, I don't need a gym, I can work out in my house. Then that might change, the way people are approaching dating relationships or exercise. So we'll have to see.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I don't know, Christy, did you have anything that you wanted to add, or ask a couple of final questions? We've got just a couple of minutes left, so final statements would be welcomed.
Yeah, no, I think in terms of like how companies are marketing differently, we're seeing that in kind of the topics of content that we're creating for different clients. I think, everyone's kind of trying to adapt and also find like the level of sensitivity. That's kind of a challenging point, I think, and it's probably going to shift moving forward. So yeah, it's a challenging space, I think, right now for everyone. Yeah.
Great. Well, I mean, listen, the comments I've seen go through the channel have been super positive about everybody here. So everyone's sharing their love, which is fantastic. I wanted to thank you all for obviously spending time with us here today. I'm hoping that you'll have the chance to connect with some other people, maybe in the Slack channel afterwards, maybe just through LinkedIn or what have you. I've actually sent out invitations to all of you as well. So I wanted to thank you for that. Everyone, please just, we're going to be starting a poll in a moment, so provide your feedback. We really appreciate when you do. You can share any information to social media channels with hashtag lock from home. And again, thanks everyone. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks
for having us.
Everyone.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, guys, and we're going to take a very, very brief break. Please, again, take the couple moments to share information, your thoughts on social media. If you're just joining us, we're going to be back in one little second, and we're going to have additional sessions. I think we've only got a couple more for the day, so it's been a crazy day, and we'll be back with more content. Thank you very much. Talk to you soon. Hi, everyone. We're back. Next up is going to be Gilbert Segura, CTO of Global eLearning. Basically, an industry veteran. Hi there.
Hey, guys.
Industry veteran, been around for a while. Started working with Dell, I think, in the 90s. So a lot of experience here. A lot of great knowledge he's going to be explaining. Currently, as I mentioned, CTO. So it's got a big role with Global eLearning. He's going to take us through some e-learning platforms and localization. And I will actually, I know we're ahead of schedule a little bit, but I'm going to hand it over to you so you can wow everybody. How's that?
Right. As you can see, I'm in my little art bunker down here, hiding from COVID-19, as everyone else probably is. So I kind of prepared this presentation. It's going to be light and sweet, short and sweet. So let me go ahead and just share all my goodies. Hopefully, Chrome and everything else plays well. And I'm going to get right into it. I'm going to get into it a little early, and we're just going to talk about e-learning, what that is, and how that relates to this emerging environment that we're in now. Because nowadays, everyone's from home, and it also means everyone who's doing corporate training in the world is doing it from home or to people at home, and that's kind of interesting. So I'm going to cover kind of what it is that we're looking at, as well as what it is that we're going to expect. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off my video just because I think things work better when I'm not distracted by my own face. And we're going to get started here in a second. So basically, we're in interesting times. Like I was saying, we're all going virtual. So everyone on the planet has basically been moved into a different type of situation. Developers who make this type of content have to adapt their modality of content. They've been making classroom training for forever, and they assume that there's going to be a person in front of a class, a captive audience, someone who's just the learner sitting there. They've been, set up a time for their meeting. They're in a special room. They're in a special place. They've got their attention, and then also all that's been structured around a classical setup where there's basically a training budget that assumes travel and booking rooms and meetings, and people's times are associated with that. That's all kind of going away. So what we end up having are changes in three big areas, right? The developers have to change, the learners obviously have to change, and then the budgets and the business logic around these things has to be reevaluated. Learning content basically is difficult to make, and that's kind of what I'm going to cover for most of this short talk. And then the rest of it is how does that work into localization? Because you'll be surprised, or maybe not, localization is typically an afterthought in these practices. So it's been usually the case where, well, I'll do my training in English, and those guys over there in whatever place elsewhere can do what they want. So in a lot of ways, it's more like a classical uh, primitive localization environment, an emerging localization environment. What you'll notice, though, is, of course, it's a huge industry. Right now, I was looking at $93 billion is this industry. So something to think about, how is this industry being disrupted? One of the movements in e-learning recently, really, is interactive gaming micro-learning, meaning you're not going to sit there for 5 hours and get this course over over 4 weeks or something like that. It's more like short interactions. Your computer's on, your phone is on, you're in between a break, you're doing something else. It's not a distraction, it's an educational experience, but it's really short. So rapid results, rapid progress, quick, short intervals. What they found in terms of scientific measurement is that if you do short bursts of interaction and engagement, it's more poignant, it's more meaningful to you, and then you can do it over periods of time. So let's say this week you're learning one thing, and then it's really just for a little burst of, hey, what about this? Oh, that's kind of cool. I really like to know that. And guess what? You kind of forget about it. But next week they say, hey, remember that thing you learned last week? Oh yeah, I remember that. Guess what? That type of switching in and out, small bursts of interactivity and in learning and engagement makes you retain it longer. And so that's kind of where e-learning is going. Now, the problem with all that is those interactive games that are really short and really cool to use, they're very complicated or potentially complicated. So you end up with a lot of stuff that is hard to recreate. It's basically this element of interactivity and gaming is also entering this rich multimedia environment. What I mean by that is you end up with things like a DTP project, like a PowerPoint, but it also has timed audio because someone's narrating it. You also have on-screen text, so there's stuff flashing around when certain events happen. There's a certain button that shows up, or you click on a button and something else happens. So a lot of interactivity again. And there's in animations and synchronization, you drag and drop, drag the word from this bucket to that bucket, and the little creature moves their hands, or all sorts of stuff that makes it interactive and engaging, but then that brings you with a large technical gap. So some developers are actually really good at this stuff. They have conferences. I go to those, and they're very interesting, where they have all these neat tools and VR and AR and you name it, they've got something very interesting to, address the challenge of engaging somebody. The problem is that with those tools comes a huge technical debt. And what I mean by that is not only do they use tools that maybe don't know localization, they also might be using tools or have developers who don't know localization. They also have, their clientele, their downstream clients, and then the localization provider they go to goes, yeah, I can do video, I can do audio, I can do multimedia, I've done DTP, let's do it. And it's not that easy. Really what we're talking when we talk about technical debt is what costs you money. In Silicon Valley talk, technical debt is really what you look at where you have to invest time and money and resources to develop a process, a practice, knowledge, intellectual property, whatever you want to call it. You don't know how to do it. You have to figure it out. And so what ends up happening here is if you look at the cost factors that go into a multimedia localization e-learning project, you'll find that A, they're always going to be a little different. But B, you have these 8 factors here on the screen. You have costs for words, which is, everyone knows that. Voiceover for recording, so someone has to read the script. DTP, again, someone's got to put it all together, make it look pretty, make the words fit. We know that story. Script preparation for voiceover, okay, more multimedia. Subtitles, sometimes they want subtitles. Okay, we can do that too. Add that to the list. As you keep going, video editing and post-production because they interleave videos because you don't just want to hear the same narrator talking and you click next all the time. Sometimes you want to take a break and just watch something. And so all this goes into a package that someone has to click around because that interactivity now has to translate into other languages and other modalities. And somebody in Japanese has to click and say, oh, you put the word next in the wrong button or whatever those are. So it's kind of like software troubleshooting. It's an interactive troubleshooting. It's logical troubleshooting in a sense that you have to understand that the sequence of events has to make sense, which is particularly tricky if you don't know what they're talking about. So some subject matter expertise helps too. At the end of that, I've talked about what translation team, a voiceover team, DTP team, a video team, some other team, maybe an engineering team. We got 5, 6 people in a team just to get one of these projects out. That's a project manager for sure. So your project manager is now burdened with multiple streams of data, multiple different interdependent parts, which it's a typical localization project, except we've got something else going on. A tool. The tool says click export. Export's easy. Just click here, magic button. All your stuff is ready to go. Go to your 7 teams, and these guys will take care of it. Problem is, you don't have that sometimes. Sometimes that export button doesn't exist. It's copy paste. I personally have a project going on right now that is all about copy paste, and this is happening very often because we have tools again that are behind the localization curve, and tools in the industry that don't understand localization requires certain considerations. XLIF is one of those words they've heard about, so they try to implement it, but they don't do it right, or they don't even have implementations. So it's very interesting. The problem, of course, is with doing it manually. It means you have more people working. You have copy pasters who may manually copy it wrong, or you have other things going on. So what you end up doing is needing to have support on the QA. So what we end up having is time and cost expectations that go up, and you basically have to fix it. Now, even worse, sometimes is you're going to get export buttons that don't work. So in this case, you'll end up with export the button, click it, and it doesn't catch everything. What doesn't it catch? Everything here. I mean, this is actually a real world experience of things that have been missed or not caught in the system. So transcripts have been missed, graphics and text. Oh, I didn't see that. Embedded files. All these elements are little surprise gotchas. And so what you end up having to do is you end up with descriptions that aren't captured, or embedded e-learning that's not captured, or multimedia metadata that's not captured. So these will throw back your schedule. They'll cause issues. They'll cause consternation. An example of this, and this is really more of a historical standpoint, where you have something like Articulate Rise. This is actually a really popular program. Articulate is one of the industry leaders in localization, in e-learning, where they basically launched a platform, do it yourself, really rich interactive web environment. It's very engaging. It's very easy for you to put together a website with lots of questions, lots of interactivity, drag and drop. It's golden. The problem is that for over 2 years after they launched this wonderful tool, they did not have exports. So everyone was pretty much tasked with copy pasting. It was kind of painful. Of course, in 2018, they launched it, and now everyone can do it with XLIF, sort of, except you can't do Arabic, right? So you end up with a problem where, okay, this tool is now not meeting our needs. It's complicated. Everyone's doing this. I'm trying. It's easy. The English speakers are doing it. I guess the French speakers have to do it too. How do we do this? And so the solution is engineering in reverse, meaning reverse engineering. Prior to 2018, I actually managed to figure out how to reverse engineer one of these courses. It was a compiled, crazy course with REST elements. And this is one of the things we want to look at, where if you start looking at it backwards, you can do the reverse engineering approach, where you can basically take the course and start decompiling it. And that's kind of where localization has to actually adapt to this crazy world of complicated environments of different things.
Gilbert, I
Yes.
don't want to interrupt you, but
Yes.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to.
Yes, of course.
And I know that actually this is just a teaser, if I understand
Yes.
correctly, to a larger opportunity that you're going to be showing people.
Yes.
So there's no actual poll after this, this session. However, if you do say yes, you want more information about this, everyone's going to be receiving an invite to your webinar. So you're going to be able to take them through it and give them the larger or more informative version of what you've just done.
Yeah, no, I definitely wanted to give it a light dusting, so to speak, because there's so much to cover. We don't want to go into it.
And I'm always impressed with everybody. Like a lot of the speakers today, fantastic voices. You have a radio voice. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
I can listen to you all day. So please, everyone, if you want to see the full thing or hear more information about this, please just let us know, and you will receive an invite to the webinar. Gilbert, thank you so much for this brief but awesome presentation.
Yes, got to keep it short.
Short and sweet. And we'll talk to each other hopefully soon.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much. Everyone,
Cheers.
We're going to take just a very, very quick break before we come back with our final presentation from Michael Klinger. What we're going to do then is, again, short break. Share everything on social media, please. Hashtag lock from home. Again, one more presentation. So we're in the final stretch. And we'll be back in 1 second. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. If you're joining us for our last presentation, welcome. If you've been with us for longer, then I'm glad you're sticking around. We're in our final stretch. We have one more presenter, Michael Klinger, who's the managing director at Language Transactions. Basically, he wealth of experience again. It seems like all our speakers today have had a wealth of experience in our industry, which is incredible. Hi, Michael. How you doing?
Hey, Brian. Oops, did I do the wrong thing?
No, you're perfect. You're all good.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
glad I can see it. Mic's working. We're all good. So basically, just want to let you have as much time as possible. You're our last one. You have the big spot. We're finishing with a bang. So I'm going to hand it over to you, and I'll pop back in probably with about 5 minutes or 10 minutes left to go through Q&A.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Handing it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Share. Let's see. Oh, here we go. I love this technology.
Yep, we can see your background right now.
All right. I just need to give you give me a second. What I want to do is share my screen, right?
Yep, we can see your background right now with and it is now unshared.
Okay. Yeah, I want to share screen and then just do just love technology.
Yeah, likely a share screen button. There we go. Yeah, starting to share your screen, and there's your presentation. All right, I'll hop back out.
Great. All right. Brian, thanks, by the way. You guys did a great job. It's amazing. I was very impressed with you and the whole team. So thanks again for this. Pretty impressive. So I should have a slideshow happening right now. Let's see what, there we go. Okay. So
right, you're all set.
I'll talk for about 20, 25 minutes, and we jump into questions if you want. I think a lot of us, we don't really know what's going on. We're making our best guesses. So I'll just give a brief history, kind of like perspectives, economy and how that impacted the language industry, and then talk specifically about language owners and employees and Lemonade. I'll get more specific about that, and just end it with some of perspectives that we can have. So first off, if we take a step back and look at human history, this pandemic is unprecedented, but we've been going through plagues and fires and droughts and starvations for 100,000 years. So this is not new if you go back to think about your grandfather, great-grandfather, grandmother, I'm sure they've been through a lot. If you pulled them out and interviewed them and they said, what do you think of what we're suffering through? I think they might be less empathic than you'd expect. I think what's happened recently, there's two things that we noticed. That there's really a gap in the haves and the have-nots. So those people in the front lines who are the grocery packers or delivering papers, or in immigrants who are stuck in dormitories, that's quite a have-not challenge. But a lot of us have to sit at home and wave the grocery store. So there is just perspective. It may not be so far. The challenges that we are facing are not as big as what's happened historically. And imagine if we brought someone here from San Francisco to interview someone from Kabul, Afghanistan. Not only is there the coronavirus, but people are worried about their life. So there's perspective there. I mean, 9/11 was another unprecedented activity. And I remember, we're all watching these planes go into the World Trade Center and hijack planes. And I remember people wouldn't go outside of their house. Little small towns wouldn't go to the library because they're afraid of they were going to be bombed. Just again, gaining perspective. What we did there was, what the world did was a bunch of security in the airports, which made sense. And then what we did was invade Iraq, we as in the US, and started this war on terror. But what we see here with the coronavirus, there's really no human enemy. We've met the enemy and he is us. I think what we're really dealing with here is how are we going to mitigate the risk and slow down the virus? Economically, if you look at recessions and depressions in the US and worldwide, in 29, the stock market crashed. There were people jumping off buildings. My father incidentally worked on Wall Street and remember seeing people jumping off buildings. I don't think we're doing that right now. The banks panicked, and I think the big problem then with the Feds didn't increase the money supply. So in the US, the depression lasted longer than 10 years. Many economists say it went through the World War II. But eventually the economy did recover, and probably we have a stronger economy now than ever, or we did have. So go back to the recession of 2001, 2003, and was around the time 9/11 happened. It was the dot-com burst, and Dow Jones dropped significantly. We were in the staffing business in the globalization space, and we had multiple large technology clients, Microsoft, Oracle, eBay, EMC, IBM. We worked with these accounts, and almost all of them had layoffs of the globalization team before they touched their initial teams, the engineering team, the testing team. There was 6% unemployment in the country, but there was a glut of globalization personnel unemployed. Fast forward to 2007, and that, many economists say, was probably the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. It was the housing bubble, credit conditions, deregulation, and the weakened financial institutions. Unemployment went from 4.5% to about 10% by 2009. But there were minimal layoffs in the globalization space. We worked with the same companies, IBM, Oracle, eBay, EMC, Cisco. Microsoft was an exception, but there were minimal layoffs. And at that time, we kind of spoke about that and asked people what they thought. And the consensus was that we've really, in the globalization industry, we reached a kind of maturity. You know, teams were more cost effective. We had better processes. Turnaround was faster. Technologies are more sophisticated, and tools were better. So the return on investment for an individual in the globalization group was much higher possibly than it was before. So here we are in 2020. We were on a 12-year bull run. We were going to head into a recession at some point. We headed smack into a recession. You know, when you think no sporting events, it's unprecedented in this country. Cultural events, I mean, hotels are not existing. I mean, their restaurants are going out of business, and there's large unemployment. Dow Jones is a deep slide, and hopefully this guy gets out of office in another 6 months. But this could last many years. We don't know. So core globalization units are probably in the same boat as other business units. The whole world is impacted. So we don't know really how that's going to impact the globalization industry. But, you know, we know all those of you who run interpreting companies, you know that on-site interpreting has clearly been impacted. So, but most of the services that we provide in the language industry are remote. Localization teams, translators, freelancers, OPI, VRI. It's a virtual business, which is a good precedent for what's happening now. So here we are. What can we expect? You know, a few people reach out to me, Mike, what's going to happen? I have no idea. But I mean, common sense at this point in time, as in with other recessions, you need to lower your costs, however you can do that. And you want to increase sales efforts. But as businesses, you can apply for support from the government. As individuals, you can apply for support. I think morale is an important part right now, the intangibles. And a big piece of what's going on right now is find ways to diversify your business. I know I said lower costs, but I encourage language owners to be creative when dealing with your employees. I know some people just want to let people go. I don't think that's the best first step. I would advise people to take care of your team creatively. Be transparent. You know, if your budget is X and you're losing Y, let your people know why. Maybe you ask your top management to lower salaries. Maybe you invite employees to take unpaid vacations. Maybe you, this is a joke, but ask your employees to intern at a competitor and then report back to you. I mean, find ways to deal with what's going on. Maybe you request employees create their own business plan. I think an interesting way to look at this when you are an employee is think of yourself as an individual profit center for your business. How are you, who you work for your company, making money, and what's your return on investment for you as an individual? I think that's a good way to start to look at yourself and at your contribution to the business. You know, as a business, you want to be creative. What does the market need right now? Well, obviously low cost, and we're working with remote and virtual employees. Maybe you partner with a vendor in South America and you offer project management at $25 an hour. Maybe you work with a team in India and you offer engineering at $30 an hour. This is a time where you can improve what you offer. I think a lot of us are staying home, and there's more. Home Depot and Lowe's are doing a great business. People are fixing their own houses. I think this is a time to fix your business. There are services improve your offers. Get a better, get closer to your best practices. This is also a time maybe you find a partnership with a technology that is going to be interesting. Simultaneous interpreting apps for hospitals. Hospitals still desperately need technology for languages. Multilingual platform for remote simultaneous interpretation. Zoom is doing amazing business. So how can we help that on the language side? Maybe you partner with a hybrid MT solutions business. That's then it offers your clients cost savings. We're in the staffing business, by the way. That's one of the businesses we do. And so we're hearing of people getting unemployed. If you're unemployed, take a step back. Most of us are, we're hooked on the language industry. We've been in there for 25 years. Is this something you want to do? And if so, what areas would you like to explore? I think if you look at growth sectors in the industry, again, remote services, MT is, life sciences and pharma is still very important. So maybe you take some time to study and focus and enter into an industry that is of interest to you. We're working with an owner who wants to sell her business and become a translator again. Maybe you want to go back to freelance translation. But I encourage you now to think outside the box if you are not working. I know it's a little scary to do, but it's a perfect time to say, hey, I could start a virtual post-MT editing business. I could get my project manager from Argentina. I could get my software engineer from India. And I go back to the client that I just left and say, hey, I know what you're doing with your MT business, and I could provide a much cheaper service for post-MT editing, and you'd have a better quality translation, for example. Or this may be the time you've always wanted to work for these 3, 4, 5 companies. You take a step back and reach out to the CEO via LinkedIn and say, hey, I'm interested in working for you. I'll do a 6-week internship for free to make a trial to buy. And if you like what I do, please hire me. We're also, as I mentioned, a staffing agency. There are localization agencies in Europe and the US. If you want to go back to the same business, hop on a website and see what jobs are out there to revisit. Sometimes people say, yeah, it's easy for you to say be creative, but I need to pay the bills. So several months ago, there was the situation with the US government trying to get more tax money. So they wanted to convert a lot of the 1099s to W-2s. And California was one of the big markets. And it created quite a challenge to interpreting companies that employ freelance interpreters and now would have to pay additional costs for payrolling them, even if they only work for 10 hours a year. This is called AB5. So interpreting companies were scared, independent contractors were scared, and I saw SmartCat come out and say, hey, if you want us to employ your 1099s and put them on as W-2, we can do that. It was a very creative entrepreneurial move. And then this, as I mentioned to Brian, I think what you guys did, here's a coronavirus, there's a pandemic, people are panicking, and you come up with a 12-hour free global seminar with industry experts. I think it's brilliant. Katja, Brian, Lubia, there were several people I spoke to. Great job, guys. I think it's good PR for SmartCat. So that's the idea of with lemons, make lemonade. And we're gonna work with this theme because I'm on a 6-day lemonade fast, so that's in my head. There's a part 2 here, and I think it's important not to lose sight of that. So here's the story, true story. My daughter was 5 at the time, and she decided she wanted to have a lemonade stand. So she woke up early on a Saturday. She was little. She squeezed lemons. I think it took an hour and a half, 2 hours. Put fresh honey in, mixed it all up, and walked outside and just quietly opened her lemonade stand. And unfortunately, or fortunately, across the street, there's an older boy. He decided also it was a hot summer weekend, and he was opening up his lemonade stand. And he had a radio blasting, loud music going. He had a huge sign. And when cars went by, he'd scream out, "Hey, free lemonade!" And he had used a lemonade mix. He kind of did it when he was out there. But at the end of the day, my daughter, after 2 days, had a lot more business than he did. And it's a simple story. You just have to have good lemonade. It's not just marketing. So these guys have done a great job marketing. SmartCat has to have a good product for people to stay. So my advice to businesses and to people is be creative and with better lemonade. I mean, this past month or two, I don't know how many calls and emails I've gotten with, we're offering you a free this or discounted that, given the challenge of up. I don't really trust that. And as a human being, I don't think you might either. So my advice to you in this industry is not to use gimmicks. And if you're going to add a new service, reach out to your current clients, the ones that know you, and say, hey, given what's going on right now, we have a lower cost for your editing process, or for a lower cost for your MT implementation. Now, we don't know how long this process, the economy is going to hit. Could be 6 months, could be 5 years. So it's likely that you're going to have to be working harder and smarter for the same results. But here's the flip side. I think as an owner, you got to have to ask yourself, how much juice for the squeeze? And what I mean by this is, if you've been considering retiring or selling your language business, now may be a good time. Most businesses in the language industry are not likely to grow extensively over the next few years. You're probably going to have to work harder and get the same results, or worse. A lot of people are losing money. So if you're going to stay on, ask yourself, how much juice for the squeeze? It's something to think about. So if you're thinking of selling, now might be a good time. I think that's a lemon, not an orange. For those of you who are thinking of acquisitions, and I've gotten several calls about that, it might not be a bad time to acquire. Keep in mind, as you all do, you wouldn't be thinking this unless you have a solid business and a solid financial history and good credit and a bank that believes in you. But it may be a good time for acquisitions. And I say that because if you ever played the game of Monopoly, if you start buying properties, even if you have a little money in the bank, at some point it kicks in and you win the game, because people land on your properties and you're able to charge more money. You may be able to find lower cost acquisitions at this point, because of given that it's switched from a seller's market to a buyer's market. I mean, it's a very active marketplace. The other business that we do is in M&A. So I'm talking about specific experience. Right now, we probably work with over 50 strategic and professional buyers. Strategic meaning they're in the industry. Professional buyers mean they are private equity, VC, or individuals who've raised funds. So if you're a seller and you're thinking of exiting, first off, you do the common sense thing. You want to check on costs that can be lowered. Maybe there is somebody that can go from full-time to part-time. Maybe one of the owners is not really working so much, so you reduce that pay. If you have on-site, you want to make sure that your clients are aware that you have an OPI or VRI service. And then you prepare your financials and adjust them for the recession. And another piece, a lot of owners, small owners say, hey, I want to be paid everything up front. Well, that's not going to happen. It wouldn't happen before, and it's not going to happen now. And sometimes payments were 50%. I think now they go to, it may be likely that you get less up front. But what you might get is a better overall price. And why do I say that? Because you can develop something, what's called an earn-out, and where if your business grows, you get paid more. So if you're a buyer and if you're a seller, find a buyer profile that works for you. So a buyer has a stronger, maybe sales team. They have a better service offering. They have a good technology. They have a process that's impeccable. So knowing that if you join their team, you're going to improve your business. Working with a company that does government work and they have certifications, and the buyer wants to go into that area. So that's a synergy for both of them. You might have similar clients. You might be in a similar vertical in life science. It's also important, if you're going to sell and the buyer, is to find some personal synergies. You don't want to just sell to anyone. I don't care what the market is. You want to make sure that you can work with this person for the next 6 months or however long you want to stay on board. So you want to negotiate pricing based on an earnout, as opposed to at an upside, as opposed to a fixed price. Because an earnout, meaning you do $1 million this year, year 2 with this new company, you might do $1.5 million, and then you get paid for that differential in your profit. So we're getting the home stretch because I talk quickly and whatever. It's been a long day, I'm sure, for some of you. I just want to talk a little bit about perspectives. An interesting conversation with a colleague of mine. He was at one point in the airline industry, and this was back in 2001. And he was flying into a conference in Canada, and it was a weekend conference, and he was going to get an early flight out on the Monday morning. And a magazine reporter reached out who knew him and said, hey, I'd love to talk to you about the industry and what you see and what you can do. And it'd be the next morning. Are you free? And he said, oh, I'm not really free. I'm planning, I think I'm going to get a flight out that next morning. She talked him in. Basically, they went back and forth. And at the last minute, he decided, hey, I'll skip the flight. I'll sit and talk with you, and I'll catch a later flight. The flight he missed was the one that flew into the World Trade Center. And he has a great approach. So I spoke to him last week, and he said, how you doing? He said, his business, the on-site business, is probably losing about 60% revenue currently. And it's a big company, $50 million company. He sounded very calm. He said, Mike, I think the most important thing during this crisis is to keep a balanced mental approach. And clearly he was. And a lot of us are losing money or scared, and a lot of us are unemployed. I think that's good advice. So in closing, I just invite you to start with the end in mind. Just keeping a little bit of perspective. This is not an easy time for a lot of people. People are dying, there's businesses are closing, unemployment is growing, public events are closed, there's social distancing. But I think humanity's lived through worse. So if you can find a silver lining, gain a perspective, a balanced mental approach, this too will pass. All righty, sir. I'm open to questions or whatever.
Thank you so much. I just have to kind of laugh a little bit. I know this is, your presentation was great, but there's a lot of people that are comparing your voice to Al Pacino.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Have you ever heard that before?
Never.
It's not just it's, so you've got this very relaxed Al Pacino voice. I don't know.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
But made the presentation all that much better. So
good, good.
Right. So obviously, yeah, you've got a lot of information here. I think a lot of sound advice for people that are, thinking either selling or those looking to acquire, perhaps, if you wanted to flip the perspective. I think one of the things is perhaps you can just give a very quick, I guess, beginner's guide. So a small LSP, someone's heading into retirement. I guess their company's okay, not too much money. Is there an amount that is, or a size of company that's too small to sell?
Right. Good question, Brian. The short answer is no. I had a company that was maybe 100,000, and another buyer was interested. I think the challenge for a small business owner who's been doing this for 25 years is they might think they're worth more than they are. I think the challenge is realistic expectations of what their value is. So if you're $1 million business and your profit is, say, 300,000, which is a great profit, a net profit, so it's a 30%, your value would be roughly 3 times the net profit. It would be less than the revenue that you get.
Right.
Up to owners, and they say, geez, they're $1 million company, I want to sell for $2 million. And you say, that's not going to happen. So I think part of it is that. I think part of it is, the good news, I talk about selling your businesses. I'm from New York. Is Pacino from New York? Maybe that's it. But the first time I rode the subways in Manhattan when I lived outside in Queens and in Long Island, I got totally lost. But once you learn how to travel the subways, it's not that complicated. So we do language brokerage services. So I know how to do it at this point. But if you're selling for the first time, it's like getting on the subway for the first time. There's just 5 or 6 things you need to know. And one of them, is preparing your financials. And 2 is knowing what your value is. And then 3 is, where do I find a buyer? What do I do?
Right.
And then the exit strategy is basically you find someone you want to work with and say, hey, I'll stay on for 6 months and transition my business. And I'll help you find a replacement. Right. What's his name? Sold his business to SmartCat, Jean-Luc. And
yes,
good person
absolutely.
to talk to. So it's a process. Always encourage people to find, we're the middle person, but to find a buyer that they feel connected with. It's not just a business transaction. It's your whole life that you're passing off. So.
Fair. Okay, I think that's very good. Clarification, I don't think you sold it to SmartCat. I think it was a company prior to SmartCat.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Irrespective. Just wanted to clarify that point. So what is, for example, a good transition period or a realistic transition period? There are people, as you said, they just want to get the cash and they're out. Which you said won't happen. So what is that transition period looking?
So again, it's really what this virus is causing us to do is to think for not just ourselves but other people.
Right.
Selling your business, how important you are to the business. So if you say you sell your business and you know that you need to help the transition for the next 6 months for this to work, you don't want to leave in 3 months, right? So the point being, how long is a transition? It's really how long you can make a successful transition so that the bulk of your accounts are going to land in that other company. It's like transplanting something. You have to water it enough till it starts to grow in the new territory. So you don't want to leave before that happens. Some people, it could be 3 months. You talk to some owners, they've been out of the process for a few years. It's their production team. So they say, I can sell this business and leave in 2 months. And then maybe I'll stay on call, once a week for, $200, and you call me with any problems, right? But so the transition depends on how long it takes for you to transition those accounts successfully.
Okay. I think that's clear. I think that makes a lot of sense. One of the things that I also see in the language industry is a lot of language companies don't necessarily, they have revenue, they have great clients, recurring clients, but they don't necessarily have agreements in place. So how does this impact the sale?
Yeah, no, these are all good questions. Are you in this field? No. It's a problem on one level, especially for private equity. They go, well, what are your contracts? They say, we don't have contracts. You don't have contracts, so that scares them. Another thing that scares private equity is your revenue's gone down the last 3 or 4 years. And you say, well, I want to sell and leave now. They say, no. For them, it's like catching a falling knife. We don't want to buy your company if you're losing revenue. So to address, once you know that strategic buyers understand the industry. So you say, look, I don't have a contract signed, but with this account, I've worked for the past 10 years. They love us. Talk to this account. So for most successful entrepreneurs who have their own business, they have long-term accounts because both sides like each other. They work well together, the buyer and the seller. I mean, the client. And so that's, even though there's no contract in place, they've been doing business for the past 10 years. So unless, again, the transplant fails, they're going to continue to work there.
Fair. And is that enough to reassure the potential buyer?
So for a strategic buyer, typically it is. For a private equity guy, they're going to want something more. And in both cases, you a lot more and more buyers are building in. They don't have a fixed price. They say, look, we think you're worth this. So next year, if you're making this, we'll pay you this. But if you're making less, we're going to pay you less. You make more, pay you more. So you mitigate the risk by saying, I know you said you've been doing $1 million and you're going to do $5 million next year. I believe you, but let's put this in place. Okay. So if you do this revenue, we'll pay you this. If you do more, we'll pay you more. If you do less, we pay you less.
I think that's logical. Makes sense. Yeah. Listen, I think that a lot of people have, again, voiced their how much they liked the presentation. I had just one question come in. I'm going to pop over to it if you don't mind. I just got to pull it over here. So why do you think the language market has stayed fragmented? Lots of small vendors throughout all this time, and it hasn't seemed to change. So we consistently have small players.
Right. Oh God, who knows? There's no, you know, it's a $50 billion according to some, maybe it's 25 billion according to others, but you or I could start a translation business tomorrow.
Is that an offer or?
Yeah. Well, not yet. I don't know you well enough, but if you can market these things, if you can do one more event like this with 1,500 people, maybe come up with something. What I mean is there's low barriers to entry. And a lot of people, have entered, and you know they started doing. You know, Corey Lindo started with one account that he left, and he's very successful. You know, he went back to whether it was Oracle or whoever it was, I don't remember. But so the reason it's fragmented, anyone can start it, right? And a lot of people can be successful and do fairly well and have a remote team that they don't have to pay on staff. So style choice for many people, and they stay in it. You know, they make a few $100,000 and they don't work like crazy, and there you go.
I think that just about covers it. I mean, we've exhausted the questions. Listen, I want to thank you again for your time today, the presentation, the Al Pacino voice, everything. It was great, very clear, well paced, and I think it allowed a lot of people to get a lot of perspective that they may have been missing in the past. So thank you for that. Again, I really appreciate it, and I'm sure you're going to start receiving a lot of LinkedIn requests. I myself, if I'm not already connected with you, I'll send one out as well.
Sounds good.
And I'm sure we'll be talking soon.
Sounds great. Thanks,
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Well, there's going to be a poll that's going to be put out in one little moment. If you stick around and just fill that out, again, we'd really appreciate it. Michael had the toughest slot and I guess, going out with a bang at the last slot. We've had a wonderful day. We topped 2,200 attendees over the course of the day, which is an incredible feat. again, I think, you know, I want to thank everybody for having joined us today. It's really, it's been amazing. So I'd like to thank obviously all the attendees, the registrants, the speakers, just everyone. It's been really phenomenal. You know, thank you, SmartCat, the marketing team. I think they've put this together. It's been incredible, just as a general feat to be able to do it in such a short amount of time. We love challenges. That shows. I think the team took it on with vigor. And you know, I think I'd like to especially thank Kate Vostokova, because I know that she's been, you know, feeling a little bit sick for the past couple of days and still powering through. So thank you very much for everything. We'll likely be exploring the possibilities of doing another event. I want to just remind everybody that you know, despite the some of the doom and gloom that we talked about today, the pandemic, I think that, you know, there's a lot of things that people express today. The empathy aspect, which is super important. You know, human aspect. Remember, doing creative things to bring people together is amazing. You know, yeah, just a general thank you. I mean, SmartCat, we've been proud to put this on. We've enjoyed it. We've tried to make sure that it's you know, brand agnostic in the sense that, you know, we brought people together to talk about the industry themselves and didn't push our brand too much. But you know, we do love our brand, and we do encourage you to, you know, come and visit and sign up for accounts and whatnot. It wouldn't be right if I didn't say it. And I also, my phone was getting lit up as I was hosting the event today from members of the ALC congratulating us on the, you know, the event as well. So thank you to them for the constant support and kind words. Yeah, everybody, thank you. We're going to close out, and I'm sure everything's going to be okay. Thanks again. Have a great evening.